Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Flip the Coin in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 31. The panic receded even before it could arise when people realized that the arena wasn't coming down of their head. The explosion was from further away. Despite half of its population being civilians, Konoha was a hidden shinobi village, and the mass couldn't be so easily scared off. The Tsunade had posted to watch over the tournament were already in position. Too many focused on her for her taste, but she would chew them out for it later. It didn't take long for the first report to come to her. Hokage-sama, Bird said, kneeling in front of her. There is an ongoing fight at the Hokage's residence. My house? She asked, disbelieving. The man faltered. The Sandame's residence. And the light went on in Tsunade's brain. God fucking damn it, how stupid could she be? Of course Orochimaru wouldn't come here. What did he care about the exam, about the kids? From his own admission, he had approached Naruto already in the way he wanted to. Tsunade hadn't been able to figure out what more he had to do in the village if he was sincere about not attacking it directly. She assumed he just wanted to establish some spies and wreak some havoc, but of course. Didn't she know him at all? You two, with me, she yelled at Lynx and Bird. The others, take the cage back to the Hokage Tower. If something happens to either of them, I'll have all your heads on a stick. They had their own guards, of course, but Tsunade couldn't dismiss the possibility that Orochimaru would jump on the opportunity if he could. The two cage went willingly enough. They had no care for this situation after all, as long as they and their own people were safe. This wasn't their village. She dashed toward her sensei's house, which she had left less than half a day ago with the certitude she would come back in no time to finish the conversation they had started. Stupid, so stupid. And the look on her mentor's face, when she had told him about Orochimaru, as if he knew. He had to know. He had to know what his student wanted. Surely, he had to know. It appeared soon enough that there wasn't any fight happening anymore. The house was gone, blown to pieces. She stepped into the garden, oddly spared compared to the wreck of the building right next to it, the flowers still swaying gently, still disclosing their sweet smell, now fighting against the stench of burnt wood and spilled blood. Jiraiya was already there. A few Jounin too, but they stayed at a respectful distance, and that could only mean. She crouched down next to her teammate, a hand on his shoulder as if to comfort him, when it was she who needed the support so that she wouldn't collapse to the ground. Was he already? He was gone when I arrived. The old man didn't look so bad, save from the gaping hole in his chest. At peace, almost. He could have been sleeping. Fuck. She pressed two fingers into her eyes mercilessly, as if that had ever worked to keep the tears at bay. She fell back on her bottom and Jiraiya did too, put a hand around her shoulder, drew her to him. That fucking asshole, what? She didn't know which one she wanted to curse more. Orochimaru going after Hiruzen was no surprise, and yet she was completely blindsided. Or, more likely, she just didn't believe he could succeed. What did it bring him, she wondered. Was he satisfied, was he happy? Could he ever be? Hokage-sama. It was Lynx, kneeling by her side, eyes to the ground. She was lucky to have that mask. She didn't have to school her expression, hide her feelings. Tsunade wiped her tears, got back to her feet. It was official now. It was only her. What can you tell me of the intruders? She asked the Jounin in charge, a senior from the Inyazuka clan. We didn't get a clear look at the assassin, no need, she knew who it was already, but the ones accompanying him were the ninja from Oto. Oto? It was one of those obscure, poorly known hidden villages that sprung up on occasions. Independent clans or missing nin seeking to establish themselves somewhere, and even succeeding sometimes. Other times they were promptly eradicated by the nearest force who didn't appreciate their presence. They knew next to nothing of Oto, not even its location. They suspected it wasn't an actual village, more like the headquarters of one organization or another. It was only the second time the mysterious village had sent participants to the Chunin exam, and it was the whole extent of Oto's ties with the rest of the shinobi world. Looked like they had just found out who it belonged to then. The village is on lockdown, she told Lynx. No one in or out. Everyone on high alert, start your search from here and make your way to the walls, target the ninja from Oto and anyone looking suspicious. I want all forces involved, have the genin run messages. We have to be on the lookout for further attacks. Go. The woman disappeared. Where is Narashikaku? She asked the Jounin. On his way, Hokage-sama. Tell him to meet me at the Hokage Tower. There's. She took a sharp breath, swallowed around the ball of lead jammed in her throat. There's nothing more to do here. You, she called another Jounin, stay here until the medical staff arrive, and have them tend to him. Bring him to the hospital. The hospital, he hesitated. Ah, yeah. There would be no need for that. Bring him to the funeral house. Don't let people see. Yes, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya stayed silent, but he was close by, at her back. If she took just a step, she could lean against him, he would receive her weight. It was enough to know it, she didn't reach out. She was about to step out of the garden when she heard a whimper, the smallest noise of distress coming from an unscathed corner. She knew what she would find, even before she parted the lush plants to reveal what was hidden underneath. Kano Amaru, she called gently. The boy was furled into a tight ball against the garden wall, shaking all over. He raised a reddened face covered in snot and tears to her, eyes wide with distress and fear. He didn't seem hurt at least. It's over, Kano Amaru. Come out. She reached out a hand to help him up, but he dismissed it in favor of launching himself into her chest and burrowing there, wailing like a toddler. Her arms closed naturally around his trembling body, and she pressed him against her as he cried in earnest, after having had to stay quiet and still for so long. Hiruzen must not have even known he was here, it was a miracle he had come out unharmed. Well, physically at least. She indulged him until he calmed down, until he felt safe enough to come out of her embrace. She couldn't seek comfort herself right now, there was too much to do and she had to be the strongest, the steadiest. But provide comfort, that she could, and if she drew strength from it too, if she needed it not to drown, no one had to know. A commotion outside the residence drew their attention, a woman screaming at the confused Jounin. Let me go, let me go. Kano Amaru. Mom. Tsunade gestured for the woman to be let in, and, displaying impressive speed for a civilian, Sarutobi Keiko dashed into the garden to her son. Tsunade had the good sense to back out as she hugged the boy tightly, crying in earnest. Are you all right? Are you all right? She kept repeating, checking her son on all angles for injuries. He batted her hands away weakly but didn't try to get away. I'm fine, Mom, I'm fine. The woman exhaled a long sigh of relief, eyes closed to try and rein in her emotions. Only then did she notice Tsunade, kneeling awkwardly next to them. Hokage-sama, forgive me, I didn't. Forget it, Tsunade dismissed. Pointless formality was the last thing on her mind at the moment. Now that her focus wasn't narrowed down to her son only, Keiko took stock of her surroundings, the destroyed house, the grief-stricken faces. Where is my father? She didn't need to hear an answer to understand. Kano Amaru closed his fists around her dress, white-knuckled grip under his effort not to start crying again. The medics will be here shortly, Tsunade said, wincing at the coldness of her tone but unable to find a balance between this and the raw emotions trying to take her down. If you could. I'll take care of it, Keiko promised. Your dad is coming to collect you. No argument, she said to the boy, cutting short his protests. I will need you to bring him to me later. I have to hear what he saw. Keiko threw her an accusing glare, displeased, but she agreed with a sigh. Tsunade got up, turned back to Jiraiya still waiting for her at the gate of the garden, looking at mother and son with an unreadable expression. He fell into step with Tsunade without being prompted, and knowing that he had her back gave her hope that she would get through that day without crumbling down like the house still fuming behind them. They were all put to work and for the next few hours Naruto and the other genin ran around the village passing messages and orders to the teams of Chunin and Jounin chasing after intruders, the shinobi with the music note. Not that they found any, and the ones they found scattered in the wind quickly. No one knew what had happened exactly, what had been damaged and who had been hurt. No one among the youth anyway, judging by the grim looks on some Jounin's faces, they knew about it, and it was pretty bad. The ninjas from the other villages had retreated to wherever it was they stayed, waiting to be authorized to leave and eager to do so now that Konoha was seemingly under attack, even if after that first explosion that had interrupted Gaara and Niji's fight, nothing more happened. It was kind of disappointing. Naruto had lost sight of Gaara and was anxious to see him again, worried that in the chaos, he would miss the Suna delegation's departure, even though Gaara wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. He was considering just going to hide in a corner until things had calmed down, or hunt down Gaara through the village, when he stumbled upon one of the Chunin exam's participants. Precisely, the one from that very first day, with the gray hair and the glasses, that had tried to win the genin over with information on the exam. The one Naruto had warned them against. Naruto gathered quickly that he hadn't stumbled at all. The teenager was waiting for him in that deserted side street, casually propped against a wall. He greeted Naruto as soon as he saw him. "What do you want?" Naruto demanded, ignoring the faux politeness. The man had an unpleasant smile and a general unpleasant feeling about him. Naruto could tell when people wished him no good, and this boy, he felt, wished no good to anyone. But Naruto also had a feeling that he wouldn't do anything about it. "I have a gift for you. You can keep it. Listen to me. I promise you'll want to think about it." "And what makes you say that? Aren't you interested in a way to leave this place?" Naruto recoiled, suspicion jumping up as he studied the man warily, and realized too late he had all but given away how sensitive the topic was to him. The man's smile widened. What was his name again? Naruto couldn't recall, and he couldn't ask, so he was at a disadvantage he didn't like in the least. "I want to extend an invitation. From my master." "Who's that?" "You've met him before. In the Forest of Death." Naruto had a flash of a pale, grinning face, slanted eyes, a darting tongue. The grating susurration of a singing voice. He wouldn't have guessed, but it made sense, looking at this guy and his terrible smile. Was it something this Orochimaru taught to all their people? "Is this your fault then?" Naruto asked, gesturing vaguely around. They could still hear distant fighting and shouting, the unrest that had been stirring in the past couple of hours. "I didn't do anything," the boy said innocently. "Ah. Kabuto. That was the name." Naruto had a feeling he never did anything, and yet wasn't innocent at all. "I have no interest in joining you. That's not what this is about. My master is interested in your peculiarities. And you'll soon be proven that he has no trouble hiding from the rest of the world, no matter his crimes." What had they done? Naruto wondered. What was brewing in the village right now? Something serious for sure, something that concerned all of them. "I don't ally with criminals." "Oh, you're not a shinobi?" Naruto blinked, caught off guard. It was the first time those thoughts were thrown back at him, and so casually, as if it was no big deal, just a fact of life. Kabuto had a Konoha forehead protector tied around his head, yet Naruto was sure he respected it even less than Naruto did his own. He couldn't help thumbing at the band around his neck. It always felt constricting no matter how loose he wore it, and it was even less comfortable now with the raw skin underneath, where sand had. "The offer stands. If you ever need to escape prying eyes and hands, come knock out our door. You'll be there too." "My time here is done." Finally, Naruto heard in his tone. It was a traitor he had in front of him. Someone who worked against the village, who had no doubt helped with whatever trouble was happening, and done who knew what else. "Aren't you worried I'll just report you? Sell you out?" "Oh, I'm sure you won't. But of course I can't take that risk. Here." Kabuto produced a paper from his weapon pouch. "A summoning seal. When the time comes, if you wish to take us up on the offer, activate it. You know how to, right? It'll guide you to us, if it deems you trustworthy enough." Naruto made no move to take it. "You have no interest in refusing. Who knows, maybe you could use it to bring about our downfall. Otherwise, it's always nice to have options, isn't it?" Naruto felt trapped, and he hated it. How could this man know his so well? How could he be aware of his deepest desires, of how alluring this piece of paper was to him? He didn't want to take it. He wanted nothing to do with these people. And yet, he grabbed it without a word, snarling at the satisfied look on the other's face. Naruto thought about punching it off his face, but another Oto shinobi appeared in the street, disrupting this train of thought. A red-haired girl, from the exam too. She pushed her glasses up and cast a long, scrutinizing look at Naruto. He thought she would call him out, but it was Kabuto she addressed. "We need to go, now," she said curtly. "Don't you have anything to say to him first?" the man said, pointing at Naruto with an amused look. Naruto had never seen her before, and thus couldn't imagine what she could want from him. She glared at the other boy, murderous, before disappearing into thin air without acknowledging Naruto at all. Kabuto promptly followed. Naruto found himself alone in the street, the summoning seal the only proof of what had just transpired. "Where have you been?" Sakura asked when he regrouped with the rest of the genin at the academy, waiting for further instructions. He knew he had to say it. He had to tell someone, it could be crucial information. Kabuto had to be known as a traitor. But would the seal work, if he did? The man had played him so completely, he knew Naruto so well, and it was so unsettling. To know Kabuto had revealed himself like this because he had the absolute conviction Naruto wouldn't sell him out. And he had been right not to doubt. "Same as you, what do you think? Did that make Naruto a traitor too?" Izumo, who was in charge of the liaison between the genin and the Hokage Tower with Kotetsu, called for their attention then. "Thank you all for your hard work. The crisis is resolved for now. You're all dismissed." "Wait. Tell us what's going on." "We know something happened," Ino intervened, never one to be kept in the dark. Izumo cast her a look that said, "Find out yourself. I'm not cleared to give you any information for now." "You'll." Kotetsu ran into the courtyard at that moment to speak a few rushed words into his partner's ear. Not ones he liked very much, with how far he rolled his eyes. They argued quietly for a moment longer before Izumo lost whatever it was they had been fighting about. "Looks like I'm cleared now, so." They waited with bated breath as he hesitated, clearly hating having to break whatever news it was to them. What could be so bad that he was so reluctant? Eventually, he looked up to face them head-on, but he wasn't focused on anyone in particular when he spoke. "The Sandaime has been attacked and killed at his residence. Were you ever going to warn us that the most wanted S-ranking criminal from your village was wandering your streets unaccounted for?" Raza of Suna exclaimed way too loudly for a room as small at Tsunade's office. She had been sitting behind the desk at the beginning of the conversation, but now she was leaning against it, facing her fellow Kage. She didn't like to have the piece of furniture between them, and above that, she hated having to raise her head to talk to either of them. "No," she snapped. Maybe it was wrong of her, but she had no other answer for the man. She didn't owe him anything, it had nothing to do with them. "Were you trying to get us killed, Hokage? He didn't come for you. And how do you know that? Who's the one who died here?" she roared. Raza didn't back down, but he kept his mouth mercifully shut for a while. "And you are in no position to talk about hidden truths, Kaze Kage, not when you brought Yujin Hiraki in my village without my knowledge." The man had the decency not to try to defend what was, ultimately, the worst offense. "Your own Jinhiraki entered the competition too, Hokage. That blonde kid, right?" Terumime peeped from her corner of the room, looking thoroughly entertained by the whole thing. Tsunade willed herself not to react, even though she couldn't think of what would have betrayed Naruto's identity to Kiri. Kids gossip, like for this Gaara boy? She had thought Kakashi was having her on when he had reported this to her. At least Raza didn't seem to be aware of the company his son kept in Konoha. "We can do as we please in the confines of our walls. Or were you expecting us to just advertise him?" Tsunade retorted. How she hated to talk about the boys in this regard, but it wasn't Naruto nor Gaara they were talking about it. It was their respective military power. "Just as we didn't," Raza said. "The nerves. You planted your tailed beast in the heart of Konoha in secret. Do you expect me to let that slide?" Seeing that Orochimaru also entered the exam, I'd say it's a good thing we had him indeed. That discussion was going nowhere and served no purpose whatsoever. Tsunade could feel the wood of her desk yield under the death grip she had on its edge. Deep down, she didn't even care. She didn't care about Suna and their Jinhiraki and their intentions, She didn't care about who knew what and how. She just wanted this day to be over. She wanted to grieve in peace. Anything to add, Mizukage? Did you also bring a criminal origin hierarchy in tow? She asked sarcastically. It was childish to want to drag the woman into this, but she shouldn't have been looking so damn smug about it all. She quickly lost her contented smile at Raza's next words. Kiri has plenty of criminals to spare, Hokage. But as far as Jin hierarchy go, the threat hung in the air, unspoken yet obvious. The information wasn't confirmed, but the previous Mizukage was dead, and if Kiri had been able to seal its tailed beast into another host, they would have made no secret of the news. Jin hierarchy were deterrents, first and foremost, so if a level of secrecy was needed to protect them and their identity, they still had to be advertised in some way. Kiri was deprived of its own for now. Mei didn't let that deter her though, despite the sensitivity of the subject, despite how vulnerable it made her village. Ah, yes, it's my fault, my timing isn't right, I'm yet to be married and have no children to sacrifice as a host, she spat, venomous despite her mild tone. Raza choked up on a retort that promised to be anything but polite, and Tsunade deemed it an opportune time to de-escalate a situation that was only getting more and more problematic. Orochimaru is gone, she said, and we have nothing more to say to each other, I believe. The gates will be open to you as long as you agree for your people to undergo some backup check. You're free to go. Then we will take our leave immediately, Raza declared. He gestured for one of the men accompanying him, the Jounin instructor of his children's team, to get the word out. We will follow soon. A wise decision, the Mizukage added. A true talent she had, to sound insulting in everything she said, no matter how sweet the words. A pleasure to have received you all here in Konoha, Tsunade concluded, even though none of them would use such words to qualify the encounter in private. They exchanged curt bows. Just before exiting the office, Mei addressed Tsunade one last time. Congratulations on your new position, Hokage. It sounded callous, but she added in a quieter voice, almost as an apology, I'm sorry for your loss. Tsunade could almost believe she was sincere. Right now. Yes, right now. Pack your bags. As soon as your father is done sorting things out here, we're leaving. But. What? Baki leveled her with an expectant glare, and Temari fell silent. Satisfied, he left their room to go warn the rest of their fellow ninja. Temari cast an anxious look at Gaara. She thought she would find him reeling, well on his way to a crisis. But he only looked lost, terribly young at that moment as he stared at her, pleading. Despite everything, Gaara could never go against their father. There was no time to seek out his friend now, who knew where he even was. Konoha was a large city. And how would they explain the delay to Baki? To the Kazekage? They wouldn't even believe it. She hated that Konoha boy, she really did, yet she couldn't just stay back and do nothing, not when it was the very first friend Gaara had ever made. Kankuro, she began, wondering how she would convince her most stubborn brother to help out. But she found him already drawing quick instruction on the back of one of his smaller puppets, that he used as a spy and a messenger. He threw the puppet out of the window and watched it hobble on the rooftop and leap away. It will find him and lead him to us, Kankuro said gruffly. Gaara was looking at them both, incomprehension clear on his face. Kankuro wasn't looking at any of them, busying himself with his various tools to be carefully packed away. She hadn't even known he knew, that he had noticed anything. She wanted to say something, try to explain, because Gaara clearly didn't get it and Kankuro was ignoring him as he always did, but he had noticed, and he wanted to help and. If she asked though, or said anything, he would back down. She could guess what explanation he would give, that he just wanted to pacify Gaara and avoid one of his tantrums, that he only did it to make life easier for himself. And Gaara would believe him because Gaara didn't understand people at all, least of all his brother. Your friend will come to say goodbye, was all she said in the end, and still it took so long for it to sink in, for Gaara to take the measure of her words, for understanding to clear the confusion on his face. Not of what she was promising would happen, but of how they were both willing to help him with it. One day, she promised herself, one day that would stop surprising him. No matter how long it took, one day it would be the norm between them. She would see to it. Without consultation, they all decided to go hang out at the playground. It felt impossible to just go home with what they had just heard, to deal with the news on their own. Naruto thought and thought about it, but he couldn't begin to analyze how the death of the old man made him feel. He couldn't recall the last time he had seen him, what they had said to each other, what had happened then. There was only one event dominating all memories he had of the Sandaime, his face cut into pieces by the bars of the cage, as he explained that no, he couldn't let Naruto out. Hadn't the man been nice once? Hadn't Naruto been happy to see him? Was he obligated to remember that? Was it bad of him not to be sad, not to care? His friends were quiet around him, weighed down by the disappearance of someone they had known all their life, that they had thought would always be there, that they liked and who liked them in turn. Naruto didn't feel a thing, if just sadness on their behalf, for he hated to see them looking so down and dejected. Even Kiba, who was never so quiet, even Koji, who was so good at finding the bright side in any given situation, even Shino, who didn't seem to care about much save from his bugs, and Shikamaru, who had no care about anything at all. Even Hinata, who he thought always looked sad but apparently could turn even sadder, even Ino, who appeared to only have anger and vindication in her set of emotions. Even Sasuke and Sakura, who shouldn't have cared so much, because he had hurt Naruto and they were supposed to be on his side. Except they didn't know. He had never told them. They had never learned about Mizuki's fate, about his med dash through the forest, about the cage buried deep under the intelligence department. They didn't know why he couldn't bear small spaces. They didn't know why he wasn't sad. He was in the wrong for wanting them to be aware of it anyway. It was his fault they knew nothing. And still they were the ones he was angry at. Naruto was just a very bad friend. Hey, what's that? Kiba pointed at a small wooden puppet hopping off toward them. It had 2 legs but no arm, and one big lifeless eye in the middle of its face. It went straight to Naruto. He was tempted to step on it until he recognized the craft and realized who it had to come from. There weren't that many people around there who used this kind of puppet. He lifted it from the ground despite the others' protests. There was a message on the back, carved hastily on the wood. Naruto couldn't read it. A sharp spike of distress made him see double for a second, because this was a message for him and there was no doubt who had sent it, and it had to be important, but he couldn't read it. He just couldn't. He couldn't decipher kanji that badly drawn when neatly printed characters were already a struggle. He had never regretted his lack of reading skills so badly before. It was just yet another thing he would have to live with, but now, if he couldn't read it, if he couldn't. Leaving now. Hurry. Naruto spun around to face Shikamaru, who had crept up in his back and read the message above his shoulder. There was nothing to be deciphered on his face, no expression, nor judgment, no way to know why he had done that, if he knew how he had helped. Shikamaru wasn't to be understood by the rest of them, what he knew and didn't, why he did what he did, no one could ever know. It was too strange to say thank you. Naruto just bolted. Leaving now. Hurry. Please, please, don't disappear. Go warn Kakashi, Sasuke told Sakura before dashing after their friend. She ran in the opposite direction, as fast as she could. They were walking slowly, any slower and they would have been going backward. They were less than 20 shinobi going back to Suna. It was easy to slow the group down, but there were limits to the delay they could buy. Temari feared Gaara would snap, that he would just stop walking and refuse to go any further, especially with the gates coming closer and closer. He was as impassible as ever, but Temari was highly trained in his tells. Where was that damn Naruto? Gaara. The group came to an abrupt halt. Gaara was the only one not to be surprised, not to react in any way when the kid came barreling into him, almost knocking him off balance. Temari watched anxiously for her father's reaction, and Baki's, and the others, but they were just too shocked to say or do anything. Surely they expected to be drenched in blood any time soon. No one had ever gotten this close to Gaara and lived to tell the tale. Well. Until that boy. The other ninjas were ready to intervene, bloodthirsty monster or not. Gaara was a ninja of Suna and the Kazekige's son. They couldn't just let a Konoha assault him without doing anything. They didn't have the time to react though. Are you ready? Naruto asked in Gaara's face because they were hugging. For all heavens, they were hugging each other and Gaara nodded, calm and sure, completely trusting. Naruto took a step to the side and slammed his hand on Gaara's back as hard as he could. The boy gasped and spluttered violently enough that she thought he was going to throw up. All around them the various Suna and Konoha nin had seized their weapons. There were the ones guarding the gates, drawn by the commotion, and another genin from Konoha, the one who had beaten the pink-haired girl. Said girl was running toward them, Jounin in tow. This could very well blow up to their faces at any moment. Gaara and Naruto had no care for it. Despite the violence of the hit, Naruto was now supporting Gaara as if he wasn't the one who had tried to detach his lungs from his chest. Did it work? He kept asking. Did it work? Gaara got up slowly, Naruto's hands still firm on his chest and back. He looked up to meet his gaze. Temari gasped. His face. He was looking at Naruto in complete awe, open and young like he had never been in his life. He wasn't smiling, but it was a close thing. The change was so jarring he looked like a different person. It's not mine, he murmured, disbelieving. It wasn't mine. What? Temari wasn't sure they were even aware there were other people around them. All of it. The bloodthirst, this desire, to harm and destroy, and to cause pain, and to kill. It wasn't mine. He wasn't crying either. But that, too, was a close thing. None of it was mine. She felt like crying too. What is happening here? It was a physical thing, Gaara's hackles going up at the mere voice of their father. The Kazekage made his way toward the two boys. They let go, though they didn't step away, staying in each other's space. The man got no answer. Gaara. Explain yourself. Temari would bet her fan Gaara wouldn't say another word from then on. Naruto, one of the Konoha Jounin, intervened, with the demanding tone of a scolding teacher. Silver hair, one eye visible only, wasn't that the famous copy nin? The other ones, she didn't recognize. It was obvious both boys would stay silent as the grave. Though when the Kazekage took another step forward Gaara faltered, just barely. It was wild that Gaara, for all his raw power and the destruction he could yield, still could be afraid of their father. The copy nin took a step too, not menacing but purposeful enough that it caught the Kazekage's attention. They assessed each other quietly, considering. Raza of Suna wasn't known for his patience though. We're leaving, he declared, leaving no room for argument and expecting everyone to fall in line, as was the norm. Gaara gripped Naruto's hand and didn't move. He wasn't even aware of it, probably didn't know what he wanted to do, what was happening exactly. All he knew was that he didn't want to let go, and even their father's scorching glare didn't manage to make him move, to the man's growing anger and confusion. Gaara was distressed. She had to do something. Naruto beat her to it. He leaned in to talk into Gaara's ear, and Raza couldn't hear them, but she could. I'll come find you, he said. When I'm strong enough, I'll come. You wait for me. I'll come for sure. And Gaara did nod gravely like it was a reasonable thing to say, like he had no doubt the boy would do just that, like it wasn't an insane thing to believe. Gaara brought a hand up to brush at something at the base of the other boy's throat, beneath the forehead protector he wore around his neck. Gaara nodded and relaxed and he let go of the other boy's hands, placated by his promise. And on Naruto's face shone a determination that proved those weren't empty words. He believed them, as absolutely as Gaara did. Heedless of the consequences, of the logistics, of how unlikely they were to ever meet again, they believed it, and Temari wanted to shake them up, to dislodge the idea because it was insane, it was crazy, but most importantly, it felt like they could do it indeed. It felt like one word from that boy would take Gaara away from them. From her. Gaara turned away, resumed walking, ignoring all the eyes on him, the gaping shinobi who looked like they were seeing him for the very first time. He ignored their father who ignored him in turn, even though his thunderous expression promised consequences later on. Naruto stayed rooted to the spot, fixated on Gaara's back. He opened his mouth just as Temari made to follow. Gaara, he called. His voice was low but the other heard him still. Their eyes caught again. They forgot about their audience, again. Naruto gave a gentle, absent smile. A little pained, but hopeful too, drawing a similar softness from her brother. The boy's voice hitched on the first sound, but he didn't hesitate. I love you. A hush. Over the whole scene, the whole world it seemed. Temari wanted to scream, to rage, and jump around and throw a tantrum because why this boy, how, in such a short time, with so little effort? How had he managed to do that so easily? Gaara stared, eyes wide. He looked shell-shocked, completely blindsided. And yet the answer came easily. He touched his fingertips to the tattoo on his forehead. And I love you. Temari was overcome by a sharp sensation of loss. It was her brother. He felt lost to her then. We're leaving, their father said again through gritted teeth. Kankuro made to take Gaara's arm and stir him away. The sand stopped him. Not violently, not with any force, but it still raised a barrier to prevent contact, and Gaara barely noticed while Kankuro's eyes filled with surprise and hurt. This time they weren't stopped as they walked away, crossed the gates and picked up the pace. Gaara didn't look back and didn't add another word. Neither did the rest of the party. There was nothing left to say. Sasuke couldn't detach his gaze from Naruto's back. His fingers were itching to reach out, close around the worn-down fabric of his friend's sweatshirt, because Naruto wasn't moving, but it still felt like he was walking away. Still felt like he was following Gaara, leaving with him, never to return. Sasuke wanted to hold on to him as hard as he could, to never let go. Sasuke wanted to hear these words again. He wanted to say them too. He wondered, why was it that they had never done it? Because it was the truth. Right? They did have love between them. Naruto had to know that, he had to. Why didn't they just say it then? He felt bad to have witnessed what they had just witnessed. Both because it felt terribly inappropriate to be spectators to such intimacy, such raw feelings in open display. And also because he would have rather not known. He would have rather ignored the bond that linked the two boys, the depth of the affection they had for one another. He would have rather not known Naruto could say those words and mean them, that Naruto had such feelings stored inside him, and that he had chosen that person to share them with, and that person wasn't Sasuke. He would have rather not been here at all. As soon as Naruto made the slightest move, Sakura was on him, pulling at his forehead protector. It came free at the first tug since he tied it loosely, and left his throat and the top of his chest exposed. Naruto stared straight ahead as they all zeroed on the exposed skin, where Gaara had brushed his fingers, where he had seemed to see something of import, something that had reassured him in their fate, in the certitude that they would meet again. There, just at the base of Naruto's throat, stuck between his collarbone, two kanji had been etched in the skin in blood red, the same way the love kanji branded Gaara's forehead. Those were far simpler, just a few lines. It spelled freedom. Naruto met Sakura's gaze when she handed him back his forehead protector. It was hard to say who her anger was directed at. "Is that what you want?" she asked, aggressive but pleading too. For an answer? Which one? Sasuke surely knew which he didn't want to hear. And one day I'll get it. And from what? What do you wish to leave behind, what is so binding here, huh? What will set you free? Sasuke didn't want to hear it, he didn't. He already knew. He knew what Naruto, deep down, wished for. Knew that he didn't think that freedom to be found anywhere around here. Sakura. Leave it. It was useless for Kakashi to say it, because Naruto wouldn't answer anyway. At the very least he had learned to keep those thoughts for himself. Which was a danger in itself, for it led them to believe he had given up on them when it was the opposite. Naruto always had his eyes beyond the walls. He just took care to look when nobody else was. Sasuke didn't reach out, didn't take a hold on him. He had a terrible feeling it wouldn't change a thing. What is it, Naruto? Shisui asked patiently after spying out of the corner of his eyes the kid hovering at his bedroom door for the past few minutes. I don't own any dark clothes. Shisui let out a surprised chuckle at the mundanity of the request. Naruto had been quiet and withdrawn ever since the Sunanin had left the village, a short week ago. Shisui had barely heard the sound of his voice since. Why didn't you ask Sasuke for a spare, he asked, although he knew the answer. Naruto was avoiding his friends again. That pattern was getting old. The boy shrugged, elusive. Let me dig up something for you, Shisui compromised. It was welcome enough that Naruto was even willing to attend the funeral, Shisui wasn't about to alienate him to it over a set of clothes. Naruto was short for his age, and Shisui was quite tall, even his oldest shirt was large on the boy. He didn't mind, he tied a belt around his waist to have it fit his narrow build and slid into a pair of black shorts, pulling on the elastics as much as possible. Only then did it occur to either of them. "Don't you have a jacket or something that could cover it?" Naruto didn't wear more than his sweatshirt in the height of winter and would certainly never ask for a jacket in the humid spring weather if not for the large Uchiha fan he currently sported on his back. Shisui debated the logistics of unstitching the pattern form the shirt for all of 2 seconds before promptly throwing that reasoning out of the window. "It's fine like this," he declared. No one would start any shit on that day, and if he could picture Fugaku's disapproving expression already, he couldn't bring himself to care. "Is it?" the boy pondered, sarcastic, but there was a form of vulnerability in his tone. Sasuke had come to find Shisui a few days ago, so upset he had barely managed to explain why. The why was simple: Naruto was unhappy, and Sasuke feared he would try to go look for a better alternative far from here, from them. That Naruto would never be allowed to didn't change the fact that they had to do something about it. Shisui had long ago vowed to himself that he would make it so that Naruto would finally understand he did have a place here, that he was cared for, that they loved him. It was still ongoing. It would likely never stop, and every step counted. So he nodded firmly, taking care to look confident in his decision. Dumbstruck, Naruto could only agree. The whole village was there to say farewell to the Sandaime. Shisui had always been fond of the old man, who was an honorary grandfather to all the kids in Konoha. The last few years had put quite the strain on that though, what with the Danzo affair and then Naruto. Shisui looked around him, and he was irrationally angry that most people around him had no knowledge of any of this. He had no interest in slandering the name of the beloved Hokage, but still, it didn't seem fair, that he was known only for his benevolence and kindness, as if he had ever only been an aging grandpa and not the chief of their military forces, responsible for all the major decisions taken by the village in the last decade, good and bad. Naruto was frowning to new depth when came his turn to lay a white rose on the man's grave. Shisui remembered the cage, and he was sure that right now it was all Naruto was thinking about. Konohamaru, Shisui's most promising and also most troublesome student, was sobbing loudly next to his parents, and once again Shisui wondered at the duplicity people could engage in. The boy was inconsolable because he had lost a very important member of his family in life, and what would he care about his grandfather's mistakes if he knew of them? Would he understand even? He was about the same age as Naruto when he had been put in chains. Did the Sandaime ever think of that? Shisui and Naruto stayed among the gathered Uchiha clan. As predicted, they were too busy chewing on their own bitterness to remark on the colors Naruto was sporting. Sasuke noticed, of course, since nothing about Naruto escaped him, but he didn't react to it. No doubt was he pleased about it anyway. Itaka stayed closed too. Izumi was by his side and Shisui caught her taking hold of their friend's hand discreetly in silent support. His mother was watching him closely, probably looking out for signs of distress and anguish. Itaki and Naruto caught each other's gaze at some point during the ceremony, and some sort of understanding passed between them. They had the strangest similarities, the two of them, even if they had to be only vaguely aware of it, or not at all. They both believed themselves to be monsters in the making. And neither could be deterred from that idea. "Am I wrong not to be sad?" Naruto whispered as they followed the group to the Hokage monument where the Godame would unveil the fourth steel coming to join the others. Naruto tried to look unaffected, and it didn't work. He wasn't asking if he was in the wrong. He wondered if there was something wrong with him. Itaka was right by his side, listening without subtlety. Shisui didn't even have to think about the answer. No. No matter if others would disagree. Naruto was entitled to his mixed feelings about the old man. Itaka too. There were enough people mourning him that he could forgive these two. The Godame's speech was pretty short. She looked grief-stricken and very tired, and likely wasn't so fond of big speeches in the first place. After a few lines about her predecessor's mighty deeds and inheritance, she called for a minute of silence to pay their respects to their fallen leader. It was only disturbed by Konohamaru's sobs. They all dispersed after that, most clan and family leaving to put together their own wake among themselves. The mourning period would last 3 days, where all the shops would be closed and all missions suspended. Then it would be time to properly instigate the Hokage succession. Shisui liked Tsunade, for the few interactions he had had with her. She cared about the kids and the school, enough for her to score points in his book, and she was willing to listen to anyone on all subjects, big or small. But only time would tell how much she took after her mentor. Maybe it wasn't such a bad thing, that they could no longer trust their leaders so blindly. Maybe they should have done that sooner, voice their opinion, question their orders. Refuse them, even. Ah, what an idea. Do you have any questions about the proceedings of the ceremony? The old Koharu asked forcefully, jolting Tsunade up from where she had been dozing off at her desk. No, I'm good, she assured, though she hadn't heard half of the woman's long-winded speech. How hard could it be? She had witnessed it thrice already. She was confident she could get through swearing her loyalty to her village and receive a head on her head. Koharu glared at her disapprovingly, but she made no further comment. Small blessings. She waited for the 2 council members to exit the office to recline in her chair with a sigh. She used an old technique to take herself out of the present's troubles and burdens. She imagined herself a month, 2 months, 6 months later, where the current crisis would have passed, when it was already nothing more than an unpleasant memory. It was her go-to coping technique during the war, when it was so hard to think about anything other than the cold, the hunger, the pain, the drying blood stiffening their clothes and filling the air with a foul metallic smell. One day, all this would have passed. In those moments, knowing that time couldn't stop was a blessing. Never thought I would watch you take on the hat, Jiraiya commented in her back as he climbed into the office through the window. Didn't think I would make it, she asked without managing to sound offended. Of course he didn't. She shouldn't have been here at all. To be honest, I thought the old man would outlive us all. I never thought. For all that they mixed with death every day, it was absurd how it could still take them by surprise. Hiruzen, they had thought him immortal. He had always been there, and, against all logic, they believed he would always be. I didn't think he was so diminished, Jiraiya pondered aloud. What do you mean? Even if he was old. Orochimaru is good, but he's not that good. That fight should have lasted longer. He must have noticed her disbelief on her face. He frowned. What? There was no fight, she said dryly, angered that he hadn't caught on that already. What? How is that? Did the kid tell you that? Konohamaru had heard and seen very little. A fortunate thing, since Tsunade already knew what had happened anyway. She was relieved to know he wouldn't keep too many terrible images of that day. Yeah, but he didn't have to. Isn't it obvious? Obviously not. She sighed, angry at him for not knowing that, for forcing her to explain it aloud. He didn't fight, Yaya. He surrendered. Her friend began to protest, before his brain finally caught up to speed with the whole situation. He closed his mouth, taken aback. She almost felt bad for bursting his bubble like this. Almost. There was no reason why she should have to bear this on her own. I imagine she gave him a choice. He said he wasn't going after Konoha, but that doesn't mean he didn't want to, and he would have, I'm sure, had he not gotten what he came here for. You think, that couldn't be his sole objective? That's so. Jiraiya didn't find an appropriate word to qualify it. Petty, foolish? Meaningless, mean. Yet there was no doubt in her mind. The fight had been too short, Hiruzen's wounds too straightforward. It was even possible Orochimaru had blown up the house after the fact on a whim, to cause a little panic, to advertise his deeds. He had offered to spare Konoha in exchange for the old man's life, and his wish had been granted. She could picture his disbelief and frustration, could imagine the conflict in him, between wanting the man to die as quickly and easily as possible, and wanting him to refuse, to put his life before his village for the first time in his life, to finally betray his principles and give Orochimaru a good fight. The results were the same anyway. Except now the Sandaime had sacrificed himself for the village, and she had no doubt the clan heads and the Jounin, the ones old enough anyway, were well aware of it. And it wasn't fair. She hated that anger, she hated that she couldn't let this go. But this wasn't how it was supposed to end. She still had things to ask him, and he still had things to answer for. It felt like cheating, it felt too easy. Where were their resentment and reproaches supposed to go now? How were they to get closure? On one hand, she was pathetically grateful that they had avoided a full-scale attack, that Orochimaru hadn't had the chance to level an entire district and to kill many more of them. In that regard, Hiruzen was a hero. On the other hand, wasn't he a coward too? What had gone through his mind then? He could have beaten Orochimaru, she was sure of it. He could have, maybe, had he tried. It would have caused more damage and more death maybe, but they would have caught the man at last, and wouldn't that have been a better way to make amend, to fix past mistakes? Though he wasn't guaranteed to succeed. It would have been even worse for the fight to happen only for Orochimaru to come out on top in the end. The decision was sensible, noble too. But damn it, it was still beyond frustrating. The easy way out. How pointless, to be angry at the dead. Yet to know it didn't make the anger go away. Not for her, and not for the other senior shinobi either. She didn't want to think what would become of those feelings, if they would be able to let them go or if they would let them fester, to come to bite them in the ass at the worst moment. Couldn't have Orochimaru stayed in his stupid village? Kakashi told her that they ought to keep an eye on Naruto, and she dreaded to think what Orochimaru could have told him, could have promised him. He was good at offering what people desired the most, when they didn't even know they did. As to know if he actually provided in the end. She didn't hold her breath on that one. But Naruto didn't know him like she did. "I'll go after him," Jiraiya declared, fire renewed now that he knew their former teammate to be so close, and still up to no good. She fucking knew he was going to say that. "Do what you want," she sighed, no fight left in her. "You don't approve? I don't care. I didn't plan to count on you." She came first in Jiraiya's heart, always had, always would. She had known it forever, from the start really, had accepted it because what else was there to do? She was angrier at the fact that he wasn't even aware of it, that stupid shithead. He couldn't think of anything better to do, couldn't fathom that she needed him here, that he could have put her first, for once, let go of the other man for once since it was pointless to chase after him anyway. She wouldn't get caught. But he was Jiraiya's responsibility, his drive. He wasn't able to care about anything else. Case in point, he didn't catch the meaning of her words, shrugging like he did when he gave up on understanding her, without even trying. It was fine. She would manage without him. It wasn't anything new. The mood remained heavy, but lighter still a few days later, when Tsunade stood above the crowd at the top of the archive building, to be officially introduced at the Godame Hokage of Konoha. She had been doing this for months, and yet she would only be legitimate today, recognized by all as Sarutobi Hiruzen's successor. She wondered what they thought of it, the civilians, the shinobi, all those people. Some disapproved, some didn't care, some were glad. She wondered if it mattered at all. They just had to accept it, they had no say in the matter. Maybe they should have. But it's not like there was anyone else to take on the job. If there was, she wouldn't have been here. Soon they would start the process of carving her face in the mountain with the others. The idea of having to face that every day from then on was far from appealing, but she would bend to the tradition, as she had to. Narashikaka was the one to lower the hat on her head. He was as stoic and perfunctory as ever, and she understood why he had held on to the position of Jounin commander for so long. Maybe she could have forced him to become Hokage in her place, but she didn't trust him not to botch it out of spite. Really, there was no escaping it. "Here stands Senju Tsunade, the Godame of Konoha," he said solemnly, presenting her to the gathered crowd. "Here I stand," she echoed, taking in the sea of faces turned toward her, which would keep at it from then on, looking up at her, waiting to be guided. Here she stood indeed. Chapter 32. This early in the morning, the hospital wasn't so busy yet. It was the slow kind of activity it could see on the day-to-day, patients waiting on uncomfortable chairs for a checkup, standing in lines as the pharmacist prepared their medicine, nurses doing a bit of cleaning up and paperwork while they had the time. Once again Tsunade was grateful that at the very least, they had avoided open confrontations in the streets of Konoha during Orochimaru's latest stunt. The hospital and its staff were in no condition to handle such an emergency. She was taking stock of all this once more, the peeling paint, the outdated or worn-down tools and equipment, but above all, the tragic lack of training of the medics. It was the nurses who were running the house and keeping it from collapsing, and they did it without any ninjutsu. The few medicnin who could perform acceptable healing techniques only handled the bigger trauma, namely the returning shinobi injured during their missions. And what they could do then was tragically limited. The size of the task at hand was enough to give Tsunade a headache and a strong urge to drink. Fortunately, for this, as for all things, she wasn't alone. "Is that all of them?" she asked Shizun when the young woman came back from various spots in the hospital, young medic trainee in tow. "Yes. 9 women and 3 men. Less than half of what they would need to let Tsunade sleep peacefully at night, knowing that the next crisis could be handled by her medical staff. But it was better than nothing. Shizun had been spending a few hours every day teaching them for several weeks. The senior staff had been kind of offended, of course, by Tsunade's implications that they weren't good enough to treat anyone, let alone teach someone to do it. Granted, she could have been more gentle about it. But at the end of the day, she didn't care about some ego. The fact was Shizun was more competent than all of them combined, and Tsunade had no qualm reminding everyone of it. "Ah, there's just Marco missing. He must be at the library. Or the morgue." One of the students peeped in her back, earning a few snickers from her colleague, quickly snuffed out by Shizun's scorching glare. Tsunade couldn't be more proud. Just then a scrawny young man came tumbling down the hall and came to a halt at Shizun's side, out of breath and panting heavily. His face was half hidden by a heavy mop of curly dark hair and there were freckles all over his brown skin, including his hands and neck. "Sorry I'm late, I was helping out at the morgue." More snickering. Tsunade rolled her eyes. They were young, but they weren't that young. Did they have to act like unruly teenagers? "I'll take that one," she said purely out of spite, and because that would spare her the trouble to be introduced to each and every one of them. She would come to know them soon enough anyway, if Shizun deemed them worthy of her lessons. They looked displeased, but they had the good sense not to say anything about it, as Shizun led them away to an exam room for some practice. The boy stayed rooted to the spot, having understood at least that he was supposed to stay while the other went, but not much more, judging by his confused, kind of scared look. "Come," Tsunade ordered. He scrambled after her without grace. "What's your name?" she asked. It was only polite, even if she already knew. I am Marco." "What's yours?" she faltered, taken aback. He looked away so as not to meet her gaze. "I'm Tsunade," she said, because what was she supposed to answer? "Don't you know?" That would have been rude. Tsunade hadn't chosen the boy entirely by chance. Shizun had told her about him, no future as a medicnin or any kind of field practitioner, but he was a walking encyclopedia, found more than once camping in the library. A brilliant mind, if a little weird. That's what she needed right now, brilliant, not weird. Although that was kind of refreshing. "And how old are you?" 19. She almost believed he would throw that question back too, but he didn't dare, or he simply forgot, as his attention was caught by a nurse cleaning the bloody knee of a young kid in the corridor. Marco averted his gaze, only to fall back on Tsunade's. I am not a fan of blood," he said as an apology, shoulders hunched in shame. Tsunade understood then why Shizun had been so adamant about her meeting him. She hadn't put herself to the test yet. She could handle the sight of that kid because she was able to be rational about it, to focus on the superficiality of the wound and know there was no cause for panic. She knew it wasn't exactly blood she was afraid of, it was life slipping away, trickling one drop at a time or in a torrent, impossible to contain. It was her own powerlessness in the face of death. She had no idea if she would be able to face it, and no one knew about that of course, except for Shizun. No one could know. She was a legendary medicnin. She couldn't be scared of blood. Yeah, me neither. It was her turn to hold her head high so that she wouldn't meet his eyes, but she felt his puzzled look on her face. Luckily, they were nearing the door they had been looking for. It was already open, and Tsunade quickly understood why. "Did you have to carry him back to his bed again?" she asked Sayuki, a tall nurse dry as a twig and strong as a horse, that was, as such, assigned to wrestling recalcitrant patients to their bed, and especially one patient. I swear if he doesn't stop with this training nonsense I will tie him up to his bed," she exclaimed. She had voiced the threat before. Back under his cover, Rock Lee looked sheepish, but not at all like he had learned his lesson. "We've talked about this, Lee. You have to rest." "Yes, Hokage-sama." She had never heard a least convincing agreement. "Lee, I brought Marco here today so that he could run some tests with me. Are you okay with that?" The boy shrugged. He was always okay with everything. He did as he was told, took his medicine, went to physical therapy. But he couldn't keep to his bed. Marco was a good doctor by the books only, but that was enough for his purpose today. She guided him through the physical examination, though she noticed he was reluctant to initiate contact. Another damning fact in his file. Still, they went through it, and he mercifully kept his conclusions to himself. In fact, he stayed silent the whole time they were in there. "No change then?" Lee asked once they were done, because he was used to this by now. She shook her head, apologetic. "Not yet. But I'll help you, Lee. I promise." He had told her several times that she didn't need to, that she was the Hokage and that she had to have better things to do than take care of one insignificant ninja. His self-esteem wasn't at its best these days. She retorted she did what she wanted and had ordered him to stop arguing about it. Sometimes it helped to be the boss of them all. "I don't understand," Marco said as soon as they stepped out of the room, closing the door on poor Lee getting chewed out by Nurse Sayuki again. "What? There is no helping him. He's lucky he even has his leg still. He'll be luckier if he gets to walk without a cane one day." She sighed. She knew that all too well. The repairs she had done to his bones were patch-ups at best. They weren't a solution he could heal around. "That's where you come in." He seemed pretty scared by that. "Shizun tells me you know all the ins and out of the medical library. I need you to do some research for me, research I can't conduct myself. I need you to find me something to work with. I told Lee I would fix him, and I will. And you will help me." To her surprise, the apprehension disappeared completely. He must have thought she would ask him something scary like an actual operation, as if she would ever let him take a scalpel to a living being. I can do that," he said, and despite the hesitation, he seemed to believe that. He met her gaze for the first time that day. "I can do that," he said again, a little steadier. She smiled at him. "Then get to work." "A mission?" Naruto asked, incredulous. "Yes. We still have a job to do." At least he wasn't the only one to find that preposterous. Kakashi could assume disaffection all he wanted, it didn't change the fact that it was anything but as obvious as he said. The three genin of Team 7 exchanged dubious looks. Their last mission had been a total fiasco, and the next trial, the exam, hadn't been much better. "As long as the Chunin promotions aren't announced, we are still a team," Kakashi said, as if that explained anything. It sort of did, but then it had nothing to do with them doing their duty. It was highly likely that Sasuke would make Chunin. Sakura's promotion was even on the table too, though she didn't seem to nurture much hope about it. The announcement had been delayed because of the mess the exam had ended on, but it was only a matter of time. Very soon, this team would no longer exist. It didn't mean they would never have missions together again. A lot of Genin Trio stayed close teammates despite the different advancement of the members, with one commanding the others. But it wouldn't be like that for them. Chunin didn't get the missions Genin did, they traveled further, for longer periods of time. Something Naruto wouldn't be allowed to do. "One last ride then?" he asked, because he couldn't help but twist the knife, because it was better to get ahead of it, get it out. There was no point in tiptoeing. Sakura grimaced, Sasuke frowned. Even Kakashi couldn't quite keep up the nonchalant facade. Naruto buried deeper in his hoodie, pissed at their palpable disappointment. This was just how things were. They had to get over it. Shizun inviting them to enter the mission's assignment desk saved them all from having to go on with that conversation. C-ranked, Namayoshi Rado said, he was the one handing assignments today. Some thefts and altercations at the food storage warehouse. No one got seriously hurt, so it's probably low-level thugs from nearby settlements. "Do we have to catch them?" Kakashi asked, accepting the mission scroll, or dissuade them from trying again. Were shinobi allowed to just kill whoever they wanted? Naruto wondered. Near the north gate were the warehouses, where the food and various products coming from around the country were stored before being distributed to the various shops and restaurants in town. Konoha produced little of its food. They only had a couple of glass houses to grow some vegetables, and some livestock outside the walls tended by local farmers. Everything else, especially rice and wheat, came from the farming lands of Fire Country, as did other raw materials like fabric and paper. Sakura explained all of that on their way to the gate. Naruto stopped listening when she went on with the finer art of long-term storage planning in case of shortage or war. It was decided they would split. Kakashi and Sakura would go investigate the woods and fields nearby to see if they could find the thieves' hideout, while Sasuke and Naruto would have to watch the warehouse. Naruto didn't know which was the worst offense, that he didn't even get to take 3 steps beyond the walls, or that Kakashi hadn't found anything better to force Sasuke and him to get stuck together for a prolonged amount of time. They hadn't talked in what felt like forever. The last time hadn't gone so well. Sasuke was mad at him for something, and Naruto sort of got why. He was mad too, for the same reason, and it was absurd, but they couldn't do anything about it. They weren't even angry at each other, not really. It was nobody's fault if they couldn't understand each other. But it was maddening all the same. "Give me the binoculars," Sasuke demanded, tone impatient, for the 3rd time in as many minutes. "I told you, there's nothing to see. Give them anyway." "Why?" "Because I'm bored, that's why." Naruto huffed but passed the binoculars over. He was bored too, and looking at the warehouse through the lenses was barely an improvement over counting the leaves of the tree they were perched in. They weren't that far, since they had to be able to intervene quickly if needed, so the binoculars were a bit redundant, but it gave them the illusion that they had something to do. "So, how are you?" Naruto's eyebrows shot up high enough to disappear under his hair and he cast the most incredulous look at the other boy, but Sasuke stayed stubbornly focused on the binoculars and didn't meet his gaze. There was nothing natural in his rigid posture, in the tight grip he had over the thing. At least he knew this was awkward as hell. "I'm fine, I guess." It's not like Sasuke didn't know. They saw each other every day. "You?" Naruto asked back anyway. It seemed like the right thing to do. "Fine." The silence was somewhat more tense than it had been a minute ago. Naruto was scrambling for something to say just to break it, because it wasn't like that between them. It had never been, and he didn't want it to. Sasuke beat him to it, though he seemed determined to make things even worse. "You know, we'll surely go to Suna someday." It was probably the most out-of-context thing Sasuke could have possibly said. "What?" "There are missions that could take us there. Or diplomatic visits, or just messages to deliver." "What are you talking about?" Naruto asked, as if he didn't know. Sasuke finally put the binoculars down, but he still didn't look at Naruto. Naruto couldn't look away. "I mean, we'll meet with them again. Those people from Suna." And by those people, he only meant a specific one. "Why do you care?" Naruto asked, more confused than aggressive. "I know you want to." "So?" It didn't make sense. Naruto knew neither Sasuke nor Sakura appreciated the fact that he had gotten so close to Gaara, that he had preferred his company to theirs for the whole time he was here. It made no sense then that Sasuke would want to make it happen again. The dismissal in his voice finally annoyed Sasuke enough that he turned back to him. "Is it so hard to understand that I would want what you want?" There was accusation in his voice, and it was easier to react to it than to his words, the feelings showing in his eyes and on his face. Easier to get into a fight. "You. Stop. Come back here, you thief." A second later, a man with his face and hair hidden under a scarf zoomed past their tree toward the small woods behind the warehouse, chased by a corpulent quartermaster rapidly losing ground. They had assumed the thieves came from beyond the walls, but it wasn't the direction this one was taking. The quartermaster had already given up on the chase, panting heavily next to the tree. Naruto and Sasuke jumped down. "We'll take care of it," Sasuke said politely, with a bow and everything. Naruto was already running. The intel was correct, that man was no challenge to a shinobi. He was weighed down by the heavy bag of rice he had stolen, and his footing was unsure on the uneven ground of the woods. They caught up to him soon enough. Naruto jumped his back, slamming him to the ground, and stayed seated there. "Let me go, let me go." The man kicked and screamed, to no avail. "What do we do?" Naruto asked. "Bring him back to the tower." "Wait. There's..." Sasuke was staring, eyes bright red, seeing things Naruto couldn't hope to. "Don't you have those seals to break ninjutsu?" he asked, and Naruto followed his lead without questions, pulled out a thick marker pen from his short pocket and drew 2 small seals on his thumb and middle finger. He couldn't call up the seals without drawing them for now. He pinched the man's nape, his body disappeared in a puff of smoke, and Naruto found himself sitting on a much smaller and thinner one, that managed to wriggle out of his grip and got back to its feet, ready for a fight. It was a girl, messy bob cut hiding a dirty, angry face. She was younger than them by a few years. She drew a knife from her back. "Let me go," she hissed, showing no hint of fear at the 2 trained shinobi in front of her, even though she had to know what they could do to her. She wasn't from the academy, that was for sure. Naruto recognized her, but not from there. "You're from the orphanage." It wasn't a question, and she didn't feel the need to answer. She didn't have to. "Why are you doing this?" Sasuke asked, gesturing at the bag rice that had miraculously survived their tumble unscathed. The girl rolled her eyes hard, disdainful. "Take a guess. Don't you get food there?" Naruto and the girl let out a perfectly matched snort. Sasuke frowned, vexed. Naruto felt a little guilty. It wasn't his fault, he had no idea how that place worked, how the life there was like. But it was just laughable, the idea that the orphans ate their fill. "You can't possibly need that much for yourself," Sasuke tried again, stubborn as always in his quest for answers, for a better understanding. Of course not. It was Naruto she addressed then, because she might have recognized him too, or she just recognized their similarities, that strange culture they shared. "I sell it back to the other kids. The ones who did it before you were better. They never got caught," Naruto jabbed, ignoring Sasuke's scandalized look. The outings of the orphanage kids were strictly regulated, but it wasn't hard to slip past the aging nurses and climb the wall opposite to the entrance gate, facing the forest. The older kids, 10, 12 years old, went into town to steal food and supply that they brought back to share or sell. Of course, they had no money, they dealt in favors, knowledge, things they had stolen themselves, the few possessions they still had from another life, a family that had existed at some point but was of no use anymore. It was as much a necessity as a distraction, a thrill, that whole market happening in the darkest corners of the corridors and empty bathrooms at night. The kids that went to the academy taught basic ninjutsu to those who were able to do it. Naruto had learned the henge at the orphanage, though he was too young to practice it when he had left, and that girl surely had too. "Who said I got caught?" she challenged, raising her knife. She was really up to fight them both. Naruto could understand why. He too would have chosen the terrible odds of escaping to Genin than the certainty of being brought in front of the Hokage and facing the head nurse's wrath. The old man would be lenient, probably. She was nice to kids, she was even nice to Naruto, of all people, so she wouldn't care about a nameless orphan. But the head hag? That girl wouldn't see daylight for a week, at the very least. So he did the obvious thing to do. He spun around and very deliberately faced away from her, getting absorbed in the contemplation of the trees surrounding them. She didn't need more than a second to get it. At the orphanage, solidarity and kindness were never expressed as such, they wouldn't have been understood anyway. It was things like this, distracting the nurses, lying during room inspections, looking away. She spun around and dashed through the trees. What are you doing, Naruto? What? We're not going to arrest her. She's a thief. She's just a kid like us. Yeah, and we don't steal things. You don't. Sasuke clicked his tongue. Naruto huffed, nose wrinkling. Were all those things easier to ignore when they were younger? Why was it such a big deal now, the differences between them, all the things that set them apart? Why did it seem to get into every conversation, every little cracks, taking up all the space? It's not doing her any favor, Sasuke muttered, changing tactics. She's bound to get caught again, by someone not as nice as you are. Naruto wanted to protest that it wasn't out of niceness, but he had already started rebutting Sasuke's first point. Avoiding punishment is a great favor actually. And it's not like they have a choice. They do what they have to. We could help. How? Are you going to feed her? Why not? Naruto stared, puzzled, and Sasuke looked embarrassed but he didn't back down. If it's food or money they lack. What? You'll pay yourself. I could. For how long? How much? What about when you're no longer there, huh? When you get bored or you can't do it anymore or any other reason, what about when you die? What then? It was Sasuke's turn to be taken aback, and Naruto's to be ashamed. What was he even saying? Sasuke's gaze was too heavy on him, too piercing. We could report it then, Sasuke said, diplomatic as always. He didn't tend to press his advantage, but that didn't mean he didn't store those ammunitions for later. If it's true that they don't get what they need at the orphanage, we have to talk to the Hokage. She'll do something about it. Why would she care? Sasuke rolled his eyes and threw his arms up, infuriated. Why do you always say that? Why do you always assume no one will care? Because no one ever did. Sasuke recoiled. He displayed too many things at the same time, it was impossible to tell his emotions apart. Was he angry? Hurt? At who, for what? Don't we count at all? Ah. Hurt then. Naruto knew that was the real issue. That was what Sasuke didn't get, what frustrated Sakura. Because they were right, there were people who cared, and he even knew that, as a fact if not as a conviction he could trust. They didn't get how he couldn't hold on to that. How it couldn't matter as much as they thought it should. The norm, for him, was people not caring. It had always been, and it still was. Not the people he was closest to, those he saw most often, but the people at large. The norm was indifference, at best. At worst, hostility. How could he explain and not hurt Sasuke further? How could he tell him that he tried, but as hard as he did, as much as he wanted to, he couldn't get rid of that view. Couldn't trust that things could be different, that he didn't have to be alone, that they did care? It's not that he didn't believe them, it's not that he thought they were lying. It didn't take root. Didn't register. Those feelings, he couldn't receive them. They didn't stick. It was so unfair. Everyone else seemed to do it naturally, it was easy, for them, and he couldn't do it. He spent time together with his friends and everything was fine, they enjoyed themselves and he was content, soaking up their attention and company, and he thought things would be okay. But then he doubted again, as soon as he was alone, because who knew how long it would last? Who knew how meaningful it truly was? How could he possibly know? Gaara was a different story. Gaara was like him in every way that mattered, he understood those feelings. There was no doubt between them. "You're not the norm," was all he could say in the end. He had no idea if Sasuke got it or not. They remained silent until Kakashi and Sakura came back to regroup. "We heard the thief made another apparition. Did you see him?" "He got away," Naruto said promptly. Of course Sasuke didn't let that fly. "We caught him, but it was a girl, from the orphanage. She said she was stealing food because they don't get enough. I think it would be a good thing to check on that." "And where is she now?" "We let her go." Sasuke sustained Kakashi's scrutinizing gaze, and Naruto was at a loss once more, because Sasuke had disagreed with him on this, so why was he sharing the blame now? He who was such a stickler for the rules, who never lied. Kakashi sighed, overly dramatic in how long and drawn out it was. "We'd better report all that to the Hokage then." The Hokage listened to their report with a serious face that grew increasingly stormy. She promised something would be done about this without delay. Naruto could see no lie in her expression and voice, no deception. Why then couldn't he believe her? What was wrong with him? "Naruto," she called once they were dismissed to go get their reward at the assignment desk, "please stay." He heard Kakashi shuffle Sasuke and Sasuke away when they tried to stay lurking beyond the door. Tsunade got up from her chair to circle her desk and lean against it, arms crossed on her chest. Naruto couldn't help but tense up, wondering what he had done this time to warrant a talk down by the Hokage in person. "What is it?" he asked, sounding too defensive for his own taste. She looked surprised at his hostility. She uncrossed her arm, assumed a more relaxed position. "Nothing special. I just wanted to know how you were doing. It's been a while since we hang out." Struck dumb, Naruto had nothing to answer to that. The woman was smiling, soft and a bit sad too, looking straight at Naruto. With the sun starting to set and the day coming to a close, the tower was quieting down around them, and Tsunade wasn't often wearing her Hokage hat or robes, so it was just her now, asking how Naruto had been, and looking like she really wanted to know. I'm okay," he stuttered. He was off balance, but she was the only thing he could have held onto to steady himself, and he couldn't do that, could he? "I know the exam has been a mess. I heard you made a friend." "Huh?" Back in more familiar territory, recrimination. "And what of it?" he asked. He couldn't be sure she knew about Gaara, who he was to his village and to Naruto, but if she had brought it up, she had to know, right? She only shrugged. "You're not mad?" he couldn't help but ask, when she didn't add anything. She ought to be. Gaara's father had seemed enraged, and Naruto wasn't even sure he knew who his son's friend truly was. "To be frank, I don't really care. I'm just glad you could get along with someone new." Naruto looked for the lie and didn't find it, and it was worse in a way because it meant he didn't know what to think, what to do. It wasn't how it was supposed to go, he was at a loss. Someone else strode in then, and Naruto was almost grateful for them putting an end to this moment, bringing the world back to them. He also sort of wanted to set them on fire. Especially since it was Nana. "Let's go get dinner." "Hello Naruto." He still had no idea who the pervert old man was, but there was one thing he knew for sure. "You can join us if you want." No. He wanted nothing to do with him. He was about to bolt when Tsunade stopped him. "Naruto." She had grown serious again. He squirmed under her gaze. I know what Orochimaru promised you must be tempting. But you can't trust him. If he didn't ask for anything in return, it will come. And it won't be something you'll want to give." He gaped at her, at the unspeakable sadness and anger weighing her down, at the closed-off expression of the other man, and he could feel the space their story took, their past and feelings, years and years, as he realized they had to know each other, and well enough. She knew. She knew all about it, and she was pained by it greatly. He felt small in the face of this. He couldn't understand what was at play here. Then again, they couldn't either. He bolted without another word. "Yo, Sasuke. You were called in too." The small hope Sasuke had nurtured that this convocation to the Hokage's office was unrelated to any Chunin promotion business was washed away by Shikamaru's lazy salute and pointed look. There was no other reason why both of them would have been summoned at the same time. Among all of the genin, Shikamaru was the only one whose promotion made little doubt. Try not to look too happy about it." Sasuke grimaced but didn't answer, though he could have commented about how little Shikamaru seemed to like it himself, and they waited in silence to be called in. He was grateful to see that at least, it was only the two of them and the Hokage, along with her right-hand woman who was always in the office with her. He had feared his father would be there too, that he would have to tailor his reaction and words to his scrutiny. Shikamaru's father wasn't here either. "Good morning, Shikamaru, Sasuke." "Hokage-sama." They bowed. She was leaning against her desk. She rarely sat on the chair. "You must have an inkling as to why I asked you here." "We do," Sasuke said through gritted teeth. She looked amused. She reached back to grab 2 scrolls from her desk, sealed with her personal seal and more ornamented than ordinary mission orders or reports. Their name had been inked in careful calligraphy, one for each. "Congratulations," she said, handing them the promotion decree. "You both made Chunin." It was hard to say, out of Shikamaru and himself, which one was the least thrilled. "You'll be briefed later today on your new status and prerogatives. Your genin teams are dissolved, though you'll be allowed to request them for the missions you'll be leading, as long as they qualify. Do you have any questions?" On all accounts, it was a bad idea to ask the question he indeed had. Princess Tsunade was fair and approachable, but she was still the Hokage, and he basically meant to both question her decision and her motivations. It was a bad idea. I would like to know why we were selected, he blurted out before he could talk himself out of it. Why? Do you think you don't deserve it? He bit his tongue, hesitant. He had the skill level and knowledge to be a Chunin, that couldn't be debated. And yet, that's not it. Do you take issue with your friend's promotion? No. She smirked, knowing. She knew exactly where he was going with it, he was sure. Did my father ask, he said at last, because this was the only thing he wanted to know. The man was adamant to see Sasuke get promoted, and Sasuke wouldn't put it past him to use his influence at the tower to that goal. If he had, the woman said, voice sharper than before, it wouldn't have worked in your favor. Sasuke had heard in passing some shinobi complain about her intransigence, and some older ones about her lack of respect for secular traditions. Word was she had little consideration for the clan's status and power. Sasuke had gained a new appreciation for her. Thank you for your answer, he said politely with a small bow. She looked startled, before she burst into a booming laugh that made Sasuke redden, embarrassed. I like you, kid. So, do you accept? For a wild second, Sasuke thought of saying no. Being a Chunin would only set him apart from Naruto and Sakura, as if Naruto wasn't distant enough already, and just imagining the look of his father's face. But it was gone as soon as it came. Sasuke wanted to climb the ranks. He had things to do, things that couldn't be achieved by a mere genin. Yes. I thank you for your trust, Hokage-sama. He couldn't say if she was pleased or amused by the formality. It's not like he could let go of it anyway, his parents had drilled proper apparatus into him deeply enough that it was stuck there now. What about me? Shikamaru asked. Can I refuse? She grinned. No. Figured, he sighed dramatically. We're proud of you, Sasuke. His father was pleased. His mother too, but it wasn't the same, she would have been fine even if he hadn't made it. His father though. Maybe Sasuke had managed to seed some doubts in his mind, because he seemed relieved, which meant he hadn't been as convinced as he had claimed that Sasuke would be made Chunin. At least it was confirmation that he had had no hand in the matter. Sasuke was pleased too. 12 was more than honorable an age to become a Chunin, and even if he was 2 years behind Itachi, it didn't manage to bring his mood down as it once could have. He had decided that what mattered was the end of the line. When he sat in the Hokage office, it wouldn't matter how old he was when he had passed the Chunin exam. Chunin meant more responsibilities, more missions that would be more interesting. It meant more information too, being closer to the action, to the Hokage Tower and to his end goal. The requirements to make Jounin were on a whole other level, he had to get started right now. There was no time to waste. Naruto wouldn't wait forever. His mother made his favorite, omusubi with okaka and tomato salad, and his parents indulged in a drink to celebrate, though they stayed very reasonable about it. The windows were open, summer breeze sweeping the living room, and for once, there was no tension, no argument to be had. Sasuke could bask in his parents' attention, and it was nice. And then, his father had to ruin it. So, what about you, Itachi? When are you going back to active duty? You could go on missions together now. Itachi looked at Sasuke. They didn't need to make any kind of gesture, not even a nod, not even a blink. They looked at each other, Itachi asking, Sasuke assuring him it was okay. It wasn't his fault if their father couldn't let this go. Itachi turned back to their parents. I'm not. Their father's smile froze on his face. Excuse me. I'm not going back to active duty. That's definitive. And just like that, the good mood was forgotten, Sasuke's promotion too. If Itachi always had the spotlight for his accomplishments, he also did for his mistakes. Sasuke would have had to set a building on fire to compete with Itachi getting slightly less than a perfect grade at school, and some things never changed. Where is this coming from? I've been thinking about it for a long time. I made my decision. Please respect it, father. The man was speechless. It was the first time Itachi was so decisive, and that he went against him so frontally. He was sitting straight, face closed, and determined. Choice made, and no intention to go back on it. This is, how can you say that? Mikoto. She waved a hand to signify she wouldn't get involved. She looked taken aback too, most likely though, her surprise was only due to Itaka saying anything at all, more than what he had to say. She always seemed to know that sort of thing. Do you realize what a waste it is? For the village and the clan, and even for your fellow shinobi. What will you even do? I don't know yet. Itaka wasn't getting angry, not even a little worked up. Sasuke was envious. He was boiling over, and this wasn't even about him. It worked on their father though, whose anger couldn't express itself properly if it didn't receive any answer. Why, he managed to grit out through his choked indignation, and there was so much disbelief in his voice, like he couldn't possibly think of a single reason. Itaka stayed silent. Sasuke didn't. That's what he wants, he snapped, isn't that enough? Why is it never about that with you? Both his parents looked at him then, both puzzled by the accusation. They weren't even aware of it. It's always about what you want. Or what's best for the clan, or what's tradition, or the most strategic choice, or what everyone is doing, has ever done. Why can't we just choose? Sasuke had a flash of the red ink on Naruto's chest. Why aren't we free? What, are you going to tell me you don't want to be a shinobi either? I want to be Hokage. And I will be. And Itaka doesn't want to fight. So he won't. And he knew he had no authority to be saying any of this, but also, what could his father do? He couldn't force Itaka to go back. He couldn't. Sasuke thought about Naruto again, who had asked more than once. Why become a shinobi? It had always been the obvious choice for Sasuke and Itachi and all the kids around them. Sasuke had never questioned if he could do anything else. He wondered when Itachi had started to, but he thought he had an idea. Had Itachi ever enjoyed a single aspect of their shinobi life? Be it the academy, his genin team, the missions, the training, when had he ever enjoyed himself a little? When had he ever been happy? Sasuke wasn't so fond of fighting for his life, but he wanted to help and protect, and he liked to learn new techniques and get stronger, he liked to train and to study, he liked the idea, the ideals. That's what he wanted to do with his life, what he wanted to be. Though he wondered if his choices would have been different, had he been born in a different family. Itachi, he was certain, had disliked all of this from the start. Yet he had done as he was told. He was exceptionally good at what he did, and that had sealed his fate. Since he could do it, and do it well, then he had to. He had once told Sasuke that being gifted wasn't a blessing at all. We will talk about it later, their father eventually said. It was frustrating, but probably for the best. Sasuke had inherited his tendency to let his words run free in the heat of the moment, and he didn't want to say something he would regret. They finished their dinner in heavy silence and awkward attempts at casual conversations. Later, when he was getting ready for bed, Itaka came to find him in his room. I'm sorry, he said from the door, hesitating to enter. For what? It was supposed to be about you. I'm used to it, Sasuke said with a shrug. He regretted it immediately. He had sounded more bitter than he wanted to, the corners of Itaka's mouth turned down, his frown deepened. The lines under his eyes were more pronounced when he was upset. I mean it doesn't matter. I'm sorry. Sasuke looked at his brother closely. He was used to this deciphering. Sasuke wasn't of many words, but he was a chatting box compared to Itachi. For what? He asked again. I let you fight in my place. It was true in more than one way. Arguing with their father, going out on missions. Itachi just didn't have much fight in him. And Sasuke had plenty. He could even admit that he didn't just headbutt with the old man for Itachi's sake. He was just wrong, and Sasuke felt the constant urge to prove it to him. Itachi didn't want to fight anyone. And Sasuke wanted to fight everyone. So it worked out in the end. You'll tell me? Sasuke asked. When you figure it out. I'm in this with you. Don't hide away. Itachi smiled softly. Promise. At the very least, they would always have each other. Naruto decided to stand guard near the orphanage. The first few days, nothing happened, but after a week, he saw Shizun march in with a couple of chunin and some administrators from the tower. They came out after a long while, Shizun looking pissed, and after a few more days, most of the staff at the orphanage had been replaced. The thefts stopped at the warehouse. When he saw Sasuke next, it was the first thing the boy said to him, even before they could talk about his promotion. "Did you hear about the orphanage? How do you even know?" Sasuke looked away, embarrassed. I've been checking. Just in case." Naruto realized they had the exact same idea, that they had probably been standing guard a few dozen meters apart this whole time. He was reminded then that Sasuke was upright and trustful, and maybe even naive at times, but he wasn't an idiot. And he had checked. To make sure. Like it mattered to him. He didn't understand at all. "I was looking for you," Shikamaru said, plopping down next to Naruto where he was sprawled in the grass, basking in the sun. It was a beautiful day, sunny and warm, probably one of the last ones they would get, as summer was coming to an end. Naruto was supposed to report to the mission assignment desk that morning, but now that Sasuke was a chunin, Sakura and Naruto had been sent back to the worst of genin duties, catching cats and tending to gardens, and he couldn't do that a day longer. So he was skipping. He could always start lifting wallets again if he needed money. This wasn't worth it. Sakura would have his head, probably, but later. For now, Shikamaru had been considering enough not to sit between Naruto and the sun, out of experience probably, as he was quite known for enjoying that particular way of wasting his time away, and Naruto was content. "What do you want?" he asked without opening his eyes. "To give you something." That made him curious. He thought Shikamaru just wanted someone to cover for him or something. They were evenly matched on the skipping and hiding department. Shikamaru didn't like to work too much. When Naruto opened his eyes, he had to squint to distinguish what Shikamaru was holding up between his fingers. As soon as he did, he bolted upright, snatching the small object. Shikamaru huffed. Naruto ignored him. "Is that?" "Yes." It was a small sculpture, a little fox curled around its two tails, asleep. It was made of sand. Naruto looked up with round eyes at Shikamaru, who sighed as if giving an explanation for this was that much of an unexpected inconvenience. "I'm working at communication for now, specifically foreign liaison. Specifically, Suna." He waved around a letter covered in scratches Naruto had no hope of deciphering. "You remember the girl? To marry. And she sent that in an official letter from her government." No. Naruto wouldn't get anything more specific, he presumed. He turned back to the sculpture. Chakra lingered in the sand, making its creator unmistakable. Gaara had given it to his sister, trusting her to send it. She had, trusting Shikamaru would pass it on. And he had. So that Naruto could have it now. It felt like a minor miracle. "Do you have news?" The Kaze cage wasn't too happy. "But they're fine." Okay. The fox was warm in his hand. Gaara was okay somewhere, thinking about Naruto as Naruto was thinking about him. They could reach each other. It was the longest he had spent with Shikamaru in recent memories. They used to hang out a little as kids, but Naruto often felt uncomfortable surrounded by his peers, and it hadn't lasted. "Thank you. Don't mention it." They enjoyed the sun in silence after that. The academy was on break, so Shisui was at the house a lot these days. He still woke up ridiculously early. Shinobi on leaves tended to keep the exact same rhythm they did on missions like idiots, but instead of running out of the house just as Naruto would stir, he stayed around, cooking, tending to the garden or cleaning the house. Naruto couldn't say he understood his conception of leisure time, but what did he know? Shisui didn't go out much, but he had a lot of people over for lunch or dinner or tea, or anything really. They always ended up eating something. Breakfast was Naruto's favorite. It was the only meal that didn't risk being invaded, and they were both a little slower in the morning, quiet and soft, and there was a peace to those moments that Naruto didn't think he could get anywhere else. Moments that made him realize that, through trials and thorns, he was home here. Oh, what a wild thought. "What are you doing today?" Shisui asked once the gyoza were gone and he was half slumped over the table, full and content to stay right where he was. I'm training with Sasuke. Oh, really? He asked. Shisui looked far too pleased. He worried, because he thought Naruto spent too much time alone. He also worried when Naruto slept too late, when he didn't eat enough, and when he had blood on his clothes. He worried all the time. And Naruto grumbled and waved him off, but he would have been lying if he said it wasn't a little nice. There was something, he thought, there was a word for this, for Shisui and Naruto in the little house, for the shared breakfast and Shisui's fretting, but Naruto wasn't sure, and if he had been, he wouldn't have dared utter it anyway. Sasuke came to fetch him and they went to the Uchiha's ground for once, the open field behind their district where they could train as they wished, especially their special brand of devastating fire techniques that weren't the best idea in the middle of the woods. He feared it would be awkward, that they would have a hard time falling back into it, but they didn't. Fighting was the easiest thing between them. They knew each other well by now, knew their bodies, their minds, how they moved together. This was something else that Naruto enjoyed greatly, he remembered. His thoughts quieting down as they fell into their rhythm, how there was no miscommunication possible, feelings flowing freely. How they could understand each other a little more. Sasuke wanted to talk. He could feel it in his impatience, in the very way he breathed around unformed words. He had been right to suggest they train first, for Naruto felt grounded now, and he was ready for it. He would listen. Do you trust me? Sasuke didn't believe in softening the blow. Since it was a real question, Naruto took the time to think about a true answer. The quick one would have been no, because he didn't even know what that was supposed to mean. But he could try, couldn't it? It wasn't about the people, the village, the life waiting for them. It was just Sasuke. Yeah. He found that it was less a feeling, and more a decision to be made. He could decide that he did. That Sasuke did care and that he wouldn't give up on him, he had to decide he believed it, since he was incapable of knowing for sure. Maybe that's how people did it. Sasuke looked startled, as if he hadn't expected that answer, or any answer at all. He frowned, as he did when he was determined to get his point across no matter what. There was no stopping him. I know you're not very happy here. I know it's hard for you, still. Naruto opened his mouth to protest, because they weren't supposed to talk about it, not like that, not so bluntly, it wasn't to be acknowledged. What could he say though? It was only the truth. It won't always be like this. Sasuke. Things can change. And why would they? Because I'll make it so. They were alone in the field, and it was wide enough that they felt a bit alone in the whole world, hair and clothes ruffled by the wind, time standing still. Sasuke had never looked so sure of himself as he did now. Naruto wanted to grasp at it, hold it close. He wished he could share his conviction. I'll be Hokage one day. And even before that. Things will change. I just need some time. Time was all they had to bargain with. Time, and how long they could endure. You have to give me time. When I enter the academy, things will get better, Naruto used to think. Then it had been, when I make Genin. And then, when I get stronger. Stronger, stronger. And then, when I'm strong enough to leave. But there was something else. Because life was better, better than it had been, at any rate. And so there was something else. When enough time has passed, and I can trust this is real, then. The question ever since had been, would that be enough? And it was what Sasuke wondered too, what they all wondered. Would they be enough? And sometimes Naruto was sure they wouldn't. And sometimes, he desperately wanted them to. So that he could settle. So that he could let it go. So that he could belong, at last, and be secured in his place in this world. I will change it all. I will set you free. So please, just. Sasuke took a step forward. His fists were tightly closed at his sides. Naruto wondered if he too itched to reach out. Don't leave. He didn't think he had been that transparent. His first instinct was dismissal, wave the whole thing off, ignore it. But Sasuke's eyes were holding his and there was no looking away, and without looking away, he couldn't lie to him. Couldn't feign disaffection, couldn't play it down. His thoughts had to be clear on his face, on display for his friend to witness. Lying had never been hard for him, yet lying to Sasuke was the hardest thing. I don't know, he said weakly, though Sasuke hadn't asked anything, though it didn't make much sense. Sasuke nodded anyway. He wasn't waiting for an answer, he just wanted to say his piece. Keep it in mind. That's all, he said firmly, regaining some balance after looking so raw, so on edge. Naruto couldn't say the same. He was tilting more and more off balance, yet never falling. He didn't know if he would finally tumble, or if he would just found out he had completed a whole turn and ended upright again. Okay. They kept staring a while longer, having to commit the moment to memory, so that they could go back to it. What would have become of this point in time in 1, 2, 10 years? It was so frustrating sometimes, to have no idea what the future held. Let's go again, Sasuke said, putting his guard back up, and Naruto was grateful for it, because sparring with his friend was about the only thing he could handle right now. For a few more hours, just not thinking about anything. Are you seriously thinking about it? Could it be fear, under the disdain? Could demons even feel fear? I don't know. He had found that he could make the water go away, if he wanted to. He could also make the prison a little brighter, less gloomy. He didn't know why he went down there, but he found himself often enough sitting in front of the cage, meditating under the beast's scrutinizing glare. Why would you do that? He couldn't explain this to a disembodied monster, not when he wasn't even able to explain it to himself. But he was thinking about it still. About staying. You said you would set me free. So the fox had been listening after all. I will. They will never let you. And he was right, of course. No one in Konoha would be foolish enough to consider it. Or caring enough. No one who had the power to stop him anyway. No one yet. Sasuke will. The demon's confusion was palpable, thick in the air. Naruto found himself strangely attuned to its emotions, especially here, so close to its territory. Or maybe it was just his own feelings, mirrored. It was hard to make the distinction sometimes. You have that much faith in him? He will. Naruto could not imagine Sasuke not achieving anything he set his mind to. And Sasuke didn't lie, he didn't stray. And Naruto had faith. What is so special about him? From the demon's perspective, nothing surely. Sasuke wasn't the only talented shinobi their age, he wasn't the only stubborn one, the only one dreaming about making a difference and rising to the highest high of their world. Sasuke was special though. If only to Naruto. He was the very first. The first to have crossed the gap, the first to have reached out. When Naruto had sought him out, all those years ago, to get a decent training partner and get the chance to kick his ass too, he fully expected to keep the boy at arm's length, and for him to do the same, so that they would never attempt to get any closer. What had prompted Sasuke to ditch that, to walk the distance, he couldn't fathom it. There was some rebellion in it, his reason for approaching Naruto the very same that had kept all the other kids away. But the dedication Sasuke had kept at it, despite Naruto's desperate reluctance, it went beyond that. By all accounts, Sasuke should have given up on him by now. Every time Naruto was harsher than needed, every time he pushed him away, he was seized by the same panic, that this would be the final straw, the one that would finally tip the balance over, send Sasuke away for good. And at the same time, he almost wished for it. To put an end to that strange anticipation, since it was bound to happen and Naruto was sick of waiting in fear. And maybe also to prove himself right after all. Prove that he had been right to doubt, and to keep his distance, because there Sasuke went. It was unfair to him. If he decided to turn his back on Naruto, it certainly wouldn't be from any lack of trying on his part. It would be on Naruto and Naruto only. And yet, it didn't happen. Sasuke was still there. He and Sakura, they just wouldn't give up, and it made no sense. But Naruto was slowly starting to believe that it was just how things were. And how they would remain. Will you be able to bear it though? How much longer? There was no answering that question. I don't know. Maybe I'll try anyway. He rubbed his finger at the base of his throat, where he could feel the strokes engraved by the sand on his skin. Gaara had found it. Love. He had it now, Naruto wouldn't ever take it away, and he would maybe even found some in his family too. Naruto also had some love, he knew that. But it wasn't what he most longed for. If he waited, he would stay stuck here, and it would suck. But he would also not make them unhappy, not bring them pain and disappointment, because no matter how much he loathed it, that's what would happen when he left. For some reason, they would be sad. He hated it when they were sad. And if he left, he would be alone. It didn't used to bother him that much. He would be alone. No Sasuke, no Sakura, no Shisui, no Tsunade. They would stay behind. Live their life, a life he wouldn't be in. They wouldn't be in his either. That's the price to pay. Freedom. Love. Was it that he had to choose between the two? I will change it all. I will set you free. Maybe not. Maybe he didn't need to. Maybe there was hope. The light sound of a bell hanging from a rice hat, chiming in the wind. An announcement. A warning. The seals are still lacking. Voice slightly muffled by a mask. Bright orange, but hard to see beyond the hat and the high collar. Good for us. A grin, shark-like. Hand tightening on the handle of a massive sword. Let's hunt down some tails. Beyond the mask and its swirling spiral, the red glint of a Sharingan. Chapter 33. It was a good day. The air was warm, the sky cloudless. They had nothing better to do than lay down in the grass by the river and enjoy the sun. Izumi was on leave, Shisui still had a few days before the academy resumed, and they had even managed to drag Itachi out for once. His face was already pink with how unused it was to soak up sunlight. Shisui knew the uncertainty of his future and his place in the village weighed heavily on his cousin's mind, and it was nice to see him unburdened for once, smiling softly at the open sky. Izumi was ranting about the jerk she had been paired up with on her latest mission while Shisui made a valiant but only mildly successful attempt at braiding flowers into her hair. It was a good day. And then it wasn't. Itachi jolted upward, startling his two friends. His gaze wandered in the distance, as if looking for something beyond the tree line and the flowing water, even though they were the only ones around. What is it, Itachi? Izumi asked, resting a gentle hand on his arm as if he would spook. He looked back at them, eyes widen, lips parted, with an emotion Shisui had rarely seen on his stoic face. Fear. It was fear. We need to find my father. It was a good day. Fugaku finally closed the report and reclined in his chair with a heavy sigh. He didn't know who was to blame for Shinobi's abysmal writing skills, but he sure felt like blaming someone. Sorting through reports wasn't supposed to be that hard a trial, and yet it was, given how Fugaku had the sensation he was grading 10-year-old papers. Alright, so maybe he was being a little harsher than needed. He used to find respite in his work, from the other aspects of his life, but nowadays his worries followed him everywhere. He couldn't get his last conversation with his sons out of his mind. Sasuke was right, it had never crossed Fugaku's mind that they could want other things for themselves. Just as he had never wondered about his own path. It wasn't a choice they made. It was just how things were. And among all of them, Itachi was the very best, destined to the highest achievements, and Fugaku couldn't reconcile this fact with the quiet resolution on his eldest face, when he had announced his unambiguous decision to quit the shinobi force for good. What would he even do then? There was a soft knock on his open door, as Inyazuka Hana peered inside carefully. He gestured for her to come in. The latest reports from the warehouse, the girl said, handing him yet another dreaded read. The thefts seemed to have stopped for good. He was still a little bitter that the patrols had not been able to do anything about this, and that the issue had to be turned over to the mission desk. But the police force was stretched thin by the fallout of Orochimaru's infiltration that needed to be weeded out, and in the end, Sasuke and his team had solved the situation quickly. Fugaku had no idea how, but he was unwilling to read a report about it. He could let it slide. Thank you, Hana. Is Inabi around? I think he's still at the shopping district, about last week's fire. Send him to me when he's back. Yes, Uchiha-san. Hana was mild and mellow and never seemed to be bothered by anything. She worked efficiently and could handle all the members of the police force she came across, no matter how rude or dismissive, including him. Sometimes he had a feeling she approached humans the same she did the beasts she took care of, what with the non-threatening smile and firm voice. Despite her easy smile and compliance, she was impossible to intimidate, as stubborn and unmovable as her mother. "Hannah? Can I ask you something?" They spent a lot of time together at the police headquarters, but it's not like they got to talk or anything. Fuyugako was awkward around younger people, especially those who were his son's age. Mikoto would say he was awkward with the rest too. Of course. It's not work-related. It's a bit personal, I suppose. You can ask, she said with a smile. She would decide to answer or not. I was wondering why you choose to work here. You had excellent reviews on your field work. Why did you decide not to go on missions anymore? To his surprise, it took her no time at all to answer. I wanted to be in the village as much as possible, and this was the place that most appealed to me, compared to intelligence or communication. I like to help. Was it such a problem, to be sent out? I have the animals to look after and still have much to learn on the matter. And I don't like being away from my family. It was such a straightforward, heartfelt admission. She wasn't embarrassed by it in the least. She had obviously thought this through carefully, and she was content with her choice. What about you, Uchiha-san? Why did you choose this? She made a vague gesture at the office he had been occupying for more than 15 years, ever since his uncle had passed the title of head of the police force to him, and the big, cluttered desk that went with it. He found himself lacking an answer. It didn't feel like a choice. It was just where he was supposed to be. What else would he have done? He supposed he could have stayed in the active roster, but truth be told, most older shinobi had left their place on the front line at one point or another for a more settled position, and the privileges and prestige that went with it. But not before long years of field missions and fights. It was war anyway. It's not like they had a choice. It was different now, for the kids of today. Hannah's smile tightened. He had stayed silent too long. She had to worry she had said the wrong thing. He could think of nothing to say to reassure her of further the discussion. She disappeared without another word. Only to be back moments later, a very different kind of worry on her face. Sir, there is. Dad. Fuyugako had the most terrible feeling of déjà vu, when Itaka burst into his office, face ashen and eyes wide, but he was older now and there was determination on his face, even if he looked scared too. Shisui was close behind, with Izumi. Hannah stepped to the side, and Fuyugako went to meet his son in the middle of the room. What is it? What happened? He's here. The man, the one with the sherry non. He's here. He's in the village. Are you sure? Itaka nodded, decisive, though he looked like he feared he wouldn't be believed. As if they had time for that. Alone. I don't know. Where? I'm not sure. If he didn't know more, there was no time to waste guessing. Hannah. I need you to go to the Hokage Tower right away. Report these exact words to the Godame, she will know what it means. If you cross path with any member of the Uchiha clan above genin level, tell them to, and have them come here. Be discreet though, I don't want a panic. Yes, Uchiha-san. She was gone in an instant. He trusted the message would get around. She was efficient and reliable, and he had to count on her for now. Itake, I want you to find Sasuke, and I want you to go home. But that's an order. Izumi, will you see to it? The girl nodded firmly, implacable. It was a testimony to his state of mind that Itaka didn't protest any further. That man, that stranger who bore their mark, he was one of the very few who knew about Itake, about what he had been tasked to do back then, and they had to keep it that way. Itaka was in no state to face him. And Itaka didn't even want to be a shinobi anymore. They would do without him. Various members of the police force were starting to crowd outside his office, rounded by Hannah and her words spreading around. Izumi stirred a stunned Itake away. Shisui, you. I need to do something. Before Fuyugako could protest, the boy was gone too. He didn't have time to deal with it. He struck the boy from his mind, and went on to organize the manhunt. He had to find Naruto. He didn't know where the urge came from, but he knew he had to. A rogue Sharingan user set loose in the village, of whom they knew nothing except that he had ominous intentions toward the Uchiha clan at least and probably the village too. Shisui had to find Naruto. Stick him somewhere safe. And then maybe he would be able to think clearly again. Naruto felt the emotions before anything else. He was napping by the riverbank, in a secluded corner away from the bustle of the village, enjoying the sun on his skin. On another day, maybe the wave of bitterness and rage wouldn't have felt so jarring, would have just mixed with his own. But it was a good day and he was in a good mood, so the contrast hit him like a wall. He was on his feet in an instant, alert and focused. There was no one here except from him, and the knot of resentment getting closer. He grabbed a kunai in one hand, closed the other around a scroll in his pocket. He was acutely aware of how far from any help he was and regretted Akito and Akira who had left just a few minutes ago to go do what foxes did of their time. Maybe it was on purpose. Two men appeared on the path. One broad and tall, cutting an impressive figure in his black cloak printed with swirling red clouds. He had pale, blue skin and a strange, shark-like face, framed by a forehead protector covering his ears. On it, Naruto recognized the symbol that once adorned Haku's mask, Kiri's mark. Except it had been crossed out. The sword in his back was so large it almost grazed the ground. Despite the impressive sight, it wasn't the one Naruto felt immediate repulsion toward. The second man was ordinary looking compared to his companion, of average height and build, though it was hard to tell under that same black cloak. He also had a sword, a simple katana at his waist. Nothing showed of his face, hidden by an orange mask, pierced of a single hole for his right eye. And his right eye, beyond the mask, was of a shape and shade Naruto knew well. He knew to look away then, always wary of the glint of the Sharingan. More so right then, because that man certainly wasn't a Konoha shinobi, wasn't an Uchiha. Whoever he was, the deep hatred in his heart was strong enough for the Kyuubi to react to it, and Naruto felt compelled to take a step back, to put some distance between them. "We were just looking for you, Uzumaki Naruto." The voice was light, almost joyful, as if this was just a chance encounter between casual acquaintances. Naruto's grip tightened around his kunai. "Why? We need you to come with us." "I'd rather not." "You don't have a choice." The other man was grinning, his teeth were pointy and sharp like a shark's. Naruto was seized with the certitude that he couldn't win against the two. He raised his kunai. "Come get me then." The shark-like man couldn't have looked more pleased by that. He reached for his sword and with impressive speed considering his build and the size of his weapon, he charged at Naruto, who realized as the bandage around it unraveled that this was no mere sword, it was covered in what resembled scales, and a kunai wouldn't do much against it. He didn't get to find out how little. A second and the telltale sound of a shunshin later, someone else was standing between Naruto and the sword, raising a sword of their own and deflecting the blow, before grabbing Naruto's arms to flicker them both out of harm's way. "I told you I hated when you did that," Naruto grumbled when Shisui let go of his arm, head spinning from the high-speed movement. "And I told you to stop goading your opponents like a moron, especially the ones stronger than you." Shisui still had his back to him, still stood between him and the two foreigners. Naruto didn't like it. He didn't need protection, and certainly not from him. "What are you doing here? What do you think?" Couldn't Shisui ever mind his own business? "Shisui, isn't it? Shisui of the body flicker." "We've heard much about you," the masked man said. He seemed to be the one in charge, out of the two. His tone was still pleasant, conversational. "I can't say the same for you," Shisui shot back lightly. "Though I recognize your friend from the mist." "Oh? I'm flattered," the shark man said. "Intel is everything." "Kisame, isn't it? You're a deserter from Kirigakure. And you're going to die very soon," the man answered with great delight. He swung his sword in a few practice moves, and it wasn't hard to imagine what its sharp teeth could do to someone's body. Naruto knew well Shisui's fighting style. It had been deemed the most annoying style in the world by many shinobi in the village and out, since it consisted mostly of Shisui flickering around, impossible to catch, and teasing his opponents to great frustration and fatal mistakes. Naruto had raged over it many times. Yet when that man, Kisame, charged again, Shisui only ducked and deviated the massive blade with his sword, barely moving his feet. Kisame's next swing forced him to sidestep, but he went back to his original position right away. It took a second for Naruto to understand why. He jumped to his feet, anger overtaking the instinct telling him to stay clear of that fight, away from those men. At the next hit, when Shisui dodged, Naruto was right behind. Crouched down, he sprung up, smashing his head under Kisame's chin. The man cursed, took a few steps back. "I don't need your protection," Naruto spat out angrily. Shisui rolled his eyes. "Now is not a time for a petty tantrum, Naruto. These are not ordinary threats. And you can't take them both on your own." Naruto was not overly confident in his abilities to stand his ground in his situation, not when his instincts were screaming at him to turn tails and run, but he added more than zero to Shisui's skills, and that was something. For some reason the idea of leaving Shisui to deal with this on his own was repulsive enough for him to easily shut down the gut feeling telling him that they weren't strong enough, that they needed to run. "Help is on the way," Shisui said under his breath. He seemed confident enough. He had to be. Or they were screwed. Naruto wasn't used to feeling this way. There was something about that masked man that set him on edge, that sent the fox reeling inside of him, and what, Naruto wondered, could put the fearsome nine-tailed fox in such a state? They had no choice but to fight either way. Soon the shark man was on them again, and when they split to avoid the blow, the masked man stopped Shisui from regrouping with Naruto. "Sorry, but we're on a bit of a schedule. We need to wrap this up quickly." Shisui chuckled, at ease with that sort of playful display while fighting for his life. Naruto found it exasperating. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time to dwell on it, for he had his own opponent to worry about. The sword caught him in the shoulder, and even though he managed to go with the momentum and avoid being thrown away like a ragdoll, he immediately understood that the sword's unusual shape and size weren't its only danger. Naruto had tested his chakra vacuum seal often enough on himself to recognize the sensation. Shisui and the masked man hadn't moved at all, locked in a staring contest probably as violent as Naruto's own fight, though nothing showed of it. Shisui still managed to chip in. "Be careful of that sword. It eats up chakra." "Couldn't have guessed," Naruto muttered angrily. Kisame laughed, still apparently having the time of his life. "Intel is everything." Naruto would have stuck his tongue at him if Shisui could afford to look in his direction. "You have some strength to spare, boy," Kisame said with his grin full of teeth, and it sounded like a compliment. The Kyuubi chakra was untouched, the fox reluctant to pull his weight this time, and Naruto could only be thankful for whatever lineage he had. Tsunade had said the Uzumaki were known for their huge chakra reserve, hadn't she? It was harder than it looked, and it looked plenty hard already, to avoid that sword. Especially because every time it grazed at Naruto and drew more energy from him, it seemed to get bigger and bigger. Naruto would have sworn the sword was having as much fun as its owner. The two others were still not moving. "I have to say, your reputation is not undeserved, Uchiha Shisui. I'm sorry I can't say the same." Shisui's voice was more strained though. Whatever was happening inside their head, it wasn't nearly as pleasant as that meaningless banter. Naruto had to think of something. But that Kisame was no joke, and apart from escaping his giant sword in a water bullet technique that was very painful, Naruto couldn't do much else. He gritted his teeth through the chakra and skin being ripped off his body by the sword. If Shisui heard him, he would focus away from whatever battle he was fighting against the other Sharingan, and they couldn't have that. Maybe it was even the plan, Naruto thought, seeing that Kisame wasn't actively trying to kill him. It looked more like a fun game to him. Or maybe he was just like that. "Come on kid, this is boring. Try something." As annoying as he was, that wasn't a bad suggestion. He had to try something. Preferably something dangerous and stupid, though it would annoy Shisui. The advantage of seals stored into scrolls was that if the seal failed, well, that was on the scroll. It was harder to power and control, but at least if something went wrong, it wasn't his body that would explode. He didn't know how to make chakra vacuum seals with his own body anyway. What would be the point? It's not as if he would ever run out of chakra. So he got his scroll out. A strong one. And the next time the sword came down on him, instead of dodging, he opened his arms and wrapped around it with the unrolled scroll. Fuinjutsu, Chakra Vacuum Seal. Ninja paper didn't tear so easily, even the mediocre ones Naruto could afford. He hugged it around the sword, held on his Kisame, waved it around, annoyed. It was only a matter of who could soak up chakra the hardest, and the scroll had an advantage: it was empty, for now. Nothing to draw from there. The sword shrunk in his arms. By the time Kisame had the unpleasant idea of slamming it, and Naruto, against a tree, the boy had jumped out and rolled away, clutching the scroll to his chest. It was thrumming, loaded up to the brink. The sword was twice as small as it had been a minute ago, and Kisame looked pissed, but excited too. Bloodthirsty. Intel is everything, Shisui said again, hints of pride in his voice even if he could only follow what was happening from the corner of his eyes. His eyes were crying blood though. He was sweating buckets. And his opponent seemed to run out of patience. "And what do you think about that intel?" he asked. On the periphery of his vision, Naruto caught his vanishing form, there one moment and gone the next. Less than a second later, the man was in front of him, and there was nothing Naruto could do but watch the slow run of his sword's end speeding toward his head. He had not time to get up, no time to even raise an arm and try to stop the blade, no time at all. Another second, the blade disappeared from view, replaced by the black of the Uchiha, their fan glaring at Naruto from a broad back. And the next moment, the sound. Wet and sharp, like paper tearing up. The point of a blade burst through the red of the fan, the white of the handle immediately took on the same color. Something warm splashed on Naruto's face. He watched in abject horror, frozen in place, listened to the sound in reverse as the blade was pulled out, heard a painful cough tear itself out of Shisui's throat. "Good one," he rasped out, before collapsing at Naruto's feet. They all felt it this time. Everyone, even the civilians, even those who had zero sensibility to chakra. It's not even that they felt it, they recognized it. All those who were old enough to remember the fateful night of Naruto's birth paused in whatever they were doing and looked up, gripped with the same dread. The crushing aura of the nine-tailed fox rippled through Konoha, bitter and overwhelming, and panic rose instantly as all shinobi geared up for a fight, as terrible memories assaulted all minds. It was as if they could feel the grief already, see the damage, taste the pain and terror. But then, something curious happened. The fox was there, with them. And then it wasn't. After just a few seconds, the sensation disappeared completely. The village turned peaceful again. The people blinked as if waking up, certain they had hallucinated. For those who couldn't see, the same confusion mirrored on those around them. There was no trace of it left. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" The fox was screaming, howling really, but it was as if it was underwater, and Naruto barely heard its raging voice. Or maybe it was him who was underwater. No, because then he wouldn't have heard Sasuke's voice so clearly, like the boy was right next to him, screaming in his ear. "I told you you had to stop the blood." Naruto's vision was blurry, veiled by a red haze that made the blood flowing through his fingers hardly distinguishable from anything else. But he could feel it just fine. He was kneeling on the forest floor by Shisui's side, both hands buried in his chest, and that order in Sasuke's stilted voice was the only thought in his mind. "You have to put pressure. You have to stop the blood." They were training near the river, throwing shuriken and kunao at each other. Sasuke was annoyingly good at it as always, having inherited his clan's notorious aim and precision. Sakura was faring well too. Naruto was far less performant, having no patience for the art. He wasn't paying attention, and Sasuke, focused on his targets, was paying too much, not in the right place. It was inevitable then, that a kunao Naruto threw in frustration was followed by a sharp cry of pain and an angry, "Naruto, you moron!" Sasuke was holding his thigh and managed to convince Sakura to go fetch some help without chewing Naruto out first. There was a lot of blood. Naruto remembered feeling completely helpless, useless, as Sasuke clutched tightly at his leg. "Shouldn't we take it out?" Naruto asked, pointing at the kunao. He was panicking a little because it was a lot of blood, and when would help arrive? Sasuke huffed. "No. Always better to keep it in, you'll do more damage pulling it out and it kind of stops the blood. It wasn't doing a very good job at it. Sasuke was very pale, and in pain. Come help me. What should I do? You have to put pressure. Here. Naruto replaced Sasuke's hand with his own, squeezing hard around the wound despite Sasuke hissing in pain. He kept insisting, don't let on, come on, keep the pressure, as his hands started to glow green. It's the first thing to do. Put pressure. Stop the blood. People bleed out fast. How do you know that? I've been studying. Of course he had. You should learn some things too, he chided. I don't get hurt. Not for you. You have to know how to help your teammates. Naruto didn't say that he didn't need to because Sasuke and Sakura were the only teammates he would ever have or want, and they knew this kind of thing, so it was fine. Sakura came back with a medic, and it occurred to Naruto that she would have done a better job than him at keeping the blood in, putting the pressure. But he would have done a terrible job at getting help, on account of most people avoiding to look in his direction, let alone hear him speak and speak to him in turn. All right. You'll teach me things. Naruto was pressing down on the hole in Shisui's chest, trying not to think about the first advice, don't pull the blade out, and the fact that the hole went all the way through and that blood was gushing out from the back too. Granted, he couldn't think about much. He could only focus on the one thing, keeping as much blood as possible inside Shisui's body. They're going to kill us. Is that what you want? What is wrong with you? The fox was worried, Naruto could understand. Neither of them wanted to die. But there was no part of Naruto's mind that could care about their enemies, still very real somewhere above him. He thought he could even hear them talking. But how could he care, when Shisui was bleeding out under his hands? Shisui couldn't die. He couldn't die. Naruto couldn't fathom it. For a second the fox had taken over, when Shisui had fallen, when Naruto had seen his ashen, still face, his unfocused eyes. For a second, he had wished to rain hell and lay waste on everything around him. But Shisui was alive. Shisui was alive. He had to be. If he died. No. No. He couldn't. It wasn't possible. He couldn't. This is quite touching, but we have to go, said one of the voices outside, one of the men. Maybe he tried to get closer, to grab him. Naruto couldn't tell. The demon's chakra sprung out on its own, slammed the man away. This was the reason why Naruto was seeing red, he was enveloped in it, and Shisui too. He couldn't tell if it was his doing or the fox's, who was controlling what or what was happening. He didn't care. He had to keep the pressure. The first thing that crossed Fugaku's mind, when he stumbled upon the scene near the river, was that Naruto had killed Shisui. Immediately after the thought he could hear Sasuke's disappointed voice in his head, see his disapproving glare that was his default expression when dealing with his father nowadays. Fugaku thought a lot about this face, its quiet judgment, its naked disapproval. Can't you do better? It kept asking again and again. Shisui was still, too still, bleeding on the ground. Naruto was above him, shielding his body with his own, and with the Kyuubi's chakra oozing off of him, keeping its assailants at bay. It wasn't reassuring in the least to see that it seemed to have a mind of its own, but that was a problem for later, much later. There were two men. One he identified as Hoshigaki Kisame, former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, not one to be taken lightly. The other had nothing to identify him, no Hitaiate, no visible trait. Except for the unmistakable thrum of the Sharingan. They both turned toward Fugaku and the few Uchiha with him. A moment later, Hatake Kakashi and Matogai appeared from another direction, followed by other Jounin. Neither of the two intruders looked particularly worried by that. Shall we? Kisame said, impatience in his voice. Fugaku called up his Sharingan, felt his fellow clan member do the same. The masked man sighed. It's no time for war yet. Let's go. Really? Come on, you're no fun. Kisame. And that was the most worrying sight of the day, Hoshigaki Kisame falling in line at this stranger's mild voice, putting his sword away with no further complaint. Till next time, the masked man said. There was something of a smile in his voice. They vanished into thin air. Not a Shunshin. Their presence was gone, they had teleported away. What the hell, Kakashi said at his side. Fugaku shared the sentiment. Naruto hadn't moved at all. Throughout the whole exchange he hadn't even raised his head, focused solely on where his hands disappeared in Shisui's mess of a wound. This was the priority now, Fugaku thought, with the usual ease he had for practical thinking. He made to get a closer look at Shisui, assess the damage. He was mercilessly repelled by the red chakra. Naruto! Kakashi exclaimed as he too tried and failed to reach the boy. They couldn't tell if he could even hear them, he seemed lost to the world. When Inabi tried to approach next, he was flung away hard enough to break a branch in his flight with a sinister crack. He was still breathing, but he didn't get up. Fugaku cursed under his breath. Let us through, Naruto. He needs care now. He could as well have been talking to a wall. Tenzo appeared with a few masked Umbu, took stock of the situation quickly enough. Kakashi had restraining seals in hand already and Tenzo knew what he had to do. They had to contain Naruto if they wanted to save Shisui's life, but who was to say he wouldn't hurt his caretaker in the process? Tenzo was already signing when a powerful voice stopped them in their track. That's enough. Fugaku held back a frustrated sigh. The Godame had just arrived at the scene. Shisui is not going to make it if we don't do anything, he exclaimed, uncaring of the rudeness of his tone. Were they to spare the Jinhiraki's feelings now too? Shisui was going to die. Can't you do better? Tsunade didn't even deign to acknowledge him in any way. Instead she walked calmly to the boy and knelt in front of him, at a safe distance from its destructive chakra. Naruto. Her low, gentle voice reached him when their scream hadn't. He raised his head, ever so slightly, listening. Naruto, you have to let me through. Shisui needs help. I have to keep the pressure. He was pushing his weight down on the wound, blood splattered all over his arms, his chest, his face too. Shisui was groaning weakly, unconscious but by no means resting. You're right. You did good, and I'm here now. I can take over. I can't let go. The red chakra flared. Tsunade didn't flinch. I can take over, she said again. I can heal him. Do you remember? I'm a medic. That's what I do. Will he die? At last Naruto raised his head to them, though he focused only on Tsunade. His eyes were red from the Kyuubi's influence, and red from tears too, face broken down in desperation, anguish plain as day even through the red haze. Fugaku was taken aback. Almost looked away. He can't die, Naruto pleaded with the vulnerability of a child praying for something he had no control over. He won't, Tsunade answered without hesitation. I promise. I will save him. But you have to let me through. She didn't wait for an answer as she started approaching again, slowly, crawling on the ground until she reached the crimson mist still dancing around the boy. It yielded to her presence and she put her hands on Naruto's, gently pushing to replace him, green light glowing as soon as it touched Shisui's still body. Tsunade nodded at Kakashi, creeping up in Naruto's back. He seized the boy by the waist and pulled him away as Tsunade, in the same move, straddled Shisui's hips and focused entirely on the wound on his chest. Fugaku had to fight off panic as the Kyuubi chakra flared, as he was thrown back 12 years ago and looking at the village falling in front of his very eyes. Naruto struggled, screamed, trashed in Kakashi's grip and the sense of foreboding was overwhelming, the absolute terror of being faced with something they couldn't control, couldn't tame, couldn't beat. Like then a corner of Fugaku's brain narrowed its focus to where his wife and sons were, trying to convince the rest of him that they were all right, safe in the refuge and that he couldn't just give it all up to go find them. He had to fight and protect what could be, had to uphold his duties, had to. Naruto broke free and rushed toward Tsunade and Shisui. The woman didn't even glance in his direction. Naruto froze a few meters away from them, visibly struggling against some unknown forces, though it was hard to tell if he was making an effort to move forward or backward. After a tense moment where they all stood still, ready to leap at him, ready to restrain him and drag him down to be chained if necessary, he spun around, reached for Kakashi, but instead of the hit they thought they would see, he tore from the Jounin's hand the restraining seal he was clutching and slammed it onto his own forehead. Kakashi was barely fast enough to catch him before he dropped unceremoniously to the floor, unconscious. The Kyuubi chakra was gone. He had battled it himself. He's stable. Shizune. Unflappable as ever, the Hokage's assistant rushed to her master's side. She opened a storage scroll and drew a stretcher from the paper that she laid next to Shisui. "What are you waiting for?" the Godame barked at the staring Jounin. "Help us." It was what spurred them back into motion. They moved Shisui to the stretcher, Tsunade still perched on top of him, though careful to balance her weight on the wooden handles. The Jounin carried them without complaints, back to the village, to the hospital. Fugaku too snapped out of his trance, ordered for his men to spread the news, that the threat was most likely gone for now but to stay on high alert and search the village, that Shisui was hurt in Naruto. He looked at the boy, small in Kakashi's arms. Tenzo was checking on him quietly, none of them knowing quite what to do. "Should we?" Tenzo started. He didn't finish the thought, and no one did for him. It had been an easy decision to make then, when Kakashi had brought an unconscious Naruto back to the Hokage Tower, to have him brought down to the cell, hidden away. None of them could shed the fear of the beast edged deep inside their heart, and nothing seemed able to battle it, least of all the compassion they didn't have for the host. "Can't you do better?" "I'll take him to the hospital," Kakashi decided, and in the pause that followed, he waited to see if someone would object, if they would stop him. Fugaku almost asked, if the boy was stable enough, if it was worth the risk. "Can't you do better?" He followed in silence. "Tekka." The man froze and turned heels, but he wasn't quick enough to avoid Sasuke backing him into a corner next to his house. For the sake of propriety, Izumi and Itachi only joined when the man was stuck. They could count on Sasuke. Sasuke didn't care about propriety. "I really need to go, Sasuke, come on. Just tell me what's going on. Please." Izumi and Itachi had barged into the training ground earlier and dragged Sasuke away without any explanation, under their cousin's dumbstruck gaze, thought the youngest had been advised to go home too, and the oldest to rejoin the police headquarters. Itachi had stayed stubbornly silent, while Izumi was more diplomatic but equally tight-lipped on what was going on. Sasuke had spotted Tekka outside after more than an hour of walking circles in the living room and seized the chance. He did his best pleading expression, hoping to sway the man who always had a soft spot for children. Tekka glanced at the three of them before letting out a defeated sigh. "I can't tell you much. The threat is gone for now, that's all I know." "Are you sure?" Itachi asked, a little frantic. "Yeah." The intruders left and Tekka trailed off, but he had said too much already. "What is it?" "What?" Izumi pressed, just as nervous as they all were. The Jounin pondered away for a moment, but he was weak to their plea. A good chance they hadn't run into Inabi or Yashiro. "They came for Naruto. Is he alright?" "He is." There was. Shisui interfered. They knew to pause then. They knew by his face, by the way he had stumbled over the words. They knew to breathe and prepare themselves for the next question. Sasuke was the least patient, so he was the one to ask. "And is he alright?" Tekka didn't look away. "He's in the hospital." "He wasn't dead then." "He wasn't dead." Sasuke lashed out at that small comfort. Tekka would have said it if he was. Shisui wasn't dead. Yet. Sasuke shook his head. "Where is Naruto?" "He's there too. He's unconscious now, but he's fine. I want to go." "Sasuke." "Please," Sasuke begged, turning to Izumi and Itachi who were the ones who had a say in the matter. "I need to. I don't want him to wake up alone." It was best not thinking about the state he would be in. Especially if Shisui. Sasuke shook his head again. "Are you sure they are gone?" Itachi asked, uncharacteristically worried. Tekka nodded. "I came to deliver the news to the elders. We're still on alert, but your father believes we're safe for now." "All right. Thank you." Sasuke looked at his brother, waiting for a decision that wouldn't come. He didn't understand why he looked so torn, so reluctant to step out of the district, of the shadow of their house. He had looked so lost earlier, when Izumi had led them in, not refusing to answer Sasuke's question as much as not hearing them at all, lost in his own head. What was it, he wondered, that could put Itachi in such a state, that he wouldn't want to rush to his best friend's side? Okay, he agreed after an eternity. Sasuke exhaled a sigh of relief, and they rushed toward the hospital. Why did you stop me? Why not fight? Why? I had to save him. Why? I don't want him gone from this world. Not now. Not for me. What would it change? That's what you humans do. Dying. Others don't matter. But he does? Yes. Why? The house will be empty if he dies. No one will be waiting for us anymore. He smiles when he sees me in the morning. There is food ready, we share it together. I am part of his world. I don't want it to disappear. We should have killed these two. To avenge him. I'd rather all three of them be alive, than all three dead. And what if he dies? What then? He won't die. Will you finally let me do as I please? He won't die. You don't know that. He won't. Naruto was sure he would find a cage, that the world would again be cut in pieces by the bars, dark in the dim light of a single candle casting deep shadows on the rock. His hand was bound by something, he jerked it away, but the grip held, and he started to panic, unable to recognize where he was and what was going on. Naruto. Sasuke. He stilled. Sasuke's hands were clutching his own, he was sitting on a chair next to the bed Naruto was lying in, the room unfamiliar yet still recognizable. It's fine. Everything is fine. You're safe in the hospital. It's fine. Sasuke's worried expression and the shadows of exhaustion on his face didn't give much weight to his words. Naruto didn't care anyway. There was only one thing he needed to know. Shisui. He sat up even as his body protested, his limbs stiff and heavy as if he'd been sleeping for a year. Don't, you're still. Shisui. He tried to get up, his legs gave out under him, sending him crashing down to the hard floor. There was pain, but he couldn't tell where. His mind was foggy and slow. Stop it, stop. Where is he? I need to. What if he dies? It wasn't possible. Naruto couldn't form the thought, couldn't imagine it in the future that would come after, if Shisui had left for good, if he could never see him again. The demon was looking forward to it, and that was because it knew Naruto wouldn't be able to keep control, wouldn't be able to keep his emotions in check and prevent them from overpowering him, from opening the floodgate through which the demon would slip and take over. He could picture the devastation the beast longed to bring down upon this world. Naruto. Sasuke slapped both his hands on Naruto's cheek. He held on, crouched on the floor so that their eyes could meet because Naruto hadn't even been able to get back on his feet, and he looked sad and terrified and that, Naruto remembered, would only get worse if he lost it. Sasuke wouldn't be able to stop him. No one would be. He would hurt a lot of people if he let the fox roam free. People he didn't care about, and people he did. The fox didn't make the difference. Calm down. Calm down, okay? I'll take you to him. So stop. I'll take you to him. You don't have to hurt yourself. Sasuke helped him to his feet. He hooked their arms together to help support his weight, and Naruto wanted to protest but didn't. They made their way out of the room, down some corridors and stairs. No one paid them any mind. Sasuke guided them to a different wing of the building, into a hallway that ended into a big double door, firmly closed. Chairs lined the walls and some of them were occupied. Itachi and Izumi were there, Sasuke's mother too. Naruto made to step forward, Sasuke stopped him. We can't go any further, he said, pointing at the sign above the doors. It was glowing red in a bunch of kanji Naruto could only sort of figure out. The surgery is still ongoing. Surgery. Was Shisui opened raw on a metal table beyond that door? Tsunade-sama is there. She'll save him. At least Sasuke was as unable as Naruto to contemplate another outcome. We just have to wait. And so wait they did. People came and went. Sasuke's father conversed quietly with his wife for a while before coming to Naruto, wanting to know what he remembered of the attack, what he could tell them. Thankfully he didn't ask for them to step aside or be alone. Sasuke stayed by his side as he recalled what he could. Naruto had to tell him that they had come for him, that they wanted him to go with them. That it was his fault. That, he didn't say, but did he have to? It was obvious. Was it not for him, and was it not for Shisui and his stupid care that even that nameless shinobi had been aware of? Sasuke's father didn't comment on any of it. He lingered for a while after that, eyes on the big doors, before going back to his duties. Sasuke tried to ask, but Naruto fell back into silence. Several of the Jounin dropped by two in between duties. Shisui had a lot of friends. Hayate, Sakura's teacher, with the woman he lived with, others Naruto couldn't name. Kakashi and Tenzo, whom Naruto couldn't look in the eye, because Kakashi had the seals and Tenzo had this weird wood thing that they knew could restrain Naruto with ease, and they had not taken him to the cage this time, but it maybe wasn't off the table and he knew he had hurt people again, and why had they even brought him here? Why not down again? Naruto ignored them so that he wouldn't give in the urge to ask. Hyuga Takuma came too, though he didn't stay long. He didn't talk to anyone, didn't ask how things were going. He just exchanged a loaded gaze with Naruto, who was probably the only one present who knew him and who he was. Sakura stayed for a while and Sasuke's mother took the opportunity to force him to come with her and eat something, since Naruto had refused to move and Sasuke had refused to leave his side. Sakura held his hand and said nothing. For hours and hours, the doors didn't open. The light stayed on, glaring red in the bleak white of the corridor. Naruto's mind was blank, void of any meaningful thought, focused solely on the sign, willing it to switch off, on the door, willing it to open. On Shisui, begging him to survive. He couldn't leave. It wasn't fair. Naruto lived in his house, they lived there together. He had said he would always be welcome there, that it was his home too. He couldn't just go and break that promise like that. Especially not for him, for the idiot mistake of trying to protect Naruto. The light glowed red, red, red. Until it didn't. They sprung up to their feet as the door opened from the inside and out came Tsunade, disheveled and exhausted. She blinked at the small gathering, confused, and Naruto fell to the back, unable to face her suddenly, remembering the river and how she had pleaded with him, how distant her voice was but close still, close enough to hear, to cling on to. She too had promised, so that would be 2 promises fulfilled, or none at all. How is he? Is he okay? Izumi asked, forgetting propriety to grip the Hokage's hands, pleading. Tsunade gave her a tired but gentle smile. He's stable now. He's not entirely in the clear yet, but the worst is over. Can we see him? Naruto didn't hear the rest. He was shaking with relief, feeling nauseous and wrong-footed all of the sudden. He's alive. He's alive. Shisui's alive. Life resumed then. The future came back into being something he could envision, time could flow again. Though Naruto didn't think he would ever be free of this very new fear, that he had never experienced until today and was sure to haunt him from now on. He had never given much thought on death before. Naruto? Naruto? He snapped back to the present to meet Tsunade's concerned face. It was the first time he realized how tall she was, towering above him. It should have made him squeamish, threatened by her huge shadow, but for the first time in his life he felt the urge to huddle closer, to hide inside. He took her hands in his. He could still see them covering the wound, taking his place. He only now noticed that there was no blood left on his hands and arms, that he wasn't wearing torn and blood-stained clothes either. It had been washed away in his sleep, just like she had washed her hands, gotten rid of Shisui's life spilling away. It was hard to believe there was still any left in his body. His hands had barely kept life in it, but hers had saved him. He brought them to his forehead, pressed them against his face. She had promised, I will save him, and she had. Her hands, they had done it. They were warm. She had done it. She had kept death at bay, kept life within. She had managed to power through her panic by sheer willpower, by clinging to Naruto's imploring face, by her stubborn refusal to see yet another young die for nothing. She could think of nothing more appealing than sleeping for 100 years now, after she had scrubbed her skin raw to get rid of the blood that was no longer here, but she could still feel clinging to her skin, hot enough to burn. Except she couldn't move from Naruto's embrace, from the tight grip he had on her hands he was cradling like something precious, something to be worshipped. She couldn't bear to think of what would have happened if she had failed. Of walking out of the operation room and facing him, only to tell him that Shisui's life had slipped away from her grasp. Now that he was here, she wanted to examine him too, for even if the wounds he had sustained during the fight were mostly gone, he looked beyond exhausted, unusually pale and shaking like a leaf. But as soon as the moment had come, it was gone. He let go of her hand, took a step back, and then ran away. "Give him some time," Itaka said to his young brother when he made to go after him. The boy looked torn, but he complied. Tsunade watched them walk away, following a nurse to the room Shisui would be settled in. "Shizun!" Tsunade called. The woman had assisted only on a part of the operation, mostly running around to keep Tsunade updated while she was held up in there, elbow deep into Uchiha Shisui's chest. But of course she materialized at Tsunade's side as soon as she was called. "I'm here. I need." Her head turned before she could finish the thought, and only Shizun's strong grip prevented her from collapsing. "You need to rest," Shizun confirmed for her. Tsunade let herself be guided to her office and the uncomfortable cot crammed in a corner. She was asleep before hitting the pillow. She spent most of her time at the hospital the following week, monitoring both Shisui's reconversion and Lee's condition, since Marco had unearthed some obscure procedure from an old medical book, and she had to be sure Lee's body could handle it before proposing it to him. She also wanted to keep an eye on Naruto. The boy had taken to sleep and pretty much live at the foot of Shisui's bed, and there was no uprooting him. Shisui was yet to wake. As long as he didn't, Tsunade had no hope to see Naruto leave his side, except from when Haruno Sakura dragged him forcefully to the gardens so that he saw the light of day at least a little. Other than him, there was always an Uchiha or two watching over Shisui during the day. Fugaku's sons more often than not, with or without Izumi. Itaka was here most often. He stared, unblinking, at his sleeping friend, looking haunted and regretful, though not much more than he usually did. She hadn't dug in more than necessary into the Uchiha and Danzo's affair. She knew enough, and she didn't want to form too quick judgments on events she hadn't been here to witness, willing to give them all the clean start she was having herself in a village where most of those who had once known her were dead or gone. Of Itake, she knew what Izumi had been willing to tell her, and the portrait was bleak enough already. In his desperate vigil over Shisui's sleep, she saw a feeling that was easily recognizable, and that was mirrored in Naruto's sleepless watch. Guilt, in both of them. The Uchiha were in a frenzy to find that wandering Sharingan, with no luck for now. They had known of it for years with no lead whatsoever of its whereabouts, and now it had come straight to them without any trouble at all, before escaping them once more. From what she had understood, Itake had met him before. Even for shinobi like the two that had attacked Naruto and Shisui, it would be no easy feat to breach Konoha's wards. And a quick investigation had proven they hadn't. Which could only mean they knew someone who had opened it for them. Or that they came from the village themselves. Jiraiya was gone gathering intel and he had promised her answers on the matter. He seemed to know the men already, or at least where they came from. As to what they had come from, they had made it clear. For that reason too, she had no interest in sending Naruto away from her sight. He didn't ask anything. When she made the round and checked on his friend, he looked at her every move but he never asked. It was for the best, maybe. She worried still, for Shisui had yet to wake up and things could still go wrong. They always could. She didn't trust herself to hide it from if he asked. But he didn't. He didn't talk much to those who visited either. He wasn't really there with them, wasn't fully back from that moment in the forest where he had been holding Shisui's life down in his bare hands. He was still waiting. Shisui can't die, Naruto kept thinking in a loop. He didn't understand why he didn't wake up, what could be so broken in his body that he couldn't get over it, and no reassurance could keep this terror at bay. It was all he could do to keep writing it on the walls of his mind, a wish, a prayer. Shisui can't die. Why not? The beast asked, cruelly curious. If he dies now, it will be my fault. And he would never be able to bear that. It made no sense. It wasn't supposed to be that way. Shisui couldn't. He couldn't care that much. So much that he would get in front of that sword, so much that he would put Naruto's life before his own. Naruto didn't want it. He didn't need that kind of bond. He just wanted Shisui to wait for him at the kitchen table when he was running late, to meditate with him on the terrace facing the garden, to burn incense when they couldn't sleep. It was enough. The warmth of that house where he was allowed to return to, it was enough. He didn't want more. Not if this was what it would lead to. People kept coming, to visit Shisui, because Shisui had many friends and everyone loved him. What they must be thinking, Naruto pondered, when Shisui was in that state for him, of all people, when it was his fault. They said nothing, but Sasuke was so worried, and Izumi was so sad, and Sasuke's mother kept looking at Naruto with an expression he didn't understand, and they had to know, they had to. Itachi was the worst, hovering in silence as they both perfectly ignored each other, looking lost and guilty, which was absurd. If there was a guilty one, out of the two of them, Shisui had to live. Didn't he know that? Didn't he know that between him and Naruto, the choice was obvious? Shisui can't die, when I'm still here because of him. Naruto waited. Chapter 34. Tsunade went back to her office, intent on taking a nap, and had the unpleasant surprise to find Fugaku and Shikaku waiting for her. She had been studiously avoiding all of them for the past few days, content for now to focus on the hospital and her patients, something she had missed, she had come to realize. Shisui didn't wake up yet? Fugaku asked. She was used now to the blunt, unpolished version of his concern and brushed off his rudeness. She wasn't exactly a model of politeness herself. Not yet. His body needs time to heal. Are you sure he will make it? Are you absolutely sure? Who's the medical expert here? Tsunade retorted, infuriated. Fugaku grimaced. We need to be sure, Shikaku said, always so damn calm and mild. Tsunade felt like an unruly brat next to him, and in her foulest mood, she was convinced he did it on purpose. Why? They looked offended, just for a second, as if it was outrageous of her to ask. Yet she was right, they gave up the pretense quickly. Fugaku pinched his lips. You saw what happened back there. We need to know if Shisui could still die. We need to be prepared. In case Naruto needs to be restrained, Shikaku finished through gritted teeth. At least they had the decency to look bothered by the idea. He restrained himself just fine. We can't rely on that. Same during the Chunin exam. No one intervened. We still don't know what happened then. What are you saying? Shisui won't die. But if he was to, as it's bound to happen someday, then Naruto will have to go through it, as all people do. With our help. We can't just leave it at that, Hokage-sama. She clicked her tongue, fed up already with the topic she had done her best to avoid until now. She didn't want to think about Naruto as an issue to be dealt with. She didn't want to see him as what he was for the village. An asset and a threat. But what about the boy himself? What do you suggest then? Just put him in jail. That's exactly what we're trying to avoid. She frowned at Shikaku and understood then that as she was angry at them, they, too, were angry at her. What are you talking about? Not the same thing as she was, obviously. The two men exchanged a loaded gaze. She felt the urge to smack them on the head. If we don't find another solution, then it will have to be the cage. What cage? They decided with another look who would be the one to explain it to her. Shikaku told her about the prison cells under the intelligence department. About the deepest of them, the wards in the walls, the special metal of the bars. The dim chains. Has it been used before? For him? He's been there. Once, Fugaku confessed. 2 years ago. When he found out about his condition. He didn't, take it well. The man had to be aware of how he sounded, how inaccurate, understated his retelling when she could imagine what had happened. How Naruto must have felt. And that cage. Do you mean he didn't know? Before? No. It was decided that the truth about the Kyuubi's ceiling would be kept from the younger generation, including him. So that he wouldn't suffer from his peers' judgment. And did it work? Another embarrassed look. This was getting old. Not exactly, no. The kids don't know because their parents were forbidden to tell them. But that didn't mean they couldn't advise them to stay away from him. She could finally put a finger on the sentiment showing more and more on both their faces and body language. It was shame. I see, she said blankly, because she had gone in here to take a nap and this was too much shit to learn at once. She knew how the villagers could be, shinobi and civilians alike, how petty, how narrow-minded, how stubborn. If they had had to qualm isolating Naruto from his entire generation, they couldn't have treated him much better in other areas of his life. She did wonder where his animosity and harsh exterior came from. She had assumed it was simply teenage angst showing early. She almost laughed at herself, remembering how she hated it as a teenager, to see all her struggles and raging emotions be swept away by that simplistic explanation. The boy was obviously suffering, but the youth's problems were so easy to dismiss in the face of their own. So, Shisui can't die, she said to go back on the topic at hand, eager to be done with that whole conversation. Shisui, and everyone else Naruto cares about, Shikaku confirmed. The list is short. It wasn't said with any animosity or reproach. Fugaku was stating a fact. The list is short. Not that Naruto was uncaring. But who cared about him? No one had been able to tell her who was looking after him before Shisui, and she was starting to think it was because this question had no answer. Since he wasn't aware of it, I imagine he never received any guidance toward gaining control over the tailed beast, she affirmed more than asked since the answer was obvious. She received matching looks of puzzlement for her efforts. I've seen it done, she added as an explanation. She had heard of some of the other Jinhuriki. She had even met one. It's a venue to explore, she concluded. Jiraiya could probably do something about it. If need be she could simply order him to stay in the village and train the boy. She wasn't the Deme Hokage for nothing. For now we'll just keep an eye on him, she concluded lamely, grimacing at the inadequacy. He wasn't a misbehaving child. It was so much worse and they were so powerless to it. Not for the first time she cursed those who had put the burden on his shoulders and theirs, who had saddled the village with that absurdity. What good had come of it? What was the point? She thought she could hear her great-uncle answer in her head. You'll see the point when you go to war. And she hated how absolutely certain he sounded that this would happen. That was it, wasn't it? All they had done until now, all they kept doing still. It was the goal they had in mind. Was it no Jinhuriki, no war, or no war, no Jinhuriki? Did it even matter? With or without the tailed beasts, they could wreak chaos and destruction just fine. Sometimes it felt to her that it was all they were ever good at. Rise and fall, rise and fall. On and on, indefinitely. In and out. In and out. Naruto stayed focused on Shisui's chest, the only part of his body moving, the only proof he was still here, still of the living. For 2 days now he could breathe without a respirator, a good sign, surely. Naruto didn't understand why he didn't just wake up. He had never been sick in his life, except for an upset stomach when he ate something bad. He had never had an injury that was an issue for more than a day, or an hour. Losing blood, tearing flesh, it wasn't a concern to him. And Shisui looked fine. From his viewpoint at the foot of the bed where he was seating carefully so as not to crush Shisui's legs, the mattress dipped in the shape of his body with how much time he spent in that spot. He looked at Shisui, and Shisui looked fine. Pale and not very healthy, probably, but like he could wake any moment. What was going on in his body, that he didn't? Why didn't he open his eyes? What's wrong with him? Naruto shrugged, and it disturbed Akito wrapped around his neck, perched on of his shoulders. His body needs time to heal, he answered, parroting the words Tsunade kept repeating. Why? I don't know. Akito spent a lot of time here with Naruto. He had been worried, when he had come to visit and had seen Naruto standing guard in the hospital room, and he had decided to stay. When Naruto had asked why, the fox had said, I wouldn't want to be alone if my brother was in this state. Shisui wasn't Naruto's brother. But Naruto had said nothing. Someone's coming, Akito warned, ears fluttering around. Naruto nodded and got up, ruffled the cover a bit, and slid under the bed. More and more he hid, because too many people came into the room and he didn't have the energy nor will to talk to them all. The Uchiha were the worst because they tried to care for him too, as if he was the one that needed it. As if it wasn't his fault Shisui was like this. Itaka didn't care for him of course, but the weight of his emotions was so dark and heavy Naruto had to exit the room while he was here. For the others, he simply hid under the bed. They weren't fooled, probably, but they never tried to fetch him under the bed. Sakura would have, but he didn't bother hiding from her. It was worse if she had to look for him first, and she only fed him snacks in the hospital garden while chatting his ear off about the village gossip and life, before sending him back to the room without ever suggesting he did something else. It wasn't so bad. Once, Hinata had come too, with her father. The Hyuga clan leader hadn't stayed for long, but she had, folding origami cranes with nimble fingers from one of the uncomfortable chairs. Prayers, she had whispered, when he had asked what they were. Her presence was calming and he hadn't gone to hide, but she didn't come again. He huddled under the bed, propped against the wall, and watched the door open, a pair of feet walk in. It was Tsunade. He debated with himself. On one hand, she would fret over him too, ask when he'd last eat, when he'd last sleep, if he was okay, as if he was going to be any more cooperative with the answers than he had been the 100 times she had tried before. On the other hand, he needed news. He needed to know. Shisui wasn't waking up. Wasn't that weird? Wasn't it alarming? She moved around the bed, checking what it was she checked when she came here, and he was about to roll out of his hiding spot, maybe scare her a little just because, when someone else walked into the room. Tsunade. Jiraiya is back. It was Shizune. And Jiraiya. The old pervert that claimed he knew Naruto's parents. He has news. He wants to talk to you as soon as possible. He said he would wait for you in your office. I'll go after I'm done here, Tsunade replied. Are you sure you're alright? Your chakra. I'm fine, Shizune. I have enough left. Don't worry about me. Naruto had snuck into the operation room a few days ago. He had seen the seals, massive, on the floor, requiring the strength of 2 or 5 or 10 people, so complex he couldn't begin to unravel it, and needing to be maintained for hours at times. No wonder she looked so exhausted these days. Maybe he would help her with that. Shizune left the room and Tsunade resumed her routine, humming to herself. Naruto didn't avoid her as much as he did all the others, and if her insistence on checking up on him and trying to make him eat and sleep was annoying, it wasn't the reason why he hid now. It was soothing, being here under the bed, huddled against the wall and the nightstand, listening to her bustling around, talking to Shisui as if he could hear her and talking to herself too. Her hands working her magic, keeping Shisui alive. They were both safe here, with her. There was trust, that's what it was. He trusted her. And yet, he also needed to know. Akito. Can you call Akira here? Naruto asked as soon as she left and he had returned to his place on the bed. The fox nodded and disappeared, only to pop back a few minutes later, brother in tow. Akira was wearing a patterned kimono and looked displeased, but he often did when visiting Naruto. What do you want now? I have a present. For your mother, and you. Naruto produced the scroll from his pocket, the one he had used to stop Kisame's sword. He had no use for it. He had plenty of storing scrolls full to the brim with his own chakra from his various experiments with it, and it wasn't like there was any danger of him running out of chakra in the first place. Besides, the sword was filled with a lot of different types, mixed together in a chaotic mess, and Naruto couldn't imagine what he could possibly do with it. But the foxes surely could. That's a lot, Akira said, surprised, when inspecting the scroll. He tried to push Akito away, who was leaning over his shoulder to get a sample too. Taste weird, the small fox said. But he didn't look put off. And what do you want in exchange? I don't. Naruto gave up on the lie even before it was fully out. It was no use, lying to a fox. I do need a favor. But it's a gift. It's yours even if you can't help me. It was an ongoing mission to get himself on Akahime's good side. He hadn't seen the Fox matriarch again since he had signed his contract, but that didn't mean she wasn't keeping an eye on him. And he was sure Akito told her everything. Akira threw the scroll behind him, it disappeared into thin air, back where they lived. Naruto was dying to learn that trick, but that would have to wait. What's the favor? They're called the Akatsuki, Jiraiya declared once he had knocked back his cup of sake. Tsunade bit the inside of her cheek, struggling today to resist the urge. But she had promised, no alcohol while she worked. Uchiha Fugaku eyed the man distastefully. Such a killjoy this one, but for once Tsunade agreed with him, for she too would have preferred for Jiraiya not to sway sake under her nose. Shikako looked like he wanted to hoard that bottle for himself. As for Kakashi, who knew? She didn't bother to try reading him. They're a sort of mercenary group. They take on any sort of assignment, for a price. According to my information, most hidden villages have hired their services at least once, and increasingly in recent years. Including Konoha. Fugaku asked, always on board to ask the unpleasant questions. The name is familiar, Tsunade sighed. She had read it somewhere, she was sure, on one report or another. It wouldn't be that surprising either way, it sounded like something Danzo would have been quite fond of, even with his own private army available. What does that have to do with coming here then? With Naruto? Kakashi asked. Jiraiya swallowed down another cup before putting it down on Tsunade's desk. If some ink smeared on the paper beneath it, she would have his head. He crossed his arms. It was hard to get a confirmation, since information is scarce, about the organization and about the Jinchuriki both. But from what I've gathered, and with what Naruto reported of their words, it's fair to assume they are hunting down the tailed beasts and their host. It wasn't much of a stretch really, what other interest could Naruto have for them? Why, she sighed, barely a question, since she assumed no one could answer it anyway. That's anyone's guess for now, Jiraiya said, echoing her thoughts. Do you think they managed already? He shrugged. If any hidden village lost their Jinchuriki, they didn't advertise it. We know that Karatachi Yagura is dead, and his Biju most likely died with him, and Kumigakure still has a firm hold on its two. As for the others, we hear very few from Takigakure, though I believe their Jinchuriki to be fairly young. Both of Uegakures are older and might be unaccounted for, I would have to dig further. The Six Tails never resurfaced, after Uzushio's fall. Hidden in the village that had crossed them out of the map no doubt. Though it was hard to believe Kiri alone could have wiped out small but powerful Uzushio. Who had gotten custody of their Jinchuriki then? That couldn't have been a smooth transaction. I heard though, that Tsuna's delegation was attacked on their way back. What? It looks like they were after the One Tail too. I'm positive it was the Akatsuki, and that they failed. The boy is confined to their village now. Raza won't take any chances. We didn't hear any of it. He wouldn't want words to spread, I assume. Tsunade reclined briefly against the back of her sofa, closed her eyes with a sigh. Usually she didn't like being the only one sitting down, but she was dead on her feet and standing was just an unnecessary pain at this point. What do we know about them? The Akatsuki? Not much. They don't have that many members, but they're all powerful. Some famous missing nin, like our friend from Kiri. It's possible they have their base of operation in AIM, of all places. Truly, what could that miserable, war-torn country offer, besides a hideout for a mercenary organization? It was rather spectacular, how they had all firmly turned away from the land of rain and never looked back. It also appears that Orochimaru might be a member. Or was at some point anyway. She laughed at that, strained and bitter. That was right up his alley, wasn't it? Jiraiya glanced at her with a pained expression, but she couldn't handle his grief now, on top of her own. She looked away. They are going to try again, Shikako said. Mumbled really, mostly to himself, spilling out a thought he had been mulling over from the beginning of this conversation. Shikako was concerned with the practical, he had a talent for prioritizing, and right now this was, indeed, the top priority. They would try to get Naruto again. He can't leave the village for now. We have to watch him closely. He's used to wandering the woods alone, Tsunade remarked, thinking about the clearing where they still met from time to time, where she showed him what she knew of Fuinjutsu and he tried in vain to best her in Taijutsu. Not leaving the village wouldn't change much for him, he was already confined, even if it was nothing official. But if that was what was next, keep to the streets, stay away from the thick woods where he could easily get lost into and got to pretend like he was on his own, free to wander. Once again, he was to pay the price of their machinations. We don't have to tell him as much, Fugaku suggested. It won't take long for him to piece it together, Kakashi snapped back. She nodded. Naruto wasn't an idiot. And he already knew, more than they seemed to believe. She didn't know to what extent, but she could hear it in how he spoke sometimes, in the bitterness he carried. He wasn't blind to the role he had in the village, the position he had been pushed into. Another attack could trigger him. Especially if other people are involved again, Shikaku said carefully. She knew he was dissatisfied with where they had left that topic the last time. He wanted concrete solutions, things he could enact, things that had a chance to work. Could you look into it, Jiraiya? She asked, turning to her friend. He needs to gain control over it. She put too much emphasis on the word need, she sounded too desperate. But if he could truly learn to reign in the Kyuubi, if they could rest easy, knowing that it wouldn't escape his grasp, then it would get better. The mistrust would ease, and he would get stronger too, strong enough they would have to worry so much about sending him outside and losing him to another village. He could step into the role of a protector. He could find purpose. I will help him, Jiraiya promised, solemn. And until then. Shikaku pressed, relentless. You know we only have one solution. We already talked about it, she cut, voice hard. He was mad at her for avoiding the subject, but what was she supposed to do? Agree that they would lock Naruto in a cell when the need would arise? She couldn't say that. They would find something else. Or Naruto would manage on his own because he had done so before and she could only have faith in him. Kakashi's gaze weighed on her, scrutinizing, but for once there seemed to be some sort of approval in his stance and face. They agreed on no prison for children then. What a victory! Security will have to be reinforced either way. What do we know of their power level? Shikaku asked then, stirring the conversation away from any moral quandary or emotional tangent, exactly as he had done when talking some down from going after Hiruzen after Kamui and Hokuto's death. From there stemmed his efficiency, but also her reserves toward him. Try as she may, she knew she would never reach that level of detachment. Not much. Why? Do we have to expect a larger scale attack? War? The word echoed between them without having to be pronounced. It was from the attacker's very lips too. It's no time for war yet, the masked man had said. Enough shinobi with enough strength could cause a lot of damage, especially without the confines of diplomacy and interest of a hidden village. How ironic really. The split of the jinhuriki between the various hidden villages was to be a deterrent, that would prevent war between them, and here it could be the catalyst bringing wars to their doors. Then again, it never even worked, did it? The second shinobi war happened, the third too. The jinhuriki were only marginally involved. So what was even the point? And Uzushio? Custody of the Six Tails didn't save them from extinction. Kirigakure had spun a tale of belligerence and unspeakable offense after the fact, but the disappearance of Uzushio's Biju made it clear what their goal had been, even if it had never reappeared. Kiri had never swallowed getting only one when Kumo and Iwa had two, and Uzushio was the easiest target. Tsunade wondered, had the tailed beasts been free to roam the earth, would they have sprung up quite as much damage as they did all on their own? How far will they go? What is their goal? Shikaku was just thinking aloud at this point. They had no way to answer that for now. But they could expect another attempt, had to think about how to counter it, how to protect Naruto and the rest of the village. There were footsteps outside the office. Shizune came in, looking troubled. Was there someone else here? She asked, looking back at the door. No. Why? I thought I felt. She shook her head. Shizune could nag all she wanted, but she was at least as overworked as Tsunade herself, if not more. Tsunade had taken the habit of blackmailing the young woman into taking care of herself just as her mentor did. If Tsunade had to go to bed, Shizune did too. If she had to eat, they ate together. It wasn't a bad system. Sorry. I was elsewhere. The teams sent out after the intruders have just returned. Do you want to hear them now? Yes. Bring them in. The other men took it as the dismissal it was. Only Shikaku stayed behind to oversee his Jounin's reports and general state. Ah. Another one that was overworked. I'll start reorganizing the internal defenses, Fugaku said on his way out. It fell on the police force to protect Konoha's citizens inside the walls. He took the attempt on Naruto and Shisui's condition as a personal failure, especially seeing that one of the intruders had the Sharingan. They still couldn't tell if it was stolen or not. Please do. And Kakashi. I'll watch over Naruto. It was hard to say how displeased he was. He was fond of his team, or so she had been told. But Naruto wasn't so fond of him, and Kakashi's sudden hovering wouldn't go unquestioned by the guarded boy. Another nail in the coffin of Naruto's trust in this place, in them. Was it all she could do for him? Condemn him to an even narrower future, under threat now on top of everything? The shinobi left, others entered in their stead. The day went on, her duties never ending, and she struck Naruto from her mind, as she had to. Naruto? You can let go of me now. Akira's voice was mild, but Naruto realized the grip he had on the fox's body had to be painful. They had walked an entire district away from the Hokage Tower. He released the fox and Akira jumped to the ground, taking his cover with him. Naruto had needed to know. Needed to hear what was being said, what was decided, what he had to expect. And the foxes were good at hiding, good enough that none of the adults had felt him, eavesdropping just outside the office, until Shizune had come, because Shizune was better than most at this sort of thing. She always knew when Naruto was coming. He had heard enough by then anyway. Naruto supposed that Akira was still in hiding, as no one seemed to notice a fox in a kimono walking by his side. They wandered the streets aimlessly, for Naruto was unable to decide of a direction. He felt too restless to go sit on Shisui's bed. The idea of going back home made him sick. As for the forest, he was reasonably certain someone would stop him on his way, and completely certain that he wouldn't be able to bear it. And now wasn't the moment to snap. If he snapped, he would go back in the cage. You know, we only have one solution. We already talked about it. Of course they had. Tsunade was nice, but she was still the Hokage. They needed to be prepared, right? For Naruto to lose it, to get out of control. For the moment he would need to be put down. Not killed, no, never, nor cast out. They wouldn't let go of him. He was too precious. They all were. Precious, but not like a treasure was. Not so that they would be cherished or cared for. Precious, but not loved. In Kiri, in Kumo, in Taki, in Iwa. In Suna too, of course, Gaara confined now just as he was, protected, sheltered. Protected, but not loved. Kiri, Kumo, Taki, Iwa, Suna. And Konoha. 9 of them, targets now. He wondered if there was something to be done about all this. Do you know them? Are you the same? The beast stayed quiet these days. Ever since it had almost broken free of the constraints of Naruto's body, and Naruto had shoved it back down by the sheer force of his will to keep Shisui in this world. Naruto remembered how the red chakra had sheltered them then. It was as if his emotions had commended it, but at the same time he wasn't in control at all. It wasn't his mind, his will. Had his emotions been that strong? Or had the beast, understood? Complied? Maybe it simply didn't want to die. But there was no saying those men wanted them dead. Missing nin don't go around collecting biju for the fun of it all, the demon scoffed. Well, if it's a weapon they want, shouldn't you be happy? Don't you want to go to war? To that, Naruto got no answer. But it wasn't approval radiating from the cage. The topic changed quickly. I know them. It was almost reluctant. Are you the same? Naruto asked again. Are you close? The fox snorted, disdainful, but it was confused too, maybe even a little lost. As if. Don't you know? Leave me be. No matter the tailed beasts anyway. It wasn't them Naruto wanted to meet. To 9 tailed beasts were tied 9 Jinhuriki, 9 people like him who had a monster in their mind. Hunted now. Trapped, too? Naruto couldn't think. There was a pop, and Akito was walking by their side, though he quickly jumped into Naruto's arms instead of trying to keep up the pace with his short legs. Are you alright? How did it go? Akito was ever so curious, but neither foxes understood a thing about Naruto's life and feelings. They didn't get who was, or wasn't his friend and why he was sad and why he was angry. They lead vastly different lives and humans' quarrels were greatly puzzling to them. Akito still asked. Naruto struggled to answer. Aren't you going back to the hospital? This, they understood. Worry for a loved one too close to death's doors. And yet they didn't understand at all. He couldn't go back. It was his fault. It was truly his fault. He knew before, the men had told him, but it was confirmed now. If they had breached the village's wards, it was to get him. If they hard hurt Shisui so, it was to get him. And if they did it again, and if people tried to interfere and if they got hurt too, it would also be his fault. It was him they wanted, him they would hunt down, regardless of who got caught in between. Him and the demon buried in his entrails, the both of them a prize now, and a threat in yet another way. A threat to all around them. And no one would get injured protecting him again. Decide then. Make up your mind. Shut up. What is holding you back? He was jolted out of his thoughts by Sakura appearing in his face and nearly head-butting him. Hi there Naruto. She was bad at that forced cheerfulness thing. Sasuke caught up to them, probably abandoned in the middle of the street when she had raced to catch Naruto. He didn't know their face was exactly what he wanted to see until he had them just before his eyes. Are you alright? He asked, quite nonsensically. Fine, Sasuke answered, puzzled. And you? Naruto wasn't fine, because Naruto kept seeing Shisui on his hospital bed and they had to be fine, all of them, for him to be too. But they wouldn't be, would they? They would come again, those men, and Sasuke was so righteous and Sakura was so stubborn, and what if they were the ones with him next time? They wouldn't run away, they wouldn't give up on the fight to save themselves. Naruto recalled a time in front of the memorial, the endless list of names, how they had talked about sacrifice, protection, love. That's not for you to decide, Sasuke had said, when Naruto had declared that he wouldn't ever let anyone die on his behalf. Sasuke would do as he pleased, for sure. This new fear didn't leave him, anymore. How fragile they were, how easily they could be injured or killed. He would be fine, he healed easily. But them? It's Akito, isn't it? Sakura said out of the blue to the little fox still in Naruto's arm. Akito hummed, sounding pleased. The next moment he had jumped in Sakura's arms, who fumbled a bit with his writhing body. Hello Sakura. Hello Sake. There was a pause, just a few seconds of bewilderment. And then, Sakura's laugh was loud and boisterous, tears gathering at the corner of her eyes almost instantly as she wheezed through her hilarity. Sasuke was comically subdued compared to her, eyes crinkling and shoulders shaking in silent laughter, lightly biting his lips as if it would help him rein it in. Naruto laughed too. He laughed to see them laugh, he laughed to Akito's confused, pouting face, to Akira's scolding that it was, Sasuke, Sasuke. This small thing there, the space created by the three of them in the middle of the street, the undignified snorts and smiling eyes, it had to be this, that people deemed worth protecting. This is Akira. Akito exclaimed, to deflect the attention. It's nice to meet you, Akira, Sakura said easily, unfazed, as if this was perfectly normal. They hadn't asked any questions about the foxes after the Forest of Death. Then again, there hadn't been any time really. So much was going on then and still went on now, it felt like they had no time at all, to do anything, not even think. And when they met they skirted away from the subjects, eager to preserve the peace, walking on eggshells because everything felt so fragile, unstable, and unbalanced, ready to shatter at the lowest whisper. It was just another thing they couldn't talk about. Akira squirmed under the girl's attention and got angry at Akito when his brother laughed at his embarrassment. Naruto couldn't help but tease Sasuke too, wondering aloud if he ought to pick up that Sake nickname for his friend. The mood didn't feel quite so heavy then. Until Naruto asked where his friends were heading. We were going to see Shisui again, Sakura said. And you, she didn't add, since it was obvious. After all, visiting Shisui wasn't of much interest. He wouldn't wake up. Let's go then, Naruto said with a shrug, knowing he had failed entirely to sound as detached as he hoped. The two foxes bid them farewell and disappeared, not needing to look after Naruto now that his friends could take over. That made quite a lot of people that worried about him. Sakura knew that look on Naruto's face. She had come to recognize it. She had scolded him before, about doing it out there in public where he could walk into a post or someone else, but he did it without thought probably, and so always at the most inconvenient time. His eyes stared at nothing and his movements were slow, since he wasn't even inhabiting his own mind right then, not really. The telltale signs that he was talking to the Kyuubi. So she had run to him to smack him out of it, because he was in the middle of the street and he couldn't get lost like this here. It wasn't safe. Strangely enough, she had noticed the foxes only after getting closer, even though it wasn't something she should have been able to overlook. Especially the one called Akira, who was standing straight and wearing a brightly colored kimono. She had rolled with it though. Above all, she wanted to get Naruto out of his own head, back down here with them. Their walk to the hospital was filled with inane chit-chat. She mentioned that Shikamaru was out of the village with Koji and Ino for his first mission as a Chunin team leader, and the mood soured slightly. Sasuke hadn't stepped out of the walls since his promotion, and it shouldn't have been that big of a deal, but she couldn't help thinking that the reason had nothing to do with the lack of mission or any doubts in Sasuke's abilities. She had an inkling the three of them were well aware of it. She changed the subject. They stopped in the hospital's garden to gather some flowers. It wouldn't look much besides the one from Ino's shop that Sasuke's mother had brought a few days ago, but it wouldn't do to go empty-handed. Even if Shisui clearly wouldn't care. There was no change to his condition. Sasuke, the most knowledgeable on the matter, assured it wasn't out of the ordinary, though he was still just as anxious as the rest of them to see the older Uchiha open his eyes. Sasuke had been devouring medical books and treatises lately, taking a leap in his studies of medical practice. He always asked the nurses questions when they came to check on Shisui, though he refrained in front of the Hokage. Sakura felt shy in her presence too. Meeting the Hokage was bound to be intimidating, but there was something extra off-putting in seeing the woman here, as a doctor, tending to their friend, especially seeing how familiar she was, at times, with Naruto. They stayed for a while, talking quietly as though they would disturb Shisui's sleep, when they knew for a fact that the building crashing down on them wouldn't do anything to rise him from his slumber. Naruto was restless, agitated. He wouldn't say why. He was strangely reluctant to see them go, asked where they were going, to do what. As if he worried. Still he stayed behind when they left, no doubt to spend yet another night curled up at the foot of Shisui's bed. She and Sasuke waited to be outside the hospital and back into the streets, almost holding their breath until they could talk between themselves. More and more it felt like they were some spies documenting their friend's behavior, observing him closely before debriefing in a quiet corner. Naruto wouldn't like it if he knew. But they needed to get this out somehow. I talked to Ino before she left, she started. It's certain that they came for Naruto. Ino had upped her spying game quite a bit since she had been turned down for the internship at the intelligence department. Sakura believed she wanted to build her case both on her efficiency at gathering intel, and on the weak spots of the department who spilled too many words in the streets. Vindication and the wish to improve all that could be improved, Ino often managed to combine both motivations. At least if we're stuck here, we can watch over him, Sasuke said, voice tight. It had to be it. Sakura still got chills thinking about Sasuke telling her, teary-eyed and haunted, how Naruto was when he woke up, how desperate he had been to find Shisui, how stuck he was until they got confirmation that the man would pull through. How he could see the demon waging war all this time, Naruto ignoring him by sheer force of will, by the magnitude of his worry for Shisui overlooking easily the demon fox. But what if Shisui had died? So now not only was Naruto stuck here, but they were too. It was meager comfort to know that this was the result of Naruto's attachment. This was what they got to show for it. No dangerous missions for the demon's friends. No risking them dying and setting him off. It made her want to scream herself raw, to break something. Shisui needs to wake up soon, Sasuke added, and he worried for his cousin, but that wasn't all of it. All his emotions seemed tied to Naruto these days. Shisui had to wake up, so that he could reassure their friend that he was fine, that Naruto was not at fault, that he didn't regret it. Naruto slipped into anger sometimes at Shisui's actions, and they couldn't make him understand. Shisui had to be the one to tell him. "What are we going to do?" she asked. Her voice wavered around a rising sob. It was just too much. Those men had slithered into the village so easily, they had tried to take Naruto away, they had almost killed Shisui, who was very strong and not so easily defeated. What did it mean? Weren't they safe? What could they do? She was afraid. She couldn't help it. The future scared her. Not knowing anything scared her, not knowing what was going to happen, feeling so powerless, so useless. It was too much for her. Sasuke took her hand. They held on too tight. The days were getting shorter. The sun set a little earlier every day, stretching long shadows in the hospital room, dark by the time the nurses did their last round before night. They switched off the light on their way out, and when Naruto crawled out from under the bed, he didn't bother turning one back on. He had a pretty good night vision. And Shisui looked less unhealthy in the dark. He sat at the foot of the bed as always, knees drawn to his chest and wrapped in his arms. He stared at Shisui's face without really seeing it, lost in thought and oscillating between the outside world and the sewers down below, where the fox stared too, accusing. Its confusion was palpable at Naruto's raging emotions. Compared to it, the demons were simple. It was mostly rage and a thirst for freedom, and not much else. A base they had in common, but Naruto had so much more piled on top of it, he couldn't make sense of it any more than the demon could. He needed to say it. He needed to talk to someone. "I don't want to leave," he told Shisui. It was weird to realize this only now when he had never wanted to leave more and never had that many reasons to. But it was the truth. Shisui didn't answer, of course. The beast did instead. "Stay then." Full of disdain. "I don't want to stay either." Naruto buried his head in his arms. The demon was right, it would have been easier not to have any love at all. Not to care. He didn't want to be alone. He didn't want to leave his friends behind and not see them anymore. He didn't want them out of his sight, where he wouldn't know what was going on with them, if they were happy and safe, if they needed his help. He didn't want to live without them. He hated that he didn't have a choice. Because he couldn't stay, he couldn't. Things would get better, maybe. But when? He couldn't wait that long. What would he do? Wait here for some unknown enemies to try and snatch him, watch them tear their way through his world to reach him? Watch his friends either leave without him with no guarantee of return, or get stuck too, just because he was incapable of handling their loss? Stay here, knowing others shared his fate and were still out of his reach, unknown and never to be found? Knowing that Gaara was alone miles and miles away, with the same bleak prospect, the same hopeless future? If he left, he could find them. The idea wouldn't leave him now that it had taken form. They could choose a different future. If they were together, who could stop them? Besides, they were in danger too. He had to help them. He had to do something. The bed stirred. Naruto jumped to his feet to rush to Shisui's side, whose eyes struggled to open as he let out a pained groan. Naruto looked around, at a loss for what to do. There was a pot of water and a glass on the nightstand. That was good, right? Water. What? The scratchy whisper startled Naruto so bad he spilled most of the water on himself, though he hardly noticed. He had the good sense to switch on the lamp on the nightstand and choked on a breath when finally, he got to see Shisui's eyes. "Here," he said lamely, presenting the glass as if it was a shield. The endeavor was mildly successful. Shisui couldn't sit up and Naruto's hands were shaking badly. But some water did get into the man, and he looked grateful for it. "Naruto," he called, as if he had doubts. "Naruto? Are you all right?" Naruto nodded dumbly, voice squeezed shut. Shisui relaxed then, the panic receded. He didn't ask more, didn't ask where he was and how long it had been and what was going on. He sunk into the pillow. He smiled. "Good. That's good." Then he looked up and his eyes widened. He lifted a hand, though it seemed to cost him, to rest it on Naruto's cheek, cupping his face. "Don't cry." Oh, so that was why the room was so blurry all of the sudden. Naruto felt very detached from his emotions. The anger he had against Shisui, for his carelessness and stupidity and the way his mind was on Naruto even now. The sheer relief and the maddening fear, that he would slip away again, that this was all a dream, that it wasn't as good a sign as it seemed. He gripped Shisui's hand, pressed it against his face, hid into it because the tears wouldn't stop no matter how hard he tried. He wanted to yell and to snuggle closer, he wanted to run away and he wanted to hit Shisui in the face. He gripped the hand tighter. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry," Shisui said several times. Which was absurd. Naruto was the one who had to apologize. His voice was low, not quite there. He was half back to sleep. "I'm glad you're okay." "It's okay." "It's not," Naruto croaked around a sob. Shisui chuckled, unbearably fond. "It's okay. It's okay, Naruto. It's okay." Naruto panicked again when Shisui drifted away, but his breath just evened out and didn't stop entirely. He didn't have the same stillness he had had a few minutes ago, it didn't look like he would sleep through an explosion anymore. He was just asleep. Naruto stayed for a while longer, just to be sure. He should have called someone probably, to check on Shisui, make sure he was alright. But he was gripped with a sudden sense of urgency, and his time was limited now. If he was still here come morning, if Shisui opened his eyes to the light of day, then Naruto would stay by his side. It had to be now. He set Shisui's hand down carefully on the mattress and took a few steps back. He easily broke the soft skin of his thumb, it was always raw and fragile from the invocations, even if Akito showed up more and more uninvited these days. He was curious about the human world, always asking questions Naruto did his best to answer, although he was barely more knowledgeable than the fox. Akito didn't get Naruto's status as an outcast. He didn't understand that his friend wasn't a regular member of human society. Summoning. To think a few months ago he could barely sign that jutsu. What is this? We were sleeping, Naruto. Akira hissed as soon as he arrived. Akito rubbed his eyes, confused. I need some help. What? Akira stopped then. Naruto wondered what it was, his red, humid eyes, his chewed up lips, the defeat on his face and in the posture of his body. He wondered if it was that obvious. Are you sure? Akira asked, ignoring Akito's confused look. Akira understood better than his young brother. And Naruto had asked him before, just in case. He had already agreed. Could Akito watch Shisui? Just for a little while, Naruto said instead of answering. Akito was quite lost, but he didn't ask, only nodded, solemn. You can count on me. Naruto grabbed Shisui's wrist, squeezed once. He didn't know what to say, so he said nothing. He dug up one of his storage scrolls from his weapon pouch, the ones where he kept the full chakra vacuum seals, since he didn't know what to make of them. It's not for you, he warned Akito when he put it down on the nightstand. Well, you can have a little. But not too much. It's for the old ma'am. He wasn't sure she would understand, but hopefully she would use the chakra reserve and go easier on herself. It was the least he could do, as repayment for Shisui's life. Akito nodded seriously and took Naruto's place at the foot of the bed while he left the hospital with Akira. He had to keep the momentum, to keep moving. Time was on short supply, but that wasn't even the main issue. He knew that if he stopped, he would change his mind. Some streets were already asleep while others were coming to life, colored lantern and music announcing the awakening of the night entertainments. Naruto usually avoided these areas, but he wanted to go, one last time. Go ahead, he told Akira, who was already wrinkling his nose at the agitation. I'll catch up. He didn't need to be told twice, and Naruto entered the Red District on his own. As a child he had often found respite around here, where business wasn't so respectable and people weren't keen on paying attention to anyone or anything, where he could wander unnoticed and uncared for. And the women were always nice to him, feeding him sweets and smearing lipsticks on his cheeks when he entertained them by pulling pranks on the men being rude and dismissive. He walked between the bars and the music hall and remembered when he had thought about moving in here, becoming a dancer or a magician and forget about the rest of the village, the rest of the world. Join a traveling show even, say goodbye to this place. It wasn't an option though. He had no parents and no family, yet there were still people to keep him in his place. He recognized a few faces, got a few nods and half smile. Only one person stopped him though. "Oi, Naruto. Come here, come here." It was the old pervert, Jiraiya. His face was red from the sake he had in hand, and he was sitting between two giggling women who kept filling his cup and ordering more. Naruto rolled his eyes, but complied, curious despite himself. And not about to pass the chance of lifting a fat wallet and making that man's life harder. "How are you, boy?" he asked, voice loud, when he had pulled Naruto by his side on the bench. "Fine. I know about your friend. But don't you worry. Tsunade is the best. She'll have him back on his feet in no time." Naruto hummed, sensing he didn't have to say anything for the man to keep talking. "She tells me you're learning Fuinjutsu, right? She says you're quite good." Another mindless noise of assent. The man drained his glass. "I could teach you a thing or two, you know." He laughed at Naruto stiffening, elbowed him hard enough to almost throw him off the bench. "I have nothing on your clan, but I'm not that bad." Naruto wondered why this man was being so familiar, why he acted like they were friends, like he cared. He was a stranger. And Naruto didn't like him. Tsunade had asked him to teach Naruto control too. But what did that man know? "Look, I'll give you something. A gift. To get us started." From his weapon pouch, he produced a kunai. The shape was strange, unlike Naruto had ever seen before, with 3 blades instead of 1, but what drew Naruto's eyes was the seal wrapped around the handle. He couldn't decipher it, and it wasn't the style he was used to. It was sure to be powerful though. "I was your dad's," Jiraiya said. Naruto's hand retracted involuntarily. "He had boatloads of it, but I'm afraid very few remain. I never could get the hang of it myself, but I'm sure you'll figure it out, heh? I'll try to show you how it's supposed to work." The woman sitting on the other side of the man tugged at his haori, claiming his attention. "Tomorrow, yeah," the man said, half question half statement. "Sure," Naruto agreed. "Tomorrow." He pocketed the kunai carefully, and took the opportunity to pull the man's wallet from his clothes. He put a few bills on the table under the woman's amused look and took off. He pondered at it. Tomorrow. Tomorrow could be like any ordinary day, it could begin and end without anything of note happening. But it would probably end up being the most important day of his life. It was always tomorrow, next week, next year. Later. When you're older. One day. Well, this time, it was now. He made quick work of the remaining distance to Shisui's house. Naruto had the key, of course, though they rarely bothered to lock the door. Still, he entered on the first floor anyway, through his bedroom window. He didn't want to open the front door, to cross the threshold. He wasn't coming home. He grabbed a clean scroll, some ink. He could have prepared it before, he didn't know why he hadn't. He didn't want to have to explain it if someone saw it. Or he didn't want to think about having to use it. "I'll take you far enough that they won't be able to follow us," Akira promised. Packing was a matter of a few minutes, with how little Naruto had to his name. Apart from a pile of scrolls, with brushes and inkstones for Fuinjutsu, it was just a few clothes and not much else. Shoving it all in a backpack, he almost missed a black shirt that wasn't his, that he had forgotten to return. He debated about leaving it, but in the end, it joined the rest in his bag. From the bottom of a drawer he unearthed the seal Kabuto had given him before he left. Akira eyed it with distaste. "Are you really going to that snake? I have nowhere else to go." They would come after him, as soon as they realized he was gone. The adults had made it clear that he couldn't be lost, that the village wouldn't ever let him go. They hadn't been able to find Orochimaru though. Naruto knew nothing of the outside world, he couldn't hide on his own. Even if the idea of going there made his stomach turn, he had no choice. He bled on the paper, almost expecting to see Kabuto, or the red-haired girl, or even Orochimaru in person pop out of the seal. Instead, true to Akira's word, the ink unfolded to reform into a black, shiny snake. In an instant Akira was on it, trapping it under a paw, fangs bared. The snake hissed, displeased. I need some directions, Naruto said, chuckling despite himself at the incongruence of the scene. The snake kept hissing and spiting until Akira finally let go of it. It managed to look affronted while it curled up on the paper in a tight spiral, with only its head breaking the pattern to point west, before it disappeared back into the paper. I guess we'll start with that, Naruto said with a shrug, hoping the instructions would get a bit clearer later on. He looked around the room. In the end he had spent less than 3 years here, yet he was reluctant to leave it. The small desk, the undone futon, the window on the garden, the plants lining the shelves, it was sanctuary, a harbor in the storm. His eyes landed on the picture of Team 7, proper on the desk next to a pile of old magazines. It was the kind of thing you were supposed to leave behind, that would wait for you until your return. But was he ever coming back? It was too scary to wonder. Shisui had said that this was Naruto's home too. That he would always be welcome here. The door would always be open. That wouldn't do much, if Naruto never came around to push it again. He packed the picture carefully in an old shirt. He also secured the house key in one of his bag pockets, even if it didn't make any sense. In case he did return. In case he never did. He went down the stairs next, in the kitchen, to pack some provisions and water. A lot of food had gone bad, the vegetables, the milk, since no one had set foot in the house in more than a week. He couldn't help but clean it out as best as he could, throw away what needed to be, going as far as to take out the trash. He didn't want the place to feel abandoned, when Shisui returned to it. He caught sight of the jar sitting on the top shelf. He had next to no money on hand except for the old man's, seeing how they had barely completed any mission lately, and that most of his funds had ended up there, in the jar. Shisui had never taken a single ryo out of it. It still sported its tag, Naruto as being stubborn jar. He quickly climbed the shelves to grab it and empty its content in his pocket, feeling dirty and miserable. He didn't know what was worse between returning it empty to its spot or getting rid of it. In the end he couldn't decide, and he shoved it in a cupboard behind pots and pans, before quickly going back up to his room, where someone was waiting for him. I had a feeling, Sakura said in a whisper. He wasn't sure if she was angry or just disappointed, or even scared. She was trying to look stern, arms crossed and brows furrowed, but there was distress in the pinch of her face, the clenching of her fingers. You can't leave. Yes I can. No but. I know you can. But you can't. He kept her back to her, stubbornly avoiding her gaze. Soon enough though, he didn't have anything left to do. Nothing but to face her. Don't do this. Please. Please, don't. I can't stay here. Yes you can. Things will get better, they will. They'll only get worse. But we'll be here with you. You won't be on your own. You don't have to be. He did. It was exactly the fate he had been condemned to, on the very day of his birth. To be apart. To never belong. What make you think you'll be enough? He spat, because it hurt, everything hurt, and if it had to be this way, then so be it. He wouldn't show weakness nor doubts. He wouldn't let her see. We could, if you'd just let us, she shot back just as sharp. She gave as good as she got now. She was far from the shy, quiet girl trailing after him at the academy. She had changed, she had grown. And she didn't need him anymore. Sasuke didn't either. They had each other, they had the other kids, the sensei, and their family too. They would be just fine, without him. Why did they even want to hold him back? What did it change, if he was here or not? I'm leaving, Sakura. No you're not. I am. I won't let you. The atmosphere changed in an instant, tension rising up a notch. Fighting her was the last thing he wanted, but there was no mistaking the determination on her face. He felt a surge of anger at her insistence. Why was she doing this? Couldn't he make his decision? Couldn't she respect it? Did she have to be a guard to his prison too? Why not? Why? Because this is your place. You belong here. I don't. I never have, and I never will. You belong with us. He bit his lips on the next retort. Because that was. That's not the same, he mumbled weakly. She looked confused for a few seconds before she caught his meaning. By then he had closed the distance between them, snuck a hand behind her back. She opened her mouth to say something he would never get to hear, for he threw his hands at the nape of her neck, knocking her out in the precise way she had painstakingly taught him. He caught her before she could fall, laid her carefully on his futon, keeping a string of I'm sorry," just in case she could somewhat hear him. The night was well into its course now. He couldn't wait any longer. He picked up a scroll he had laid aside. He wished he could have written her a message, to explain maybe, why he had kept it and why he was gifting it to her now. But Naruto couldn't write. He slipped the scroll into her weapon pouch and turned off the light before rolling open the other scroll he had prepared. "See you, Sakura," he said lamely. He didn't want to think about when they would see each other again. If they would, even. He didn't want to think about Sasuke either. The pain in his chest, it would fade, surely. "Akira, I'll leave the rest to you." He went to stand on the seal, signed his Madara, and disappeared into the paper. The sky was barely lightening on the horizon when Sakura opened her eyes. She was immediately seized by nausea. Naruto was heavy-handed when it came to this kind of technique, despite how many times she had pestered him to be more delicate. She would have to go over it again with him next time they trained. Which would be? She bolted upright and almost turned up the content of her stomach. She didn't let that stop her. She scrambled to her feet, stumbled her way downstairs and out in the dormant streets. No trace of Naruto, of course. It wasn't a decision that was worth a single thought, to dash toward the Uchiha district instead of doing anything else more sensible, the things she was supposed to do: warn a Jounin, go to her instructor, report to the Hokage. They would hunt Naruto down and bring him back by force, and she didn't want that. He wasn't a criminal, she wouldn't set them after him. They could handle this. They would bring him back. In other circumstances she would have died of nerves at the idea of invading the district uninvited. As it was, she barely registered what she was doing and had snuck into Sasuke's garden in record time, but she couldn't recall which door led to his room. Why was this house so big? It was only 4 people there, really. She was about to give up and just pick a door at random when she was stopped rather abruptly by a blade pressing against her neck. "Sakura? What are you doing here?" Itachi lowered his sword in an instant, but she didn't dare move anyway. Sasuke's brother always made her feel both scared and sort of excited. Today it was only fear, though it barely made its way through the mess of her emotions. "I need to talk to Sasuke. It's urgent. I need to see him now." She registered distantly that she was trespassing into the property of a clan leader at sunrise, that she had no right to be here, and that Itachi could very well have her arrested for this. Or even arrest her himself. Was he in the police force too? What did Sasuke say last time? She had been listening, but she was drawing a blank now. She was frozen in place, mind reeling. She wasn't even sure what she was doing here anymore. Sakura. She must have spaced out, for Itachi had had the time to fetch his brother and bring him to her, bleary-eyed and shivering in his pajamas. The older Uchiha was nowhere to be seen, and she should have paid attention to that surely, to make sure he wasn't listening, because who knew what he would do? Who knew what was going to happen? "Sakura, what is it?" Despite her best efforts she couldn't keep her voice from cracking. "Naruto is gone." Chapter 35. "Are you sure about this?" Sasuke asked nervously. Sakura clicked her tongue, annoyed, probably because it was the 6th time already. "I told you, I've done this a million times before. Stop freaking out." Somehow, knowing that Sakura had climbed the Yamanaka flower shop to sneak into the Yamanaka compound a million times before wasn't as reassuring as she thought it was. Sasuke glanced around them at the deserted street, wondering what they would tell to someone catching them here at this hour. "Come on, keep up." He obeyed and followed her across the tree which branches spread over the compound walls. On the other side, it led close enough to the main house and a balcony that Sakura assured was attached to Ino's bedroom. Sasuke had to have faith that they wouldn't end up knocking on clan leader Yamanaka Inoichi's window. Fortunately, it was indeed Ino who opened the glass door after a short while, sleep-ruffled but already alert, frowning with a mix of worry and annoyance. She wasn't alone though. "Sai?" Sakura asked, both for confirmation and explanation. Ino shrugged. I couldn't sleep last night, she declared, oddly forceful. Shin is here too. He's out of the village. Joined the caravan going to the capital as a guard. First time. There was probably something Sasuke was missing here, something that explained why Ino was sort of defensive and why Sai was looking at the side, expressionless yet clearly uncomfortable. Sasuke didn't know them well enough to get it. We need your help, Sakura stated, leaving the topic deftly. It's Naruto. He's gone. They turned to Sai, who elected not to meet anyone's eyes and just stared straight ahead. He had a real talent to make people uneasy, or maybe it was just Sasuke. He was also completely deadpanned, as if he knew for sure. How do you know? Sasuke asked, displeased. Why did he know? It's a guess. I figured it was only a matter of time. He seemed so unsurprised, so unfazed by an event that had Sasuke and Sakura entirely blindsided. What was so obvious about it? How did it make sense? We'll talk about that later, Sakura said urgently, resting a light but firm hand on Sasuke's arm to stop his train of thoughts and the questions he wanted to ask. You're the best we know at tracking, Ino. We need to bring him back. Why? Sasuke was getting seriously annoyed at that guy. Sakura cast him an incredulous look. Why what? Why bring him back? Sai specified with the slow voice you use for people you think won't get what you're trying to explain to them. What, we have to. He looked unconvinced. Ino waved it off. How long ago did he leave? I'd say around midnight. Do you know where he was going? What gate did he take? What direction? Sakura shook her head helplessly and Sasuke tensed up even more. This wasn't good, at all. They were short on time and supply to get anything done about this. With tracking dogs or some long-range scanning techniques, they could probably pick up his trail, but here. Ino's pinched expression only reflected this. I'm sorry, Sakura. I can't. I can help. Sai's ability to drop bombs into conversations was uncanny. The worst thing was he pretended like he wasn't aware of it, but Sasuke would forgive him anything, if he was telling the truth. The ink I gave him for calligraphy, I make it myself. If he has some with him, even on a scroll, I can track it. Does he know about this? Sakura asked, uneasy. No. It's just something he does, Ino asked, aiming for reassuring. It wasn't. And having to rely on Sai's apparent stalking habits didn't sit well with Sasuke, but he wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. There was just one thing. Why would you help? He asked, suspicious. Why not? If you think he's right to go. I didn't say that. But that's what you think. Sai smiled and didn't deny it. Such an irritating smile. Sasuke did his best to be agreeable and polite to all, because he had been raised with manners, but Sai made it hard not to grab him by the shoulders and shake him in all directions until genuine emotions dropped off him like fruits from a tree. I think it's important to say goodbye, he said, tranquil and sweet, clearly stating he didn't think for a second they would be able to hold Naruto back. Sasuke breathed through his nose, in and out. He had to stay calm. Great, Sakura said with a clap of her hand, putting a lid on that whole conversation. Then we can. She stumbled then, seized with nausea. Sasuke had the reflex to grab her arm before she lost balance. She was terribly pale, even in the dim light of early morning. You're not recovered yet, he said. She would remain nauseous and weak for half the day at least. It could have been less, had Naruto been any gentler, but it could have been much worse too. It was a result of his lack of finesse, not a deliberate attempt at stalling her. But still. No. Sakura. No. I'm coming with you. You're not in any state to do so, Ino shot back sternly in Sasuke's place, knowing he couldn't spell it out in so many words. They had to move fast and she couldn't keep up in her state. He squeezed her arm, caught her gaze. Stay here. Buy some time. I'll go. I'll bring him back, I swear. The protest she had ready died on her lips. She bit it down angrily, feeling guilty, he knew, for having let Naruto slip away, for failing to stop him. And frustrated now not to be able to fix it herself. You'll still have to pass the gates, Ino warned. It's fine, I can use a henge. Some people are used to cross back and forth, as long as I'm out, it doesn't matter if it raises suspicions later. He turned to Sai, who produced a brush seemingly out of nowhere and, after dipping it in a small portable pot of ink, drew a jumble of lines into Sasuke's hand, which turned out to be a couple of mice. He signed, and they surged to life, agitated in Sasuke's open palm, though he could barely feel a thing. Sai kept his eyes close for a moment, searching, before nodding. They will lead you to him, he assured, neither resigned, nor pleased, nor showing anything at all. Sasuke wondered how Ino could stand it, she who was so expressive and outspoken. Then again, most people thought Naruto didn't have any feelings either. It was just a matter of knowing their language and tells. Of bothering to look for it. Thank you, Sasuke said, heartfelt. He was grateful, especially seeing that Sai himself didn't see the need to do this. He was close to Naruto though, they were friends, Sasuke knew, bonded by something he didn't quite get. They shared an understanding of some sort. Sasuke didn't want to contemplate that Sai might understand Naruto better than he did. Sakura took his hand, stirring him away from his thoughts. Let's go. If there was one thing more boring and terrible than gate duty, it was gate duty at night. They had to be more on guard and aware since threats were more likely to come under the cover of darkness, while it was impossibly dull and uneventful. The rare visitors and shinobi leaving or returning from a mission disinclined to linger for small talks. Fortunately the sun was rising, and with it the sweet release of their shift coming to an end. Yamanaka Ichinashuk stretched his arms high above his head, getting even more jittery now that the wait was coming to an end. At his side, Namayoshi Ryoma gave out a light snore, dozing off chin in his hands for the umpteenth time tonight. Ichinashuk rolled his eyes and kicked his friend's chair hard. Ryoma startled and flailed around, narrowly avoiding toppling off his chair. What was that for? We're almost up, the next team will be here soon. Try to look professional for once. Ryoma grumbled but did as he was told, straightened his clothes and wiped the sleep from his face. We've been shinin for 3 years, 3 years. How come we still end up stuck on those shifts? Ichinashuk glared at his friend with the most disdain and reproach he could muster, and Ryoma had the good taste to squirm, uncomfortable. All right, I know why, he said, waving a hand around. Don't look at me like that. Next time you'll think twice about trying to eavesdrop on the Jounin strategy meeting. Hey, you agreed. I wouldn't have if I knew how bad you still were at basic stealth. It was an old argument between them. As a Yamanaka, Ichinashuk was naturally inclined to and good at snooping, but for some reason Ryoma's curiosity and compulsion to stick his nose in everything, and especially things that didn't concern him, was even worse than his. But Ryoma was more of a heavy lifter than of a subtler kind, and he didn't have the skills to back up his urges. That didn't stop him from trying. And that didn't stop Ichinashuk from following. Tenzo Teiko was a good captain, fair and good-tempered, but he was also inflexible. The worst thing was the calm, even smile he always wore when he sentenced his subordinates to night gate duty or a day of organizing the archives. But Ichinashuk couldn't even be mad at him, it's not like they didn't deserve it. He cast a quick look at the clock, just a few more minutes. Activity would pick up at the gates as soon as the sun was up, but Ichinashuk and Ryoma would be on their way to their bed by then. They could only catch a quick nap before they were due for morning training. Tenzo Teiko had made it clear that they would be punished again if they were late. Ichinashuk tried to be subtle about craning his neck to spot the next team coming their way. He did spot 2 familiar silhouettes, but they weren't who he was looking for. Isn't that Izumi and Hana? Ryoma commented. It was. The girls waved at them awkwardly but didn't approach to greet them. Which, fair. They weren't that close, and if one or both were leaving on a mission, they probably didn't have time to spare. And yet they stopped at the edge and shared hushed whispers for a while, bent close, forehead almost touching. Hana took Izumi's hands in hers, they shared a loaded look. Then the Uchiha girl was gone, and the Inuzuka approached them, apologizing for their rudeness, saying that Izumi had received urgent orders and that the proper mission form would get to them soon. Ryoma waved it off as nothing. It wasn't uncommon on time-sensitive assignments that the gate was warned after a shinobi's departure. Chunin and above had the right to come and go as they pleased anyway, as long as it was recorded. Ichinashuk penned Izumi's departure into the register, making a note for the next team to wait for the assignment order. Both boys watched the girl leave, looking dejected and wistful. "You don't think?" Ryoma whispered. Gone was the fatigue from his face, his eyes were glistening with excitement, the way only good gossip could make them. "No," Ichinashuk said, painfully aware it was of no use. "They've been super close lately." "Yeah, nothing better than grief to jumpstart a relationship." Ryoma sobered up a little. Kamui and Hokuto's death was still fresh in their mind, as was the pain that had followed. "But it's not just that," Ryoma insisted. "I'm telling you, they've been hanging out. Hana even goes to visit the Uchiha district." "And how would you know that?" Ichinashuk sighed, already seeing another night gate duty taking from in their close future. Tenzo Teiko didn't like gossips, it was a wonder he hadn't kicked Ryoma out of his team. "I just do," Ryoma said smugly. He seemed to think that gathering better gossip than his Yamanaka friend was a worthy fit or something. "Please don't go starting any rumors," Ichinashuk pleaded. "What, me? I wouldn't!" Ryoma exclaimed. The tragic thing was he probably believed that. He didn't last more than a few seconds when Mayan and Sans Hero arrived to replace them. In the excitement they missed another silhouette crossing the gates swiftly, gone before they could spot it. "Hana! Why didn't you tell me you were, huh?" "Hello, Izumi." Both girls threw puzzled looks at Kiba, who had just barged into Hana's break room, throwing the door hard enough for it to bounce back on the wall. The handle would probably leave an indent in the pastel yellow paint. A few of the animals resting in the other room let out small noises of distress. "Kiba! What is it?" Hana asked. She sounded calm, her usual sweet smile in place, but Kiba looked nervous and Izumi could understand why. Hana sure knew how to make a threat while looking inconspicuous. It's nothing, really. Nothing at all. I'll leave you to it." "Kiba." He stopped dead in his attempt to make a quick exit. Izumi tried not to laugh at the uncanny resemblance he had with a scolded puppy. His dog was hiding in his vest, not any braver facing Hana's wrath. "It's just, words spread that you, and Izumi, and I can't believe you wouldn't tell me." "Tell you what?" "That you two were dating." "What?" Hana lost a bit of her composure and Izumi nosedived into her cup, face flaming. "They were just sharing breakfast." "Where was that coming from?" "Where did you hear that?" Hana asked, a little less assured than before. "I heard Shinko at the tea shop telling Himuyuka that Ryoma had told Sans Hero and Mayan that he saw you two at the gates this morning, that you were seeing Izumi off and that you two." It was too much for the poor genin, who surely didn't expect to have to retell those events in front of them both. He was the redder of the three, though Izumi wasn't too far behind. Hana was the most composed because of course she was. Unfair. But beyond that stupid rumor, Izumi caught on something far more troubling, and exchanged a quick glance to Hana that told her she had thought the same thing. "Ryoma said he saw us at the gate? This morning?" Kiba nodded pitifully before he too caught up with the situation. He looked between the two girls. "Wait. You're not on a mission," he said dumbly to Izumi. She got up, mind racing. What was going on? It could be just a mishap, of course, the rumor mill wasn't the most trustworthy source of information. But if Namayoshi Ryoma was an incorrigible gossip, he was also a reliable one, and they were of the same promotion at the academy, he wouldn't have mistaken her for somebody else. "We need to." It was the moment a huge black crow chose to tap at the window, making them all jump. Izumi was the fastest to recover, because she knew who that was. "It's Ataka's," she said as an explanation as she opened the window. The crow extended a foot to which was attached a small piece of paper. It was Ataka's favored means of short-distance communication, especially within the village, though he used it sparingly, as few messages required such urgency, or couldn't be delivered in person. She unrolled the paper, anxious for the news it carried, and was taken aback when it was, unexpectedly, a good one. "Shisui is awake," she whispered, lightheaded with the overwhelming intensity of the relief washing over her. Finally, things would go back to normal, they could put this nightmare behind them. But should we? Let's go to the hospital, Hana said firmly. The Hokage will probably be there anyway. Izumi sighed with relief at the decision behind made for her. She didn't want to have to choose between her duty of reporting the events at the gate and her urge to go see Shisui. Kiba, can you find Ryoma? Tell him to meet us there. Tell him it's urgent, Hana told her brother. No problem, the boy agreed, having recovered for his earlier embarrassment and affecting now the seriousness of a shinobi on a mission. Hana fed a treat to the crow almost on reflex, and Izumi couldn't help a fond smile at the bird's delight. It had to be a welcome surprise, she imagined, as crows were about as appreciated as the boy who took it upon himself to befriend them. Hana locked the practice and put up a note on the door warning she would be absent for the morning. Izumi felt guilty about dragging her away from her work like this, but she was too grateful to say a word. She was a bit unsteady on her feet, and having her friend with her was more than welcome. Hana was involved anyway, somehow. They rushed to the hospital. For a split second as they neared the right door, Izumi imagined that she had misread the note, or that it was a mistake, that she would find Shisui as he had been these past few days, still and quiet, barely alive. But when she stepped into the room, already crowded with both Fugaku and Mikoto here as well as the Hokage and Shizune, the son and Jiraiya, and Itachi of course, Shisui was well and truly awake, sitting propped against a few pillows in his bed. He looked tired and worn out, but he smiled when he saw her. She had a hard time swallowing down a sob. Had they been alone, she would probably have jumped on him and hugged the life out of his body. As it stood, she approached him with measured steps and squeezed his hands into her, eyes shining. "Sorry for worrying you," he said easily, smiling fondly. She couldn't help but respond to it, letting the tension and worry of his long sleep be washed away by the warm, fond expression on his face. "When did you wake up?" "Just an hour ago," Itachi said from the other side of the bed. He was sitting on the window frame, a preference of his especially when a room was full. His eyes were glued to Shisui's face. Izumi looked up at him, swept the room. That's when she noticed. "Where is Sasuke?" she asked, puzzled at the boy's absence. "And where?" Puzzlement turned into worry. She took the measure of how serious everyone looked, so grim for such a joyful occasion. "Where is Naruto?" "Kakashi is looking for them," Mikoto said. "We don't know," Izumi heard. She glanced back at Hana. There was no way this was a coincidence. Naruto had stood vigil over Shisui for 10 days, barely setting a foot outside. What could possibly keep him away from him? If he wasn't here, then... Hana! Hana, I found them. Kiba burst into the room with his usual finesse, followed by Ryoma and Ichinashuk, out of breath and flustered. Ryoma started apologizing immediately. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to spread any secret, I'm sorry." "You." He blinked at Izumi then. "You're back already?" "I never left." "Oh shit." "Then who?" "Oh shit. What is going on here?" The Hokage commanded everyone's attention as soon as she spoke. Ryoma was falling over himself, obviously not expecting to go from groveling for a distasteful rumor to explaining himself to Tsunadeheim in person. Ichinashuk stepped in then, though he looked barely more composed. "We spotted Hana sending Izumi off at the gate early this morning. Hana told us the mission assignment would come later. It is nothing unusual, we didn't think anything of it." "I'm sorry, Hokage-sama." "You're right, it's nothing unusual," she sighed. "You did nothing wrong." Of course they hadn't. After all, gate duty was primarily for watching who came in, not out. Because no one was a prisoner in the village, right? No one was forbidden to leave. No one except one. Kakashi popped up at the door, merely batting an eye at the more than crowded room. "Well?" Fugaku asked, and Izumi had never seen him so agitated, though it wouldn't be obvious to who didn't know the man. "I could only find Sakura, but I didn't get any word from her." "She's waiting in your office, Hokage-sama." The woman nodded and dismissed him with a wave. She looked terribly weary. "Shisui, I'm keeping you here for the time being, but you've recovered fine. You two, go back to your duty," she said. "Ichinashuk and Ryoma, we'll call for you later so that we can write down your statements." She left it at that and exited the room, Fugaku and Jiraiya on her heels. After a comforting press on Izumi's shoulder, Hana left too, ushering her brother out and leaving the rest of the Uchiha between themselves in the room. "I'm glad you're awake, Shisui," Mikoto said softly, sincere despite the worry clouding her face, before leaving too, no doubt to look for her second son. She wouldn't find him though, would she? Shisui spoke as soon as it was only the three of them. "I think Naruto came here last night," he confessed, eyes a bit glazy, unseeing. Izumi got closer, Itachi too, both claiming a seat by each side of the bed, both claiming one of his hand. "Sakura came to fetch Sasuke this morning." "Naruto left," Itachi said as an answer. Izumi's eyes widened, incredulous, but Shisui just chuckled sadly. "I know. I figured. Why didn't you say something?" Izumi asked, though she knew already. Itachi shrugged. He had confessed to them as easily as he had kept it to himself in front of the Hokage and the others. Itachi wasn't a good liar as much as an absent one. It wasn't the sort of things he questioned. He hadn't betrayed his brother to the higher UPS, and he hadn't betrayed Shisui's feelings. "Tell me what happened?" "After I was hurt," Shisui asked, pleading, smile slipping off his face now that they truly understood what was at stake. Izumi set to recollect. Tsunade loathed to admit it, but she had grown used to the authority she had as the Hokage. Not that she had ever had a problem making her voice heard and orders followed, bossy had been used more than once to describe her, and Hiruzen used to say she had natural authority. Natural or not, she could command and lead. But the title gave it an extra layer. Konoha people respected the Hokage greatly, and didn't want to disappoint nor cross them. The deference could be addictive, if she wasn't careful. She didn't want to let it get to her head. So, she was used to it now. And though she had argued plenty since taking the hat, she had never felt as defied as she did now. Facing a pink-haired 12-year-old girl. She had met Haruno Sakura a handful of times, though only in passing. She had seen her at the Chunin exam of course, holding her own against Fugaku's kid. She had looked promising then. And she looked even more promising now, sitting on a chair in the middle of the Hokage office, facing the Hokage herself, as well as her Jounin instructor, another Sunin, and the head of the intelligence department, and still stubbornly refusing to open her mouth. According to Kakashi, she wasn't a very good liar, and she hadn't even tried. When he had found her and asked about the whereabouts of her two companions, she had simply clicked her mouth shut with a finality that was still holding now, and that no amount of coaxing and menacing had managed to crack. Tsunade had called Inoichi in to scare the girl a little. She wasn't about to properly interrogate a child. But they needed to know of Naruto and Sasuke's whereabouts. "Sakura, please. You have to tell us. They could be in danger," Kakashi tried again, though without much conviction. The girl was obviously aware of that. She looked worried, and Tsunade was sure she was fighting against herself not to spill everything and send help to her friends. But why not do it then? What was she afraid of? "All right, that's enough then," Tsunade declared dramatically. She walked back to her desk, took out a piece of paper with a flourish. "Since we don't have any further information, I have no choice but to declare them both deserters on the run." "No." Tsunade let her brush hover, ready to write. "No? Why not?" "It's..." Sakura looked away, torn. She had been worrying at her bottom lip, enough that it was red and swollen, enough that she would draw blood soon. Tsunade didn't understand why she was so reluctant. "They're not. They're not. They're coming back." "Where did they go?" The girl gave a small shrug, still avoiding eye contact. "Sakura, Kakashi is right. They're not safe, out there alone. I know that." "Do you?" "Yes." She was clenching her fists on her lap, fierce, angry. It clicked then. It dawned on Tsunade's mind with such clarity she wondered why she didn't understand before. She knew why. Because they always forgot the kids could think, damn it. Sakura must have seen something on her face, spotted some kind of understanding, because she started to ramble, panicking. "Sasuke. Sasuke will bring him back. He will. They'll both come back. No one else has to get involved." There's no need to. That was it. That was why Sasuke had snuck out of the village and Sakura had hidden the truth instead of coming to them. Not because they wanted to be the ones to bring him back and not because they wanted to keep it a secret. But because. Do you think we will hurt your friends, Sakura? She tensed up. Naruto, you can't just force him. Sasuke can talk to him. You don't have to. Do you think we will hurt him? Tsunade asked again. You have before. Sakura retracted back into herself after the outburst, but she didn't apologize or even look like she regretted it. The adults were struck speechless, and that was it once again, their mistakes. The kids knew. They weren't stupid. They talked, they thought, they pieced things together. They even probably knew. I know. I know you won't let him go. But please, please, just don't. I know you won't let him go. Tsunade leaned against her desk, pinched the bridge of her nose to will away frustrated tears. Why did they always end up in this kind of mess? How did they manage to get it wrong every single time? Kakashi went to kneel in front of the girl, whose emotions were overflowing now as she hiccuped around broken sobs. It was too much for her, though she was still holding on. Sakura. Let me go after them. I'll protect them both, I swear. Please, trust me. I do. But Naruto. I won't hurt him. I won't. I know you don't have a choice. I know you don't have a choice, and he doesn't either. I know he can't leave, I know. How did she know? Tsunade wondered. What did she know? Who told them? Did they figure it out on their own, once they learned what harbored Naruto's body? Or did someone push the idea to them, opened their eyes to the bleak truth? After all, Naruto had befriended Tsuna's Jinchuriki. And he had met Orochimaru, around the same time. There were also the men who attacked him and Shisui in the forest. How foolish, to think kids could be kept out of the loop. They had figured it all out. Naruto had figured it out. And he had made his choice. Fugaku entered the office, done with rounding up all the Chunin on gate duty the previous night for a recollection of what they had seen, though Tsunade doubted it would be that simple. If nothing had been reported yet, they had noticed nothing suspicious. Why aren't we on the move? He asked, disapproving, and understood without an answer when he looked down at Sakura, who held his gaze despite her obvious uneasiness. She still hasn't talked? What the hell are you waiting for? He exclaimed, calling out Inoichi who was staying in a corner with no apparent will to move. Calm down, Fugaku, Tsunade said quietly, though there was the undercurrent of a threat in her voice. It was ineffective. Calm down. We don't know what could happen, we need to find them, now. Sakura. She jumped and recoiled, but still she held her ground, still she faced him head-on. Tsunade was truly impressed. Sasuke will succeed, she affirmed again, stubborn to bout. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what Naruto's capable of. Naruto won't hurt Sasuke. Are you sure? She hesitated for a split second, fear showing through her resolved expression, but she didn't let it through. Yes. He won't. Not on purpose. Is that supposed to be any better? We hurt each other all the time. That gave Fugaku a pause. Sakura had jumped to her feet, though it didn't get her much of an advantage height-wise. We train and we hit and kick and we practice ninjutsu, and we always get hurt. Naruto has hurt Sasuke before and Sasuke has hurt Naruto too, and just because he heals faster doesn't mean it doesn't matter. Naruto matters too. And if they're hurt, it will be on you. It will be your fault. Kakashi stepped in deftly when it almost felt like Sakura was going to throw herself at the older Uchiha. He pressed her face against his chest and she fought it for a short while before she slumped in his embrace, bursting into tears. Fugaku was completely taken aback, and he sunk into the chair she had just vacated, taking his head in his hands to try and sort out his thoughts. His son was missing after all. What did he say? Tsunade asked gently, as if that whole exchange had never happened. Naruto. You saw him leave, didn't you? What did he say? It was a gamble, but the right one. She had indeed been there. He said he didn't belong here, Sakura said, muffled from her face still mushed into Kakashi's jacket. He stroked her hair, encouraging. It's not. He talked about leaving for a while. But we thought maybe if. How long had that been going on? Naruto, eaten away by his place in the village and his thirst for a different future, his friends, trying with all their might but powerless to see him through it. They had never said a word, to anyone, had they? Months, years, shouldering their burden, the trials of their young friendship. All the others, where were they? Couldn't she have paid more attention to the boy? Couldn't she have been? She shook her head. Now wasn't the time to think like this. They had no idea where the Akatsuki was standing, they could easily find Naruto out there. Regardless of Sakura's accusation, regardless of Naruto's value, Tsunade just wanted him to be safe. Will you tell us what you know, Sakura? So that we can bring them both back, she pleaded quietly. The girl nodded. She had won them enough time anyway, Sasuke would catch up to Naruto, and maybe manage to persuade him to turn back. But Tsunade doubted it. And what would they do then? Sakura told them about meeting Naruto in his room, about waking up hours later and going to her friends for help. Sasuke, and then Ino, Sai, but no adults. Kakashi. Gather a team and go after them. I'll leave it to you. Yes, Hokage-sama. You have to bring both of them back. Do you understand? He bore stoically the heaviness of her meaning, gave the barest nod. Yes, Hokage-sama. He left after a last pat on Sakura's head, prompting Fugaku into motion too. She trusted Kakashi wouldn't let him be part of this mission, she let him go. Shizune. Take Sakura home, will you? She's to stay there for now. No wandering. Tsunade silenced the girl's protest with a stern look, and Sakura finally seemed to recall her place and who she was trying to argue with. She hunched over herself, ashamed, but still not regretful, still convinced, Tsunade knew, that she had done the right thing. You can fetch some of her friends, Tsunade added. To keep her company. It was as much to keep an eye on her, but this whole affair proved that the kids would sooner turn to each other than to the people in charge, so she didn't put much faith into them. But Sakura had to be in great distress, her two close friends gone who knew where with no protection and no back UPS. She shouldn't be alone at a time like this. It was only Jiraiya and herself left in the office then. She could slump into her couch as she desperately wanted to. He came to sit next to her. I never thought. I didn't think Naruto was this far gone, Jiraiya said absent-mindedly, mostly to himself. It was rare to see him like this, surprised, caught out. Always so carefree, so unbothered. The weight of others' plague wasn't something he was used to account for, especially for kids, whose life they always considered so easy, their struggles so dismissible. And yet, she said bitterly. They had had no idea. And yet. When she had rushed to Shisui's room in the morning, warned by a nurse that he had woken up, and seen the empty spot at the foot of the bed where Naruto should have been, her first thought hadn't been, he's been taken. It was a very real possibility, they now knew, yet she had barely considered it. She had been convinced right then that he had just decided it was enough, that he wasn't hiding somewhere and that no one had forced him out either. It was risible, how they were all so surprised, and yet weren't. Not really. Go do your things, will you, she told her friend, because she couldn't afford his comfort for too long, they both had more important things to do. This cannot get out of the village. I can trust you with this, right? He nodded gravely and left. Orders given, everyone set on their task, she was left alone in her big office, nothing to do but wait for some news, passive, useless. She took the sake bottle hidden into her bottom drawer and threw it out the window before she gave in the urge to down it all in one go. Kakashi put his foot down of course, and he was right to, when Fugaku demanded to be part of the departing team. He outranked the man, technically, but the Godame had put Kakashi in charge and he wasn't one to be bullied into any decision. Fugaku cast Mikoto a betrayed look when she put a hand on his arm, urged him to let it go. Kakashi was right, they couldn't get involved. Fugaku wasn't in his right mind, and no team captain would want him near any mission in that state. She found Tekka and unloaded the ongoing affairs to him before taking Fugaku home. The fight had left him, and he didn't protest. They sat with steaming tea at their kitchen table. They waited. She couldn't wrap her head around it fully. Sasuke gone, her little boy miles away from the village, no one knowing where exactly. He didn't used to be so brave. She recalled his first day at the academy, how shy he had been, reluctant to let go of her, even if course he had done his best to show nothing of it. Most importantly though, he didn't used to be so defiant. He enjoyed the rules, he always had. Made a point to follow them, to obey. Though they had to be explained to him first, as he would ask why? Why do we do this, why do we have to? Is there a reason? And it had better be a good one. As he grew up, he had developed his own set of rules too. It was world-changing, how easily Sakura and he had made their decision. A few years ago, he would have warned someone else immediately, his parents at the very least. But she understood now that first and foremost, those children's loyalty was to each other. Sasuke hated to step out of line, to break the rules. If he believed he was right to though, because it was unfair, because he needed to, he would without a second thought. For his friend, he hadn't hesitated for a second. If Naruto loses control, Fugaku mumbled somberly, eyes in his cup. I don't think that's the kind of hurt we ought to worry about. Naruto had stopped himself from hurting Shisui, and he would again, she was sure, for his love ran deep too, as deep as Sasuke's, even if he didn't want anyone to acknowledge it, not even himself. But would that be enough? She feared how Sasuke would come back to them. Be it successful or not, things would be different from then on, now that they were aware of this strength and weakness in their children, of a very different perspective than those of their parents that they had developed entirely on their own, with no one the wiser. Aware too of Naruto's rebellion, which she didn't have the slightest clue how they would handle. She thought of his pain, deep enough to prompt him on this perilous path, and she was so ashamed of herself she could barely breathe through it. She hoped they would get another chance, to do better, while knowing they didn't deserve it. She hoped they would be safe, at least, that they wouldn't break their hearts against each other. Mostly though, she just hoped and wished and prayed, for their son to return to them. You'll come back, right? Both of you. We will. You need to. You have to, okay? Even if you have to break his legs or something, just. If he leaves, if he really leaves. Stop. I promise. I promise. We'll both come back. Sasuke had shed the henge as soon as he'd been out of sight from the wall. He felt kind of bad about having borrowed Izumi's face and hoped it wouldn't cause her any trouble, but it was the best option, someone he knew well enough to copy, that wouldn't raise suspicion nor unwanted attention. Sakura had insisted to see him off at the gates, so Hana it was, as they were often seen together lately. He was following the ink mice through the thick forest. They ran faster than normal mice, of course. They even seemed to adapt to his own pace, never too slow nor too fast, jumping from tree to tree a few meters ahead of him. He hadn't paid any attention to the path they were taking, he hoped they knew the way back too. He didn't think about it for now though. He couldn't even picture it. The way back. There was a big dark block in his future, preventing him from seeing any further than a few hours ahead. From the point where he would reach Naruto, the future was blank. He had no idea what to expect, what he would do, say, what Naruto would do and say. He resolved he would figure it out when it happened. Which he had no way of anticipating either. The mice didn't talk, couldn't tell him if they were closing in or still far away. Naruto had to stop at some point, right? But he had much better stamina than Sasuke. But maybe he wasn't running at top speed, if he didn't suspect he was being followed. But wouldn't he assume he was anyway? Sasuke had to reach him, or he would go crazy. He kept thinking about Sakura's word, the worry on her face, or well, Hana's. How long before they realized something was amiss? How long before Sasuke, and Naruto, were pursued? Above all else, he had to get to Naruto first. He knew why she was so scared, why she was so adamant he brought him back at all cost, even if he wasn't going to break his legs. If Naruto slipped away now, that would be it. He would become a deserter, a traitor, and a lost asset the village would want to recover. The village, and others too, from what Sasuke had gathered. He wouldn't be a runaway teenager. He would be a hunted target. A mission then. Bring back the suspect, no matter what. A criminal even? Depending on what he did from then on. Where was he even going? How did he hope to survive, out there on his own, with no resources, no ally, half the shinobi world on his trail? And the men from the forest too? Who would protect him out there? They would catch him sooner or later. A prisoner if it was foreign shinobi, worse probably if it was the ones after him for some darker purpose. And if it was Konoha. If he was brought back kicking and screaming, against his will, or worse, in chains, then it would be over too, in another way. He would never forgive any of them. They could never reach out to him again. He would be lost to them, forever. So Sasuke had to convince him. He had to change his mind. He had to. The dogs will pass messages and report to the others as soon as the kid's trail is spotted. All set. Guy, Asuma, and Kurane nodded to Kakashi, each flanked with one of his ninkin, the best they had at tracking. One team for each gate. Sasuke had used the western one where they now stood and where Kakashi would start with Tenzo, but they couldn't rule out it had been a diversion. The boy's henge was good enough that it would have jumbled his scent too. The trail wouldn't be that easy to pick up. They couldn't afford to send more people though, couldn't spare too much of their defensive forces. And they needed to remain discreet for now, lest they advertised to all who had eyes set on them that they had lost their Jinhiriki. Of him, they had found nothing. However he had managed to sneak out of the village, he had left no trace behind him. The Godame had left Kakashi to form a team, and if his friends were skilled and capable jounin, he had to admit it wasn't really what had played into his choice here. When in distress, shinobi always fell back on those closest to them, and he was loath to admit that he was no exception. He trusted them the most, they would handle this with care. And they had shown up, immediately and without question. It was heartwarming. Fugaku had wanted to come of course, and then to send Itaki or Izumi or any Uchiha, but it was Mikoto, strangely enough, who had talked him down firmly, arguing about personal stakes and his own duties, even when she probably wished badly to go too. It was any parent's lot though, to watch their children go on missions without them, with no say on the matter and no hand on their fate. In this, Sasuke and Naruto were Kakashi's responsibilities, his to take care of. He had to bring both back no matter what. Keep the updates coming. We will, don't worry. Kurane and Asuma disappeared. Guy put two heavy hands on Kakashi's shoulder, weighed on him a grounding look, before doing the same. Kakashi let out a long, measured breath, forcing his mind to shift focus on the task at hand. Tenzo stood by his side, stoic and unreadable as usual. The memory of the night they had both chased Naruto down through the woods was an unwelcome one, he swiftly pushed it out of his mind. Sakura was waiting near the demarcation line, carefully on the right side. Kakashi spotted Ino and Sai a few meters away, tasked with walking her back home and stay there with her, as she was ordered to stay put for now. No doubt would they find a way to stay in the loop, with Ino's uncanny and frankly annoying snooping skills. I'm sorry, Sensei, Sakura said with a small voice, eyes on the ground and shoulders hunched. He wondered what she was apologizing for letting Naruto leave and Sasuke go after him, for not telling anyone, for the things they had kept from him. He couldn't fault her any of that. If they hadn't felt safe and trusting enough to come to him, it was his own damn fault. If Naruto had managed to build up an escape plan and was far enough gone to act on it without him ever noticing a thing, it was his fault too. He put a hand on her shoulder, shook her a little so that she would look up. He smiled, hoping to look reassuring, steady. Don't worry too much. Everything will be fine. He had absolutely no ground to make that kind of promise, but what else was he supposed to say? She nodded pitifully, taking the comfort, however small and meaningless. Kakashi turned away with a wave, Tenzo on his heels. It was the second time she was seeing someone off at the gate in less than a day. Let's get to work, he said as soon as they had stepped out of the walls. Pakun and Baisuke set to sniff around, trying to locate Sasuke's scent. There is one, that split in 4 directions, Pakun said. Decoys. Likely. Kakashi summoned 2 more of the ninkin, set each of them on one of the trails and Tenzo with one too. As soon as you can confirm whether it's a fake or not, tell me, he ordered, before letting them go. Tenzo nodded without a word, never one to spend them needlessly. Pakun stayed by his side. Kakashi had never had much luck in life, but as he started to follow the dog on the trail he had picked at random, he found himself praying, for once, to strike the right one out. To be able to reach his students in time. No time has passed when Akira opened the seal and released Naruto. He had wondered what it would be like inside the storage scroll, but there was nothing, as if he'd been asleep. There was no telling how time had passed for his body either. Was he hungry, tired? Could he die in there if he stayed too long? Questions for another time. He blinked at the light, the sun already above the tree line. It had to be mid-morning, though Naruto wasn't good at this kind of estimation. How far are we? Far enough. But I didn't want to go further without checking the direction. The fox was panting slightly, though he tried to hide it. Naruto offered a hand. Akira snubbed it, at first, but relented after a while and climbed onto Naruto's arm to settle on his shoulder. Thank you, Akira, Naruto said, heartfelt. He swept an eye around him, but this patch of forest was pretty much the same as all the others he had encountered, albeit thicker than the woods inside Konoha's walls. He had no way of knowing where he was exactly, but he didn't care. What mattered was where he was going. He rolled up the storage scroll and took out Orochimaru's seal, brought it to life again. The snake uncoiled lazily, sniffed the air as if it looking for a sense of direction. Finally, it spiraled back on itself and settled into a new position. Head pointing almost dead left to the direction they had been heading in until now. Damn it, Naruto cursed under his breath, folding the paper back. He had hoped the general direction would remain unchanged, so that they didn't waste too much time while Akira was running blind. It was probably on purpose though, that the seal didn't point directly to its master. Or maybe they had just gone too far on that track. No matter. He had to keep going. Are you staying? He asked the fox, trying to sound uninterested. He didn't want to ask him to. Akira had done more than enough for him, and it didn't sit too well with Naruto, be it because the fox was that kind or because the price Naruto would pay them for it was that worthy. But he didn't want to be alone either. Most of his focus was set on not thinking about Konoha, about what could be happening there right now. Sakura had to be awake already. What would she do? Raise the alarm? Go after him? He had no way of knowing. Maybe he never would. Why not? I don't have anything better to do, Akira said, just as nonchalant. Whether true or not, Naruto didn't linger. Akira settled in his hood, and Naruto set out to run. Every once in a while he would check with the snake, to be sure he was on the right track. He couldn't tell if it was adjusting to his trajectory or changing instructions altogether. He didn't have a choice but to follow it anyway. Until a few hours later, when he neared a large river and the snake refused to come. What the hell? Naruto bled on the paper, to no avail. The seal stayed silent. Naruto forced himself to remain calm. It didn't make sense that it would just randomly stop working. There had to be a reason. A reason other than Orochimaru screwing him over massively. He explored his surroundings a bit, without much hope. There was nothing there of note, except, when he walked further up the river, an impressive waterfall which roaring sound echoed across the valley. More impressive though were the two giant figures carved directly into the rock, of two shinobi facing each other, one hand on their sword, the other raised in the seal of confrontation. Naruto had no idea who they were supposed to be, nor why would anyone bother with such a huge monument, in such a random place. What he knew was that it was absolutely not subtle enough to be hiding any secret lair. This wasn't the place he was looking for. So why? Naruto, Akira piped up, poking out of the hood. Someone is coming. Oh. Could that be it? Could the seal feel it somehow? It would make sense that it wouldn't allow its owner to be followed. Naruto prayed hard for it to be just a random passerby, knowing full well how dim the chances were, especially after Akira confirmed that whoever it was, they were coming straight to them. It made sense, and yet took Naruto completely off guard, when Sasuke stepped out of the tree line. He looked equally surprised, which was stupid. Wasn't he after Naruto? What are you doing here, Sasuke. I came to get you. I'm not lost. I know what I'm doing. Naruto didn't like the pained look on Sasuke's face. Just go back with me, please. No one has to know. But if you leave, I don't care. They can try and get me. I won't go back, I won't. I can't let you go. They were surrounded by the rush of the waterfall, the breeze traveling down the valley. It was only the two of them here. It felt like it was only the two of them in the entire world. But they wouldn't have been here arguing like this if that was the case. And how do you plan on stopping me? Had it been only the two of them, they would never have had to fight. Izumi left, eventually, to try to see what was going on, if she could get any information, if she could help. But Itachi didn't move. He kept to the chair in the corner of the room, drawing quietly, while Shisui looked at the window, dozing off and waking up without having a say in the matter. Do you think they will bring him back? He asked, the silence blanketing them both, not really expecting an answer. The sound of the charcoal mine scratching the paper didn't stop or even stutter, but Itachi spoke after a pause, though of course not for something so mundane as giving a straight answer. Do you want them to? Shisui closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths to steady himself. He should have been eager to go home, to get out of that bed and that room, but now that he knew what he would find, he wasn't too keen anymore. Because the house would be empty. Naruto's things would be gone, his room abandoned. It hurt to think about it. But then the alternative, now that Naruto had truly made a run for it, the alternative, if they did bring him back, wasn't much more pleasant. Naruto sulking alone in his room, unreachable, impervious to any attempt at getting to him. Or worse, the house still empty, because Naruto wouldn't submit, would have to be kept somewhere else, somewhere they were sure he couldn't escape again. His eyes landed on the scrolls aligned on the bedside table. No one had noticed them at first. He ought to give them to Tsunade when she came back, for they were for her no doubt. Naruto had not rushed out, had not followed a passing impulse. He had long thought about it. And he had made his decision. Shisui was missing him already. Somehow it felt like an answer in itself. He had accepted that Naruto was already gone. That he could only settle and wait for him now, wait for him to return. For some reason, he didn't doubt it would happen. Someday. But not today. Chapter 36. Sasuke was so young, the first time he had joined in on a training routine, he didn't remember it at all. In ninja families and clans, it came along with walking and talking. He had very old memories of mimicking the older kids as they went through their drill, copying their stance, the movements of their hands and feet. The games they played also revolved around this, organizing their mock training with stretching and muscle development and yelling, come on, when they tried to hold on to their position during core building exercises. Sasuke had always liked it. He liked going through the positions, one after the other, trying to keep balance and drop as low as possible. He liked going through the motion, punching and kicking the empty air faster and faster, perfectly in control of his whole body, of every muscle involved, pushing beyond the exhaustion, holding on. He didn't remember when it started. What he did remember though, was the first time he had to put those moves into practice. He was young still, 5 maybe. He had tried the techniques against other kids before, but always in mock fighting, always to hone their precision and control. But then had come the day when they were to fight for real. Not to hurt the other of course, or put them out of commission, but still, the instructions then, for the first time, was to win the fight. He remembered not liking that at all. It hurt. They had to hurt each other. They had to make it so that the other would get down and not get up, to trap them in a way they couldn't escape from, or to push them to give up. Sasuke didn't do well the first few times. He had the theory down, he was strong and flexible and he had good instincts and reflexes. But he didn't want to fight. It had become easier after a while. The only way not to get hurt and not to hurt either was to get good enough, that he wouldn't take any hit and could carefully control his own. He came to like sparring with people he knew and trusted, testing their techniques and moves, almost dancing. But he never got past his dislike for pointless pain, received or inflicted. He never told anyone, of course. He had an inkling Itachi knew, and Itachi maybe even was the same. Itachi taught him Shurikenjutsu and Katon and helped him explore his Sharingan, but they never sparred together. Naruto certainly didn't know. Naruto was always down to fight. Back at the academy, they spent a lot of hours in taijutsu practice, and even if instructions were to hold back, because it was counterproductive to have the students knocked out or stuck at the infirmary all the time, it didn't mean they followed through. Naruto was bad at this, holding back. But most importantly, the others were bad at holding back on him. Or they just didn't try. Everybody knew Naruto didn't get hurt. Didn't stay hurt in any case. He was always provocative and mean, always taunting. And most of the kids wanted to fight, for real, and they weren't allowed, but Naruto wasn't the same. Because Naruto was always down to fight, Naruto didn't really get hurt, and no one would care if he was anyway. There was only ever Hyuga Hinata to be gentle with him, but then again, she was gentle with everyone. She too was often the target of rougher-than-needed spar, but they knew better than to go after the Hyuga heir. Sasuke didn't want to be the odd one out. He never said anything. He went hard on Naruto like everybody else. Even after they started to train together, even after they became friends, because Naruto was always going hard too, he didn't seem bothered by any of it. Just like, Sasuke supposed, he didn't seem all that bothered by the teacher's constant scolding and the kids' disdain. Naruto didn't seem bothered by anything at all. Should he have done something sooner? Said something? Why didn't he see, even back then, how miserable his friend was, how far gone already? It just didn't feel like it was that big of a deal. Childhood was supposed to suck anyway. They were weak and irrelevant and couldn't do anything, couldn't participate in the big decisions and the important missions. They just had to get through the academy and the training, and then they could be ninjas and finally gain a place in the village, do something useful. Until then they could only fight between themselves. Sasuke was lost in thoughts and memories, regrets and longing, as he wondered what if. He ran, surrounded by trees, then and suddenly he wasn't. The sky opened up above him, there was a river, a waterfall, a monument of two giants facing each other he knew he ought to recognize but didn't, and... "What are you doing here, Sasuke?" He had almost forgotten that he was supposed to catch up. Jumping from trees to trees that all looked the same, busy overthinking, he had forgotten what he was chasing in the first place. Or maybe he didn't want to catch it, not really. He would have been fine running like this forever, Naruto's shadow just a few steps ahead. He would have followed him anywhere. But now they were face to face and it wouldn't happen. Either Naruto would be the one following, or he would make it so that Sasuke couldn't. "And how do you plan on stopping me?" As usual, Sasuke didn't want to fight. As usual, he would anyway. "Are you alright?" "I am." "Why? You're very quiet." It was impressive that for how little Tenzo's expression ever changed, he still managed to carry across many emotions and thoughts, right now, deadpan sarcasm. "Am I usually talkative?" The answer was no, of course. But there were different qualities to a silence, and Tenzo was reserved, but that wasn't it this time. He was tensed and somber and yes, quiet, in a tightly wound-up way, lips carefully sealed and face set in a deep scowl. Above all that though, Kakashi simply knew his friend well. They only had a few minutes to spare, catching some rest while waiting for the messages passed back and forth between the Ninken to reach them, before they would resume the chase. Pakun needed to adjust their trajectory, but he was fairly certain they were gaining ground on Sasuke, they were much faster after all. "We'll catch up with Naruto soon enough," Kakashi said conversationally. "We don't even know if he's really. We don't know where's he's going. We won't run into anyone. Don't worry." "I'm not worried." Tenzo didn't make any effort to lie. He didn't have to, he could just keep saying completely outlandish stuff with a straight face and repeat the same bullshit over and over until whoever trying to get an honest answer out of him simply gave up in frustration. Kakashi had seen plenty fall to it, others, not him. Lately Tenzo mostly used it to fuck around with their friends, to see how long it would take before Guy realized that Tenzo didn't actually believe Kunao grew up on trees. It had been a while since Tenzo had so blatantly tried to hide his feelings away. Kakashi knew to fly right through it though. Orochimaru told Tsunadeheim that he was after the boy, but that doesn't mean that's what we're dealing with here. I can't imagine what Orochimaru would want with him. I can. A good thing Kakashi was far better at the lying thing. Tenzo looked like he regretted opening his mouth, but, recognizing defeat, he went on. Orochimaru has always been attracted to rarity above all. There are 9 Jinchuriki in this world, not one more. It's about as rare as it gets. And it will be a blow to the village too. Double the price for the Rogue Sunin. Kakashi felt a bit guilty, pushing Tenzo to talk about it like that, but it was sorely needed, unpleasant as it was. Then I can't imagine why Naruto would run to him anyway. I can. That one was more surprising. Tenzo sighed heavily, no doubt seeing clearly through Kakashi's poorly disguised strategy to have him open up a little on the matter. It was a testimony to how shaken he actually was, that he didn't put up more of a fight, that he gave up so easily. He had been on edge ever since the Chunin exam and the third's death. Their timing was terrible, but if Tenzo was willing to talk now, then now it would be. You know, I don't remember much. But most of us, he didn't take against our will. Tenzo had very few memories of his childhood. He was an orphan, both Chunin parents killed during the Nine Tails attack, that was about as much as they knew. It was the same for most of the children victim of Orochimaru's experimentations. Kids that no one would miss, easy to snatch away. But what did he promise you? I don't know. I don't recall. But There was a long pause where Tenzo balanced between going on and shutting down, or even bolting right then, and Kakashi balanced between urging him on and backing off. He sucked at bringing comfort. I remember taking his hand. Kakashi had to get up then, walk a few steps, make a show of looking around to see if Pakun was coming back, because he couldn't bear the expression on Tenzo's face. As muted as it was, Kakashi had known him for years. His anguish, his regrets, and shame, he could see them plain as day. It was something he had often heard, about Orochimaru. How good he was at winning people over to his side. Not any people though, he was already an outcast long before being a criminal too. Yet there were always those willing to follow him. Fellow outcasts, the ones no one else wanted. Didn't it go exactly the same for Anko? She wasn't any more talkative than Tenzo on the subject. It could have brought them closer together, but their shared history had the opposite effect. They avoided each other like the plague, incurably tight-lipped and wary around one another. Anko was Orochimaru's apprentice when Tenzo was locked up in his lab, and maybe they couldn't get past that. Or maybe it was something else. Maybe they were both ashamed of having been willing, of enjoying the attention even, no matter how briefly. I don't know Naruto, Tenzo added, barely loud enough to be heard. But yeah. I can imagine. Kakashi knew Tenzo didn't mean it as a reproach, but he took it hard all the same. What did it say about him, about how poorly he had looked after his team, that it seemed plausible to Tenzo that Naruto would answer to Orochimaru's call? Deep down, he knew the answer. It wasn't like he wasn't aware of Naruto's pain, of his rage and resentment, his confusion and frustration over the injustice in his life that he didn't understand and didn't deserve. Kakashi was well aware of it all. And he had said nothing and done nothing because he had thought that Naruto would just endure. Like he did. Like they all did. It just didn't occur to him that Naruto would act on it. It wasn't how this went. They were supposed to, they had to make do with these wounds. They kept going despite it all, because life was as it was and they couldn't change it. All he could do was try to make it easier, until Naruto learned to live with it. Such was their world. Konoha had very few deserters, and trials for disobedience and treason were rare. The only one Kakashi could think of was. Yeah, he had learned that lesson early on. Just endure. There was nothing else to do. Endure, or succumb. He didn't think he had been taught. It seemed as natural as breathing. But the kids hadn't learned it at all. It was Naruto, of course. Naruto in front of the monument. What's the point of dying for that place? What is so great about the village that you all want to die for it? Naruto faced with Hyuga pain. If you hate it so bad, why don't you just fight it? It was Naruto, but not only him. Sasuke and his indignation in Wave Country, why can't we help? We're just going to leave. Sasuke, who wanted power, the power to change the world around him. It was Sakura too, of course. If they're hurt, it will be your fault. Sakura and Naruto, determined to protect him even if she knew what that entailed. It was Yamanaka Ino, disrespectful and unafraid, ready to voice her opinion on anything, to anyone. Narashikamaru, stubbornly refusing to contribute in any way. Hyuga and his quiet rage. Even Itachi had been steadily placing himself against his father. It reminded him of Obito, a little. Obito didn't understand either, why they had to fight so, why they had to die. It's not like any of them did, but Obito, unlike all the rest, though it was something they ought to change. He was the only one Kakashi knew that ever believed that, ever dared to voice it aloud. To say something so revolutionary as "I don't want me or my friends to be hurt and die." No matter the reason. Expect to protect said friends, of course. Self-sacrificing bastard. It was dreadful, to realize out of the two lessons, obey, protect, one had far deeper roots in his mind, and not the one he would have preferred. Because Naruto had his place in the village, his role to play. They couldn't save him from it. Could they? We're on the right track, Pakun said, popping up next to Kakashi and not making him jump. Tenzo got back to his feet, neutral and laid back as if nothing was amiss. The others will be joining us soon, the dog added. And one more thing. What? What is it? There is someone else. Between Sasuke and us. Are you sure? Certain. But I don't know who it is. An enemy on their trail already? Or just another reckless kid? Lead the way then. Naruto turned away, Sasuke jumped in front of him. Naruto tried to sidestep him, Sasuke tried to grab his arm. Naruto threw a fist, Sasuke dodged. Before they knew it, they were fighting. Naruto's fox had quickly popped out of existence, making it one less thing Sasuke ought to worry about. He fell back on defense but made sure he was always in Naruto's way, getting the other boy more and more frustrated, as he seemed eager to put a quick end to the confrontation. Let me go, Sasuke. No. A kick in the plexus, Sasuke rolled away, breath cut out of him, but when he jumped back to his feet despite the pain, anxious to keep Naruto in his line of sight, the boy hadn't moved further. Did they tell you to bring me back no matter what? Is that it? Is that your mission? It took Sasuke a moment, both because he was focusing on his wheezing breath and because he didn't get what Naruto was saying. Until it dawned on him. No one sent me. Sakura came to me alone. We didn't tell anyone. It shouldn't have been that surprising. But Sasuke was quickly learning that what he and Naruto knew and took for granted were vastly different. Why? Why? You're our friend. He couldn't voice the feeling aloud. It was too daunting, too much. He was too cowardly. So it's me you want to keep, Naruto said. Sasuke frowned, puzzled. Yes. Well, you're the only one. What? Naruto sighed, frustrated. Sasuke held back a jab, he was trying, it wasn't his fault if the other boy made no sense. It had always been hard to talk, and to understand each other, but never harder than right now. The people they'll send after me. It's not me they want. I'm not, a small sound, like a whine of pain, desperate and wanton, I'm not Naruto. Do you understand? He did. He did, but he didn't want to say it. He didn't want to acknowledge it or think about it because the worst thing was he knew all this, he knew, he understood, and he knew too that he could do nothing about it, that they were no promise he could make and trust he could uphold, because the world was stronger than them both. He knew, and yet. You are to me. It's not enough. He knew that too. Naruto charged again, probably so that they would stop talking, face bitter and regretful at having said that so bluntly. On all account fighting with their fists was easier than with words. The easy way out. Sasuke recognized the grip Naruto had on his arm. Before he could activate his paralyzing seal, Sasuke threw him off with a spin, sending him past the riverbank and into the water. He followed, hot on his heels in case he tried to bolt. Unbidden came the memories of when they had learned this, balancing on the calm river back in the village, right after their return from Wave Country. Naruto had just started wearing his mask. For a while they had seen it more than his actual face. The mask was still here, dangling in Naruto's back by the cord that had slid down around his neck. It painted a nice target. It was petty and meaningless, the urge to smash it, but hard to let go still. Why can't it be? Sasuke asked in a small voice as they faced each other on the water. It wasn't a question for Naruto, not really. Maybe it was for the world at large. Why couldn't it be enough? Why were they so powerless, so small? He activated his Sharingan and Naruto immediately looked away. Right, because they were not experimenting now, weren't testing anything, playing around with what they could do. This time, Naruto had to be wary of his eyes. Sasuke closed the distance because he couldn't bear it, wanted Naruto to look at him again, even if just so that he could block him. They fell into a display of their evenly matched taijutsu level. Good for practice, not so much when they were actually trying to win. Where will you even go? Sasuke shouted between a kick and a dodged elbow. What are you going to do? That was a sensible argument at least. What were they doing here? What path was Naruto following? His friend bristled, displeased with the question. I'll manage. It doesn't concern you. Of course it does. Why? They always ended up there one way or another. Always at some point Naruto would let transpire that simple truth, he didn't understand others caring for him. Years down the line, and it still wasn't something he could handle. And it still wasn't something Sasuke could explain. What words could he put on it, on how he worried about his friend, how he wanted him to be happy and safe so that he wouldn't worry anymore. How it hurt when Naruto hurt and how it hurt that he couldn't ease that hurt in any way. How he wished life was sweeter on them both, so that they could just enjoy it and not doubt so much. How he wished Naruto would smile more and how that would make him smile in turn. There was no way of saying all that. You're my friend, he said lamely, frustrated at how little it meant, how limited the word. Naruto made a disbelieving noise, another concept he had trouble grasping. How are we supposed to look after each other if you're gone? Sasuke went on. How will we? How will I protect you? Didn't you see what happened? Naruto shot back. Shisui almost. He choked on the words, distressed still even if Shisui was fine now, the danger had passed, he didn't die. They'll come back. Them and others too. And what then? I won't let anyone get hurt for me again. That's not for you to decide, if. Don't they hate me enough already? Naruto cut forcefully, voice rising. Sasuke couldn't help but wonder if he was saying something else then. Don't I hate myself enough? It will be my fault. If more deaths and destruction befall us because I'm here. It's not. It's not our fault if this is the price. I won't pay it, I won't. Because he would be the one to pay, in the end. He would be the one they blamed, the one deemed responsible, even if they wouldn't let him go either. It was so stupid, so unfair, it didn't make sense. You have no idea. Sasuke, what if Shisui had died, for real? What would you have done, what would people have said? And me? Sasuke violently refused to think about it. Shisui was fine. He was fine. But Naruto couldn't help himself. I was so mad. It shouldn't have been such a big deal. Who could reproach him his anguish and despair, faced with death in such a way? But Naruto wasn't allowed this either. It was too dangerous. He couldn't feel too much. So unfair. As if to echo his words, red eyes met Sasuke's own as the air filled with the suffocating feeling that went hand in hand with the red chakra oozing off Naruto's body. He was faster, hit harder, the next time he attacked. But he had to be careful not to meet Sasuke's eyes, and that made him less unpredictable than he usually was. A twirl and a turn and he managed to lock Sasuke into submission. You'll be fine without me, he said decisively. Sasuke wondered if it was an accusation. Unable to free himself, he released the control he had over the chakra in his feet and sunk abruptly below the water, slipping through Naruto's grip, weakened by his surprise. That doesn't mean I want to, he said as he regained his balance, knowing he sounded childish. I don't want you to be my enemy, he added, a little pleading, because that was where they were heading and it terrified him. It seemed inevitable, no matter the issue of their fight. If Naruto came back, he would see an enemy in everyone around him. And if he left, everyone around would make an enemy of him. You said we were friends, Naruto countered, almost petulant, a little desperate. Putting weight on the word this time. But maybe Sasuke was the one who didn't question it enough. I'll always be your friend, he said firmly, because that he had control over, that he could swear to and be confident he would never break his words. No matter what. Even if they kept fighting, even despite the blood dripping from Naruto's nose and Sasuke's split lips. Even if Naruto hated him. Then let me go. Oh, but it was so cruel, to play it this way. Is it that easy for you? Sasuke yelled, angry again, hurt also, that Naruto could say it so smoothly, could be so little swayed. He was wrong though. Naruto frowned too, he too let anger take over the mix of their jumbled emotions. It's not. Don't say that, it's not. Sasuke was surprised at his vehemence. The Sharingan gave that extra clarity to everything he saw, and it was so for faces too, for all the minute changes, all the muscles twitching and emotions passing through, and maybe that was why all the Uchiha clan seemed so cold and unexpressive to outsiders. What need did they have to display their thoughts openly, when they could read each other so well? The pain was there, lodged between the rage and the sorrow. Sasuke regretted saying what he had because he knew already. It was mean of him. He didn't apologize. Naruto went on. Don't you think I'd stay? If I could. You can. No, I can't. I can't. I can't, I don't want to. It occurred to Sasuke then that before trying to convince him, Naruto had needed to convince himself. A little dash of hope bloomed inside his chest, because Naruto was still within reach, Naruto still had doubts, and not all was lost. You can, he said gently, we can. Don't you get it? You have your family, your whole clan. You have the other genin, but me? You have the future to look forward to and I can't even. There were so many things he could never do, he didn't even manage to say it. What will you do, if we go back, and they decide it's not worth the risk, to let me live in the world with you? Who will speak up then? What will you do? It was as much a request as an accusation, and it was Sasuke who darted forward this time, as it was either this or plugging his ears with his fingers. He didn't want to hear it. Because the answer was easy, of course. He would do nothing, could do nothing. If Naruto was punished, if Naruto was taken away, there would be nothing he could do, they could do, Sakura and him, against the will of the village. What will you do when they lock me up? They won't. They have before. Sasuke took the next punch square to the jaw in his surprise. As he staggered on his feet, he saw Naruto's aborted motion to check on him, worry flickering on his face before it was carefully wiped off. He felt like crying. What are you saying? He asked, because he was no coward and he would hear it even if he didn't want to. Naruto's shoulders were tensed, his fists tightly closed. There is a cage. A quick memory then, both of them surrounded by ice, on that bridge in Wave Country. Naruto's blind panic. Let me out, let me out. No wonder. Sasuke wished he could be surprised, could refute this, wished he had had any conviction in his voice when he had affirmed that the ones in charge wouldn't go as far as jailing his friend. But why wouldn't they? Didn't it make sense? Now that they knew Naruto's thirst for freedom and now that other unknown forces were at play and trying to get their hands on him, there would be no convincing Naruto to give up on his plan to leave. And so, logically, you'll be fine without me, Naruto said again. But me. I have. And you won't. Who knows? You won't always be. And what then? It's not, I don't care, if they hate me. I don't care if I have only you. That's not it. I know. Naruto had never cared much about being liked. Had never made an effort to be, once he had understood how hard he would have to work for it. But he was right. Having no one on his side meant that anything could happen to him. They weren't strong enough, they didn't have enough weight, for it to change a thing. And what would Naruto think of Sasuke, if he dragged him back to Konoha now only to get him locked away? Sasuke knew it was selfish of him, to wish so badly for his return no matter what. And it was also selfish, that the fear of Naruto hating him was the strongest argument against it yet. It can change, Sasuke said with as much conviction as he could muster. That power, I'll have it someday. I'll change it all. I just need some time. He could make it better. He would. Couldn't Naruto trust that? I don't have any. Do you think nothing bad can happen until then? Ah, right. It wasn't Sasuke who Naruto didn't trust. He had often been deeply frustrated at being a child, when he was dismissed from important talks and kept out of every possible loop, time and time again growing up, and it was better now that he was a genin, but it still wasn't enough. How long before he had a voice at the table, before he could protect Naruto from what scared him in the village? The other boy threw a bunch of shuriken and dashed toward the waterfall. Sasuke dodged and gave chase, but Naruto, as he was now, fueled by monstrous chakra and mad desperation, could easily outrun him. He started running up one of the statues, the one with long hair that Sasuke felt he had seen somewhere. Before he was too high, Sasuke launched a cable in his direction, so that the wade tip would plunge after circling the other boy. Sasuke grabbed back the cable's end. He yanked. Naruto was propelled down, momentum cut abruptly as he sped toward the water. He crashed with a grand splash and disappeared below the surface. Sasuke let his concern get the better of him and ran up to the spot, anxiously peering at the wavering surface. Now was a bit late to wonder if Naruto could swim. The boy broke the surface back though, spluttering and flailing until he could find his bearing on the surface, call up Chakra to stand between him and the depth of the river. Sasuke almost apologized, but what good would it do? This wasn't a pretend fight, as much as he wished it was. Naruto rose slowly to his feet. All fight seemed to have left him, though there was still fire in his eyes, unbridled fire and rage. You can't ask me. Don't ask me to wait so long. You can't. Naruto didn't want him to ask because he wasn't sure he would say no. It was an advantage to press. Naruto could be reasoned with. He could change his mind. If Sasuke asked, "We are friends." What did that mean? Is it so hard to understand? Naruto asked, voice small. They stood in the middle of the river but they didn't even have their guard up anymore. Do you think I'm wrong? Of course I do. What will you even do, you? Not that. Naruto wasn't meeting his gaze, but maybe it was just because of the Sharingan. Am I wrong to be angry? Do you think we should just bear with it? That it's normal. It hurt that Naruto didn't make the distinction between Sasuke and the rest of the village. Between his friends and the adults in charge. Why was he so eager to put them all in the same box? Had they ever spelled all this out in so many words though? Talking was so difficult, they always assumed that they could do without, that surely the other would understand even if it wasn't said aloud. Sasuke kept telling himself that, knowing full well even plain declarations weren't enough in Naruto's case. Here they were now. And once again, instead of saying this, instead of hammering the words into Naruto's thick skull until he finally got it, all Sasuke could think of saying was, "We." Naruto frowned. You know there are others. Is that what you'll do? Go after them. We shouldn't have to live like this. You don't even know them. Except for the one, of course. Gaara's departure was still sharp in Sasuke's mind, the touch, the words, how torn they had both looked, how taken with each other. Why did Naruto feel so keenly for those strangers? Why did they matter more than the people in his life? Naruto shook his head, giving up, and Sasuke knew he had missed the point, but he didn't know how to make it better. Naruto wouldn't believe him, if he said he understood, that he agreed, because he thought Sasuke couldn't relate, couldn't empathize. Thought he was all alone in this, with no ally and no friends, and Sasuke was powerless to fight that conviction. I just want to be free, Sasuke. Why won't you let me go? There was a hint of desperation in Naruto's voice, of defeat. He was tired. Sasuke was too, he was exhausted as if he'd gone a week without sleep. He wanted nothing more than to drop right there and rest for a while, with Naruto by his side, simply staying still, going neither forward nor backward. Not moving an inch, not giving in anything. Stay there and enjoy the sun, listened to the water crashing down at the feet of those two giant statues that were staring at each other, indifferent to their turmoil. Maybe they could become statues too. Immutable, unfeeling. Ha! As if Naruto could ever be that still. It wasn't an option anyway. Always forward they went, always fighting they were. No time to rest. But Sasuke was tired and Naruto was too, and so he didn't feel like holding any word back. Surely he could manage, just this once, to say what he really meant, to get the feelings out. I just want to be where you are. That was all it was in the end. He didn't want to live without Naruto by his side, he didn't want to wake up knowing there was no chance he would meet with him that day. He didn't want them to be apart. Was it really that much to ask? Why was it so hard a wish to grant? He thought about the words they had exchanged with Gaara, but they were too heavy on his tongue, they wouldn't come, no matter how much he meant them. For a brief moment Naruto tethered on the edge of a question, but Sasuke had kept his to himself, and so Naruto did too. Because of course there was another simple way of them staying together, but just as he thought about it, Sasuke suddenly understood why it was so impossible for Naruto to stay. The exact same way it would be impossible for him to leave. And yet he felt like if Naruto really asked, if he meant it, if he voiced it aloud. Was that a way of being friends? Not asking, so that the other wouldn't have to answer? Naruto didn't ask, and he didn't answer either. Instead, he spun around and bolted. Sasuke was on his heels in an instant. They weren't done, he couldn't let go, not yet, there were still things to be said, he had to. I think it's important to say goodbye. Damsai. Katon. Fire Dragon Jutsu. The flame beast twisted and dashed toward the line of trees before Naruto had fully crossed the river, setting ablaze a barrier of fire that had him backtrack quickly. They were both high-strung and unaware enough that they crashed blindly into each other, rolling on the water surface, grappling at each other with all the ferocity and desperation they couldn't put into words, couldn't express any other way. Sasuke took a knee in the stomach, gave an elbow in the face, all the while wanting to stop, wanting it all to disappear. Naruto managed to get back to his feet. Sasuke grabbed the back of his hoodie, yanked back. Don't leave. Not yet. Don't leave me behind. Don't turn away. Deft on his feet, Naruto pivoted toward him, ready to strike. Their eyes met. Sasuke didn't mean to dive down, but Naruto's eyes were wide open to Sasuke's prying gaze, and he had been straining his Sharingan too far to be able to rein it in. The sewers were familiar by now, as was the cage, and the big eyes shining in the dark, staring him down. I won't let you get in the way of our freedom. He was forcefully expelled by the strength of its will, its determination that was not unlike Naruto's. Of course. They too were alike, in some ways. Is it for this too? Sasuke asked, incredulous, once he was back in his own body and faced with Naruto's closed expression. We will be free, he answered, though Sasuke wondered if he was really the one talking. There was a finality in his voice that heightened Sasuke's building panic. It sounded like Naruto was done with this. Done with him. He made to pull away. Sasuke grabbed his arm. The effect was instantaneous, well known by now, of the seal leeching of his chakra at dramatic speed, weakening him by the second. Naruto had wrapped a chakra vacuum seal around his forearm. Nice trap. Guaranteed to have his opponent let go immediately. But Sasuke didn't let go. Not yet, not yet. Sasuke held on desperately as his strength deserted him. Naruto tried to shake him off, to no avail, with increasing distress as Sasuke weakened. Let go. No. Sasuke, let go. No, no. He was being stupid and reckless. He couldn't think of anything else to do. If he let go Naruto would turn away and he would be gone, and it was too much to handle, too painful to bear. It couldn't go on forever though. Sasuke staggered on his feet, still feeding the seal on Naruto's arm with his own forces. Sasuke. He lost consciousness. Much like that time in the forest, it was Sasuke's voice that guided Naruto through the panic threatening to seize his mind. Chakra exhaustion has to be treated seriously or it can be fatal, but there's not much to do except rest. He carried them across the river, propped Sasuke against the hard stone at the massive foot of the statue, crouched by his side to assess the damage. He was still breathing and his pulse was steady, if a bit slow. Or maybe it wasn't. Naruto hadn't been paying much attention. What was he supposed to do? Why was Sasuke so damn stubborn? Now was his chance, of course, but how could he leave like that? He was at a loss. Sasuke stirred. "SAS? Oi, dumbass, wake up, wake up. Please, please, open your eyes." He did, barely. "You're such a fucking idiot. Why are you doing this, huh? Why go so far, why? Why do this for me? I don't want you to doubt. I don't want you to think we'd let you go without a fight," Sasuke whispered in a breath, clinging hard to consciousness. Naruto didn't know how to check on him, didn't know how worried he ought to be. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. No one was supposed to get hurt because of him. No one was supposed to care this much. It was stupid, absurd. "I'm sorry," he said, at a loss for better words to add to the pile between them. He couldn't think clearly anymore. There was still one thing though, that he hadn't dared ask before, because he feared the answer, but now was as good a time as any, since surely Sasuke would have to recognize now, that Naruto was leaving for good. "Do you hate me?" Sasuke's eyes widened and he frowned, as if he had heard wrong. "Will you hate me? If I leave? If I do this to us? If I'm a traitor?" It sounded stupid and childish, yet Sasuke answered with as much seriousness as if he was a sworn witness on a trial. "No. I won't. You did nothing wrong." And it was reassuring in a way, because Sasuke wouldn't hesitate then, if he did do something wrong. Though Naruto would argue that he had, seeing Sasuke's labored breath and dropping eyes. Naruto had yet to discover how you could possibly go through life without hurting the people around you. "Do you?" Sasuke whispered, low enough that Naruto almost missed it. "Do you hate me? For what? For wanting you to stay?" Naruto shook his head, full of disbelief. How did they manage to misunderstand each other so badly, he couldn't tell. "No. No, no. I don't. I don't." Sasuke smiled faintly, dozing off. He'd better have heard. Naruto wanted to shake him, finding him too still for his liking, but he needed to go now. He had lost enough time as it was. He knew if he took the first step, it would be all right. Just the first one, to turn away from his friend, and he would be off, he would resume his journey. It was easier said than done though. He needed to know first. He needed to be sure. "Ask me again." Sasuke took a little while to get back to it. Naruto knelt in front of him to meet his eyes, black and bottomless, the Sharingan nowhere in sight. "Ask me again. Ask one more time, and I'll go back with you. Don't ask. Please. Don't ask. Tell me it's all right. Set me free. Please." They stared at each other for a long time, still and silent, trying to converse back and forth without saying a word. Naruto held his breath for a whole eternity. It was the cruelest thing Naruto had ever asked of him. There was truth in the statement, Sasuke was sure of it. Naruto would keep to his words. If Sasuke asked. He thought about Sakura, and reflected about how keeping a promise was much harder than he thought it was. Maybe it was enough just to have that power. To know that he could, if he wanted to, that Naruto would let him decide. It was terrible too, to leave the choice in his hand at the end of the line. But it was a show of trust, wasn't it? And a question, a request. To weigh both of their desire, since only one could be fulfilled. It was Naruto asking permission. Absolution. Blessing. Sasuke stayed silent. He couldn't resist grabbing Naruto's wrist though, when the boy went to get up. A flash of pained betrayal crossed his face, but Sasuke had to say it, Naruto had to know. "I'll do it. Whether you're here or not. I'll change it. The village, this world. I'll make it a place you'll want to return to." Naruto didn't answer. He put his hand on Sasuke's and left it there for a moment, their eyes locked, before gently prying his wrist free of Sasuke's grasp. He got up. He turned away. "Say something," Sasuke pleaded. Say something. His eyes were dropping shut again, Naruto's back getting smaller and blurrier with each step. But he stopped at the edge of the woods and spun back, fell back to his knees. He took Sasuke's hand, pressed 2 fingers against his in a seal. Reconciliation. To close the fight opened by the confrontation seal they had forgotten in their haste, but was held by the 2 statues towering over them. I'll be waiting. Sasuke passed out again. Naruto made it to the nearest tree before he had to stop and try to remember how to breathe. He leaned against the trunk but made sure not to look back. Forward, forward, always. He gathered some blood still trickling from his nose to call up an invocation. Naruto. Are you alright? Akito asked, worried, when he appeared in front of him. How are things back there? Naruto asked back, ignoring him. Is Shisui? He's fine. I stayed as long as I could. No one saw me. Naruto nodded, relieved. What was he doing? Ah, right. Breathe. Akito looked in his back, puzzled. Can I ask you again? Someone will be here soon, I'm sure. Will you? I'll look after him, Akito said, solemn, as if it was some great mission he would never dare fail. Naruto felt absurdly grateful for him. He took another breath, another, trying to calm down, center himself, remember what he was doing, where he was supposed to go. He saw Akito tense up before the fox piped, someone's here. Frustrated tears stung at Naruto's eyes as his body tensed in anticipation. He had no energy left, no will either, he didn't want to fight, and he couldn't beat whoever they had sent after him. He just wanted to be left alone, but that wasn't happening yet it seemed. When he turned around to confront his new opponents, it was far from being anyone he expected to see. You. What? What are you doing here? Hyuga Neji stared with his white, empty eyes. I came to make a deal. Kakashi felt, and smelt, them before he saw them. He stopped on a high branch, Tenzo on high alert a few meters behind, and let the 2 teenagers come to them. It took him a moment to recognize them, as his mind was expecting a very different sight. Neji. The Hyuganin was carrying an unconscious Sasuke on his back. I found him near the river, about an hour away from here. Naruto. I saw no trace of him. Kakashi checked on his student quickly, he wasn't sporting any graver injuries than cuts and bruises, but he had the sickly pallor of chakra exhaustion, and he didn't stir despite the examination. Neji didn't either, stoic and silent in a way that clearly stated he wouldn't volunteer any information. What are you doing here, Neji? Kakashi asked eventually. I followed them out. Kakashi truly wondered what the training of that team had been like under Guy, before Rock Lee was put out of commission. Hyuga Neji was essentially a wall, at all times and to anyone. There was nothing to get out of him. And Kakashi was in no place to scold him, he had been granted the Chunin rank after Hayashi argued it out of the Hokage, so he was allowed to be out there. The why was more intriguing, but it would have to wait. We'll sort this out with the Godame. Can you show me the way? The boy nodded. Tenzo. Bring Sasuke back to the village. They made the exchange quickly and Tenzo took off as soon as the Uchiha boy was secured on his back. Kakashi felt better sending Tenzo, even if that meant potentially dealing with Naruto without him. With some luck, he would have tired himself enough against Sasuke that he wouldn't have too much of a fight left in him. That was, if they managed to catch him. Neji took the lead, going back where he had come from, Kakashi on his heels and Pakun nearby too, for confirmation. As the boy had said, they reached the river soon enough, quicker even since he wasn't carrying Sasuke around this time. The river was wide, water thundering in the distance, it would make scent tracking much harder. It took Kakashi a moment to recognize the waterfall and its 2 sentinels, the carved-out stone, the faces. Out of all places, what were the chances for the boys to end up fighting here? Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stared at each other, indifferent to the tragedies unfolding around them. Had he been more of a philosopher, Kakashi would have found some poesy in the scene. It was just frustrating though. He was on the other side, Neji said. At the edge of the forest was a bunch of charred trees, most likely from Sasuke's Katon, and Neji led them further down the river from there, getting further and further away from the monument. There was nothing of note on the spot he pointed. No trail and no scent leaving the scene, except for Sasuke's. No trace of Naruto. How long ago had he been there? Long enough, if Neji hadn't seen him, especially taking the Byakugan into account. How far could you see? About 10 kilometers. The encounter must have been brief then, Naruto on his way as soon as Sasuke was out, though it was hard to believe he would have simply abandoned his unconscious friend. Ah, what did Kakashi know? Very little, that much was clear. If Naruto was determined enough, and he had to be, for leaving it all in the first place. He had left no trail from Konoha, and it was the same here. How was irrelevant, the result was the same. Kakashi had no idea where to go from here. I'll keep looking. Go back to the village, he told Neji. Report to the Hokage. The boy obeyed without a word. Kakashi wasn't used to it. He summoned the rest of the Ninken, told them to look around, starting from where Sasuke had laid, out of it and alone, a few hours ago. He knew it was probably pointless, knew how little chances they had to find anything, to pick up the trail. Still, he stayed, for hours and hours, unable to resolve himself to go back, to give up. Only when the sun dipped below the tree line did Guy reach him, resting a heavy hand on his shoulder to keep him in place. Let's go back, Kakashi. We'll see what we can do next. Defeated, Kakashi could only follow. Naruto. Sasuke couldn't see and didn't know where he was, and for a moment he was overcome with panic. He called up his Sharingan, the familiar expanding of his vision reassuring enough that he could force his mind out of overdrive and try to focus on his surroundings. He was inside, lying on a bed, the room only faintly lit by the moonlight filtering through the curtains. It was enough for his eyes. He recognized one of the single bedrooms of Konoha's hospital. His eyes quickly fell down to the bed. To the only other pair of eyes in the room. I promised I would check on you. It was Naruto's smallest fox. It obviously wasn't expecting Sasuke to wake up, frozen as it was on the bed, ready to bolt. Wait! Sasuke exclaimed before it could disappear, anxious not to be left alone with his thoughts and questions. He didn't need to ask if Naruto was here, the fox wouldn't be, if he was. Who had brought him back? How long ago? The night was deep, the hospital quiet, but it didn't feel like that much time had passed. Maybe it was still the same day. Will you be back? He asked. He had to say something. It was strange to see such human emotions on a fox's face. Regret, guilt. No. I won't. Oh. Okay. Why would they, after all? The foxes belonged with Naruto. And Naruto wasn't here anymore. You'll look after him, right? Don't leave him alone. Sasuke felt exposed, laid bare under the fox's scrutiny. There was no mistaking him for a regular fox, when he stared this way. I will. I won't. Sasuke nodded and the fox puffed out of the room, of the village, of the entire world maybe, who knew? Who cared? Who cared where they were, if it wasn't here? He had a lot to do, he pondered. There was no time to waste. If he wanted to make good on his promises, if he wanted change to happen, he had to start as soon as he could. He had a goal in mind, and he would achieve it, no matter how. For now though. For now, Sasuke drew his knees to his chest, hugged them close with his bare arms, shivering in the cool air of the room but not finding it in him to care. He buried his head in his arms. For now, just for now, softly, and without making a sound even if he was alone in his dark hospital room, Sasuke cried. Chapter 37. Her son was still asleep come morning when Mikoto let herself into his hospital room. Just asleep, Kusushi had said, recovering from severe chakra depletion but out of any danger already by the time Tenzo had brought him to the hospital. It didn't make the vision any less heart-shattering, of Sasuke being carried unconscious by the young Anbu. She intended to sleep at the hospital, but they were still on high alert and she couldn't just bail out on her duties. The medic nin has assured her that Sasuke was fine and would stay knocked out until morning. He opened his eyes as she settled in the chair next to him. There were deep, dark bags under his eyes, stark on his pale skin, paler even than usual. Mom. How are you feeling, Sasuke? She asked, gentle, brushing off a few wandering strands of hair from his forehead. He didn't panic, didn't ask any questions. He stared at her and didn't even try to look convincing when he answered in a small voice, "I'm fine." She knew immediately. "Did you wake up last night?" "I." "How do you know?" There were still tear tracks on his face. He had woken up, looked around, and drawn up the inevitable conclusions as to how the previous day had ended. And she wasn't there. She got up, wrapped him into her embrace. "I should have been there. I'm sorry." "It's fine." His voice was tight. He was fighting not to cry again, not in front of her. She should have stayed. "I'm sorry," he murmured, muffled by their embrace. He left. "I failed." His matter-of-fact tone broke on the last word. He hiccuped around a sob, tightened his fist on the fabric of her shirt. "He left, Mom. He's gone." The tears came in earnest. "He's gone." She couldn't help but notice how different it sounded from how everybody had said it until now. "Naruto left the village, the boy has gone missing, we need to find the Jinchuriki." But Sasuke, he was already missing his friend. I know. It's alright. I couldn't, he wanted to leave so bad and he was so unhappy and I couldn't just. I'm sorry Mom." Apart from chakra depletion, a favorite of Naruto, Sasuke wasn't hurt much more than after a slightly rougher than usual sparring session. The boys were evenly matched, Naruto wouldn't have gotten the upper hand easily. And how far Sasuke would go for him, what could he do? He had run after the other boy, but not because those were his orders, not because he had to. They just cared about each other. This was all that motivated Sasuke's recent actions. Disobeying, lying, in what all justified in his eyes for that simple reason. So straightforward, so obvious. "Sasuke." He pulled out of her embrace so fast he almost pushed her. It was Fugaku who spoke and Fugaku who made Sasuke's face close down into defiance as his father marched into the room. "Sasuke, you're awake. Are you alright?" "Is he alright?" he asked Mikoto. A wise move, since Sasuke's lips were suddenly sealed. "He'll be okay," she said, focusing on the physical. There was nothing much to say about the rest for now. Maybe she should have lied though, because as soon as Fugaku was reassured that their son wasn't on death's door, his behavior changed radically. "What came over you Sasuke? What possessed you to leave like this instead of alerting me? Or anyone? Out with the father, in with the commander." She wanted to protest, but the Hokage and the Umbu commander would be right behind surely. It was unlikely Sasuke would catch a break before he had justified his decisions. Seeing the stubborn set of his jaw though, it would maybe take more time than they hoped. "Answer me, Sasuke. You could have been hurt, you could have. This is serious." Fugaku couldn't hope to convince Sasuke that he was asking primarily out of concern, even if he was. Her husband was frustratingly inept at expressing his true feelings, and Sasuke was already half convinced his father didn't care about him. It didn't help that Fugaku often gave in to anger when he was overwhelmed, a rampant issue for the men around her. "Did he tell you where he was going?" Fugaku said, changing strategy. "Did he say anything?" Mikoto sighed. If there was a question least likely to be answered by their boy now, it was probably this one. Sasuke was frowning hard, lips stubbornly sealed, even when his father stalked toward him and grabbed his shoulder, forcing their eyes to meet. "Answer me, Sasuke." "Fugaku." Mikoto caught her husband by the wrist, squeezed tight when he didn't immediately let go. He did, shaking out of her grip too. He ran a hand on his face, trying to find back his composure. "Do you realize what this means, Sasuke? For the village, for all of us." That didn't move the boy. "I love Konoha," he said, firm despite the shaking in his voice. "But I won't let it hurt my friend." This time Fugaku was too shaken to react in any way. Mikoto couldn't blame him, who had ever heard such words. Where did this come from? And Sasuke was so calm, so sure of himself. As if he had thought about this before. Oh, he probably had. He and his other friends, the Harano girl, the rest of their classmates. Inoichi's daughter had helped them track Naruto, and how many would have assisted them too, and would have kept quiet like they had? It seemed so easy for them, what had been insurmountable for Mikoto when she was younger. When the village had forbidden her to look after her dearest friend's orphan child, and she had obeyed. She wondered what her son would make of that. Maybe it was fortunate that the Hokage decided to step in right then, though Mikoto worried for a second that she had heard that questionable statement. "Good morning, Sasuke," the woman said pleasantly. Mikoto hadn't interacted with her much, but she liked the other woman, and that was one of the reasons why, the way she talked to the younger ones. The same way she talked to adults, but not the way she talked to shinobi receiving commands. "Good morning, Hokage-sama," Sasuke said politely, and Mikoto realized he wasn't afraid. He wasn't feeling guilty or ashamed. He didn't think he had done anything reprehensible, and she was willing to bet if he was accused of anything, he wouldn't deny it, no, but he would argue that he wasn't in the wrong. "Are you well? You should still feel a little queasy, but it will pass." "I'm all right." She didn't make a move to examine him. She wasn't here as a doctor. "Sasuke. Do you know why Naruto wanted to leave?" "Straight to it then." Sasuke looked down for a moment, searching for his words, but he met the woman's eyes when he answered. He was unhappy here. He wanted to be free. "And do you agree with him?" He squirmed under her scrutinizing gaze. The woman was intense, her presence commanding. Fugaku looked like he wanted to intervene, yet he held his tongue, a testimony to the woman's charisma. This was between her and Sasuke, and she was focused only on him, with no room for outside intervention. "Be truthful. I want to know." Sasuke was thrown off by that line of questioning, though he was pleased by the solemnity, always eager to be treated as an adult. He bit his lips like he did when he was trying to keep in something he knew he shouldn't tell. He usually ended up losing this battle, and today was no exception. "I understand. Or at least I try to. I don't blame him." Mikoto understood she was completely left out of that conversation. Sasuke looked at the Hokage and the Hokage looked back, and something passed between them, an understanding Mikoto had no part in. The woman wasn't angry or accusing. On the contrary. "I'll have to hear a full report on what happened later on, but for now I'll let you rest," she concluded, satisfied somehow of what she had just heard, ready to move on. "Wait." Sasuke scrambled out of the covers and Mikoto failed to stop him from getting up. He stood straight despite his wobbling legs and bowed deeply under the Hokage's surprised gaze. "Hokage-sama, please take me as your apprentice." "Sasuke!" Fugaku exclaimed, outraged. The boy ignored him. He stayed bent in his formal bow despite the sweat purling on his forehead. He was weak still, and Mikoto tried to pull him back to bed, to no avail. "You got some nerves, kid," the Hokage said, sounding amused but reproving too. He was going too far. Which wouldn't stop him, of course. "I want to learn from you. I don't need a student. I mean, I want to learn medical ninjutsu, but... Well, there are others who can teach you that. But you're the Hokage." She raised an eyebrow, intrigued. That's what I want you to teach me." He was still bowing, as much a mark of respect as to avoid the woman's gaze, Mikoto figured. "I don't take in clan members," Tsunade added after a pause. Sasuke tensed, and Fugaku too, but the woman was observing, calculating. "It will come second," Sasuke assured. "Ha! Good luck convincing me of that." It was best he kept his head down and eyes fixed on the ground because his expression wouldn't win him any point at that moment. "Forget it, kid. I'll see you later." He didn't try to protest, but as he watched her leave the room, his face was set in an expression guaranteeing he wasn't going to, as she had said, forget it. "What is that nonsense about, Sasuke?" Fugaku asked once the Hokage was out of earshot. "I thought you were over this idea. You just want me to be. But I'm not. I'll be the next Hokage. I forbid it. I don't need your permission. I'm your father and your clan leader, Sasuke, and you will obey me. And what if I don't?" "That's enough," Mikoto cut in, preventing her husband from answering that question and make everything worse. Sasuke seemed to remember himself then and his face reddened from shame. "We will discuss this later. Properly. For now Sasuke needs to rest, and you're needed back at the police headquarters, Fugaku." They held gaze for a moment, defiant, until Fugaku caved, recognizing as he mercifully did these days that he'd better follow her lead when it came to their sons. His eyes fell on Suzuki, purposefully staring out the window, and he made an aborted gesture to come closer and do something. Ruffle his hair, touch his arm, his face, squeeze his hand. Any gesture of connection and comfort he wanted to exert and that they both needed. His hand fell back to his side, he turned heels and left. Mikoto closed her eyes and breathed through a wave of frustration and weariness, but Suzuki was still there, and she needed to keep it together. "There's nothing to discuss," he said through gritted teeth, stubborn to the end. It was funny really, how alike Suzuki was to a younger Fugaku. She wasn't about to draw up the comparison now though. "There is, if you don't want your father to level you his disapproving look every time he sees you for the years to come." The attempt at levity didn't work. Suzuki's frown deepened. "I don't care what he thinks. I know that's not true." She rested a light hand on his shoulder to draw his attention to her. He looked terribly upset, but there was no telling what took the cake of that pitiful day. "If Dad doesn't agree, I'll just move out of the house." "I will." "And where will you go?" "Well, Shisui has an extra room now, doesn't he?" Ah, so there was anger too. A lot of it, though again, it was hard to guess for what, at who. She feared it was mostly at himself. "And what makes you think I would want you under my roof, little cousin?" The tone was light, thankfully, but that didn't prevent Suzuki's face from scrunching up like he had bitten on a lemon, as he stared at Shisui and Itaka standing at the door. His eyes immediately started to well up again. Shisui was by his side in the next second. Hey, come on, none of that," he whispered gently, pressing Suzuki's head against his, forehead to forehead. I tried, I swear. I'm sorry. Stop it. It's not your fault. It's not your fault, Suzuki." Shisui was serene, perfectly calm and collected. He hadn't looked surprised in the least, not for a second, since waking up to hear that Naruto was missing. Mikoto couldn't help but think that he expected it. He knew it would happen, had been preparing for it maybe, had deemed it inevitable. Were Naruto's struggles so deep, so obvious, that he didn't see any other way this would go? When Shisui stood back, they both had a red mark on their forehead for pressing too hard. Itaka stayed away, watching his brother like a hawk but not breaching the distance. Her sons exchanged a long, heavy look she couldn't hope to decipher, but seemed to satisfy them both. Suzuki fell back into his pillows, made a show of rubbing his eyes for he would never let them see how tired he was for real, so they all took the hint and pretended like they would let him rest, even if he wouldn't sleep, and she dreaded leaving him alone to his own thoughts. She didn't need to worry though, because Itaka took the armchair in the corner of the room just like he had for many hours in Shisui's, and Suzuki didn't protest. His brother wouldn't ask any question nor get him to talk, and they were fine ignoring each other. So Itaka got to stay. It would have to be enough. She followed Shisui out of the room. "Shouldn't you still be in bed too?" Yeah, don't worry, I'm going back. I just wanted to see the urchin." Shisui was quite different from most of the other Uchiha. Not physically of course, he looked the part, but he didn't use the same methods, didn't have the same propensity for just burying all his feelings and never letting anything show. The pain was raw and naked on his face and in his voice despite his affectionate smile when he mentioned Suzuki. She wasn't used to this openness from the members of her family, and she had a harder time reacting to it. "Shisui, listen, Please, Mikoto. There is so much blame to go around. I think it's best if we don't get started at all." His ire, she could see it too. Guilt also, regrets. Rancor. But he wanted to work past it, and he was right. What help would it be to pinpoint who was to blame? They were all at fault, some more than others, yes, but in the end, responsible or not, Naruto was gone, and that wasn't going to change. It didn't help with the hole in her chest, expanding rapidly to fit Naruto's shape next to Kushina's. She had been so good at ignoring it all, at convincing herself that there was nothing more she could do, that she had time still to fix her mistakes, that it could wait. Just a little longer, just the time for her to gather the courage, to face Naruto knowing how she had abandoned him to his fate, to face Kushina's eyes looking up at her. They all said he looked like his father, but she could only see her friend in him, his anger her own, his accusation too. She had to sit down in the nearest chair, as soon as Shisui was out of sight, because it hit her then, the full force of what had happened. Naruto was gone, a deserter to the village, most likely running to Orochimaru of all people. Minato and Kushina's son hated the village so much he couldn't bear to live in it anymore. It was pretty ironic. Mikoto? Are you alright? Inuyasukitsune sat down next to her and started rubbing her back while Mikoto tried to pull herself together. Is Sasuke? He's alright, he's alright. Well, he's going to be bitter and mournful for weeks probably, but apart from that. She let out a joyless chuckle. All the worry and stress from the past few days were catching up on her, and even the relief of both Sasuke and Shisui coming out of it unharmed was taking its toll, sapping her strength. But the worst thing was the guilt. You know what's funny? She asked. Tsume's hand was still on her back, soothing. They had seen more of each other since Kamui and Hokuto. Shameful that they needed death and tragedy to get closer. What? Kushina and I, we became friends by chance. You know how she was treated, and well, it wasn't for my hair, but us Uchiha weren't exactly popular back then either. She had the misfortune of having very few other Uchiha of her age at the academy and managed to be shunned even by those. She was deemed too weird as a kid, too quiet and serious, even by their standards. There was one day, we were around 10 I believe. I had been asked to tutor her by our teacher at the academy, because she was so behind, you remember? She didn't manage to catch up to us, as she had been taught different where she was from, and she wasn't putting much effort into it either. Anyway, I went to her house. I found her packing a bag. Kushina lived with her parents and a few other members of the Uzumaki clan in an isolated estate near the northern gate, long abandoned now. Few people went there and she wasn't even supposed to go either. She should have caught the girl at the academy after class, but Kushina was always out of there as quickly as possible. The place was kind of scary and Mikoto wasn't exactly allowed to be there. It was probably the single most rebellious thing she had done in her life up until then. The house was empty, all the adults at work or on a mission, and she had been bold enough to walk through the open door without being invited in, because Yamanaka Inoichi had mocked her earlier that day, saying that she probably asked for permission even to enter her own house. And there was Kushina, worked up and wrathful, stuffing her clothes in a backpack. She told me she had had enough of this place and all its stupid people. That she was going home. That there was no way she would let them dictate her future. I learned much later, that she had just been told she was to become the next host of the Nine Tails. At the time I thought she was just angry at her parents for moving their family to Konoha. You could come with me, Kushina had said, looking excited at the prospect. They weren't that close, not yet. But Kushina saw her as a kindred spirit already, another lonely girl who didn't fit anywhere, with anyone. She got caught up in telling her where they would go, what they would do. She described Uzushio, the white and brown buildings piling up along the canals, the narrow streets, the steep staircases and the numerous bridges, spilling down to the market and the ever-agitated port. The sunlight shining through the water of the fountains, the pirogues gliding over the clear water, the temple overlooking the city, high on the hill, and the many steps they had to climb to get there. She got so lost in it that she was still going when her parents came back home, saw the bag, understood what was happening. Another woman, her aunt maybe, escorted Mikoto out of the estate and back to her district as a fight broke out between Kushina and the rest of her family. She never mentioned it again, after that day. Except once. When she came to tell me that she was pregnant. She was so happy you know, but... What did she say? Mikoto inhaled sharply, overwhelmed with emotions. I wish my child would be born far away from here. Only once, twice if she counted that aborted escape when they were kids, only twice had Kushina ever expressed this kind of feeling. Was it only a fluke? Or had she simply kept it all down? Endured, for the sake of the life she had managed to build in Konoha after all, for Minato and the family they dreamed of? Or simply because she, like her son after her, didn't have any other choice? She had said something else, talking about her pregnancy. I didn't think they would agree. Because she had had to ask permission. Kushina had stayed. Despite the antagonism and the suspicion, despite how people looked at her and talked about her, she had stayed, she had made the best of her situation in Konoha. She made friends, married Minato, and yet. I wish my child would be born far away from here. It's funny, isn't it? Isn't it? Mikoto pinched the bridge of her nose, hard, face creased in an attempt to push the feelings down, to keep control. All the efforts Kushina had made to fit in, to make do with her fate, all up in flame as soon as she was gone, with absolutely none of it protecting her orphaned son from their wrathful world. Kushina. Maybe she would understand Naruto's choice. But certainly not Mikoto's. We all failed them, Tsum said gravely. It wasn't comforting in the least, but then again, that wasn't the point at all. They deserved no comfort. Sasuke bounced back between impatience and dread, waiting for Sakura to show up in his hospital room. He didn't have to wait long, after his mother left, for his friend to visit. Itaka made himself scarce as she sat by his side and started to peel an apple in silence. She hadn't even say hello. He didn't know what to say either, so they stayed quiet for a while, until she had peeled the apple, and sliced it, and arranged it on a plate for them to share, after they had eaten it and it was gone. I'm sorry, Sasuke said then. She looked so sad, but not angry. She would be. It's okay. You did your best. That wasn't exactly true. We can still track him down. Once things have calmed down a bit. I'm grounded for now, but it won't last forever, she said lightly, as if it was that simple. As if they just had to pick up their friend the next town over, as if they would be so easily trusted after what they had done. As if he would be on board. Listen, Sai can still help. And if not, we'll find something else. Ino will keep her ears and eyes open, if there is a lead, we'll hear about it. Sakura, wait. If we can take missions outside the village. Listen to me. She jumped, startled, and he hadn't noticed she wasn't looking at him until she did, eyes wide, red-rimmed. I don't think we should, he said quietly. He couldn't not tell her. Well, he could, if he wanted to. He could keep it a secret and take it to his grave, and he would, to anyone else. But not to her. He couldn't lie to her, he didn't want to. He would stick up to his choice. What? What are you talking about? Is it because of your parents? Or the Hokage? What did they say? We can be sneaky about this, you know. We just have to not get caught again. That's not what I'm saying, I just don't. I spoke to Naruto, you know. We talked, and he, What? Her voice was harsher now, and maybe she had an inkling, maybe she had guessed already. Still, he needed to tell her. You know why he left. Don't you understand? So what? That doesn't mean it was the right thing to do. Or the smart one. But that's his choice. He made his decision and we should. No. It was a stupid choice. Don't tell me, we need to protect him, we need to. You can't protect people against their will. She didn't have an answer to that, although she looked like she wanted to disagree anyway. Her expression closed off as she stared at him, scrutinizing. You let him go. Didn't you? It was easier than if he had to spell it out himself, but it was hard still, to nod, to confirm that he had betrayed his words, gone against her. But he didn't regret it. No matter how much he wished things had gone differently, there was no other choice to make then but to stay silent and let Naruto turn away. It was. Sakura, the pain of it, if he'd gone back, it wasn't worth it. Sasuke was ready to pay the price, so that their friend would stay by their side. But he couldn't ask Naruto to pay for it too. It wasn't fair on him, on any of them. It wasn't worth the hatred it would brew between them. I should have gone in your place, she asserted, vindictive. You wouldn't have convinced him. He wouldn't let her tell him he had just failed where she wouldn't have. This wasn't about that. In the end, it wasn't about them. You don't know that. He was never going to come back, Sakura. And what now, she screamed, standing up to get in his face. What now, Sasuke? Are we supposed to just give up? Give up on him? Are we supposed to wait to hear from him someday, Wait for a message to announce that he has been found dead somewhere and that we can go and collect his corpse? Or should we just forget about him altogether? She was shaking badly, her whole body tense. Anger morphed into anguish as she kept screaming, until she was sobbing around her words. Sasuke was getting choked up too. What now indeed? If they weren't going after him, was there nothing more to do? Was it over? Of course we won't just forget him. He'll be back. He'll be back. You don't know that. I'll make it so that he will. You'll see. I can't just wait and do nothing. Sasuke was already redirecting all his thoughts and plans to something else, already forcing his mind away from his friend, since he was powerless in the face of his absence. But Sakura wouldn't let go so easily. I'm sorry, he said again. She cried. It made sense, not to dedicate too many resources to find Naruto, knowing that he had gone to Orochimaru and that Orochimaru had managed to hide from all the shinobi villages for a solid decade. It made so much sense that Tsunade even managed to convince the senior Jounin and clan leaders of it, and have them agree that setting this as their spy network top priority and sending Jiraiya and just a few other teams on the boy's tail was enough for now. As long as the news of Naruto's departure stayed under wrap, they were safe from an opportunist attack, and from other parties going after the boy. They would only betray themselves if they launched after him on a larger scale. It all made sense, and it worked, even if it wasn't anywhere close to Tsunade's reasoning. It went as such, Naruto was right to want out, and she couldn't bring herself to try and go against that. She had done just that herself, years ago. Simply hightail far away from that place, and it had done her a world of good, at least for a while. Despite how it weakened Konoha, despite the danger Naruto was now into, despite her fears of Orochimaru and what he could do to him, she couldn't begrudge the boy. They were only reaping what they had sowed, and she had a feeling the other shinobi knew it too. They had all thought he wouldn't snap, despite the constant push. They had all been wrong. They would deal with the consequences. One of them being, surprisingly enough, the Genin's mutiny. This one she had not seen coming. She was used to the bonds between teammates, but she had never witnessed before those bonds being put over the shinobi discipline and the good of the village so easily. Be it Haruno Sakura or the small Uchiha, or even that crafty Yamanaka girl and her adopted brother from Root, there had been no hesitation before the facts, and no remorse after. Naruto's teammates knew who he was and about his position in the village, Kakashi had confirmed. Yet it hadn't factored at all in their thought process, in their decision to keep his escape a secret and try to deal with it themselves. She was supposed to punish them for this, but it would be ineffective or even harmful. Punishment only worked if it was understood, and they wouldn't understand it because they didn't think they had done anything wrong. And how could she convince them, when she wasn't herself? Yeah, who would have thought they had it in them, Jiraiya said casually as he followed her down the corridor of the hospital. He had insisted to come with her to see Sasuke, for some reason. Curiosity mostly, if she had to bet. You say that like you know anything about them. I realize I know even less than I thought I did. Kids these days are different. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and she had been mischievous kids too, but it never spilled over their duty as shinobi, certainly never led them to disobedience and defiance. War raged most of their lives, being dissident was never an option. Even Orochimaru had been a traitor in a servile way, by using orders to his advantage, ignoring the rules he didn't want to follow but always making sure someone could back him up on it. They had let teammates die on the battlefield. They had abandoned fallen friends to their fate. They had put themselves and others in danger for the good of their mission. It was their duty as shinobi, as soldiers. But what were soldiers outside of war? What were those kids they trained to fight and kill but kept questioning everything instead? She was aware it scared a lot of the older generation. But to her, that change, she wanted to believe it wasn't a bad thing. Such were her reflections when she stepped into Sasuke's room the second time. Shizune had insisted he stayed in the hospital for another night, but there was nothing to be worried about regarding his health. That wasn't why she was visiting him. Sakura was there, looking unhappy and tense. The air was charged between them, the silence thick and heavy. The girl immediately drew closer to her friend when they spotted her though, almost as a shield, as Sasuke sat up straighter, assessing. A team, No doubt about that, even with the tension between them. Hello kids. Everything alright? They exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. They were terrible at looking inconspicuous, but it wasn't that relevant when she knew they would just keep their mouths shut if they didn't want to talk. It didn't matter knowing they were hiding something, if there was no way to make them spill. She hoped they would talk to her though. Hoped Sasuke could tell her the truth. Little Sasuke. Jiraiya exclaimed, claiming their attention. I have a proposition for you. The little wasn't much appreciated but the boy stayed stoic, waiting. Tsunade had been surprised to discover that out of the three Sannin, she was the one the younger generation knew the most about, despite her long absence. Or maybe because of it, there had been plenty of time to embellish her legend, while the two others worked actively to do the opposite. It was still funny to see how little recognition Jiraiya got. He brought it upon himself really, yet he still played the wounded act every time, as if it was surprising. The kid's face right now, full of suspicion and barely disguised contempt, no doubt reminiscing of their first encounter with that idiot, was worth the trip alone. I'll be leaving the village soon, to gather intel, travel the great countries, and I had half a mind of taking in an apprentice. I thought about taking Naruto but... They scoffed at that, cutting him off. She didn't, but it was a close thing. What? What did I say? Naruto would have never gone with you, the girl exacted, forceful. Oh come on, you don't know that. He didn't trust anyone, especially not adults. He would have ditched you as soon as you stepped out of the village. They seemed to be taking great offense at the proposition, displeased that anyone would be so callous to their approach of the boy. Jiraiya really didn't know them at all. Anyway, he dismissed quickly, since that's obviously off the table, I'm extending the offer to you Sasuke. Me? Why? You're not half bad from what I've heard. And we'd be looking for Naruto, among other things. Figured that would interest you. Jiraiya thought Sasuke was like him. That their situation was similar, both of them running after their missing teammate. Except Sasuke was nothing like her old friend. From what she understood of the boy, he had a very strong sense of justice and responsibilities, and if what she suspected was right, about how things had gone down between him and Naruto, then there was no way he would accept this proposition. And indeed. Thank you, but I must decline. I'm not going after him. And I already have a teacher. She raised an eyebrow at that, even if he didn't glance at her saying it. No you don't, Jiraiya said. I checked. Come on, come with me. It'll be fun. And there are many things I can teach you. That was about the only argument that could work on the boy, but he had his own plans already, and wouldn't be swayed. Instead of arguing further though, he looked at Sakura. You could go, he said, voice low to give an illusion of privacy, even if both adults could hear them plain as day. What? You would be looking. And training too. But I can't. You can. You don't have to stay here. It could have been dismissive if there wasn't a form of longing in the boy's voice. Sakura was free of many burdens befalling the kids from the shinobi clans. Even if he wanted to go, there was little chance Fugaku would agree to it, but Sakura didn't hold any kind of position that would make her absence an issue. Wait a moment, that's not what I was offering, Jiraiya said, a little panicked. They ignored him. That could be good, Sakura admitted, considering. I was asking Sasuke. Sasuke already has a teacher, Tsunade claimed. They turned to her, puzzled. She held Sasuke's gaze and found that as impulsive a decision it felt like the right one. It won't be any fun. But I'll take you, if you're still up to it, she told the boy. He nodded seriously. I am. Thank you. I won't disappoint you. So serious, that boy, so solemn. It was a bit unsettling, that this wouldn't even win her a smile, some satisfaction, some pride. But she imagined it was just a small step for him. An important one, but just the one nonetheless. He was already looking ahead. She was reluctant because he was the son of the Uchiha's clan head, but it was clear enough that he gave it little importance. It wasn't about that, for him. She wanted to see where his will would take him. Do I get a say in this? Jiraiya lamented. No. You want a student? Take the girl, if she's up for it, Tsunade commanded, voice firm. Sakura wouldn't have the most pleasant time, traveling with him, but he could teach her things no one else could. She had the potential, Tsunade was sure of it. She also had the sensation that Sakura would only stew in her own rancor if she stayed here without a clear goal in mind. Sasuke had his. She needed one too. You really think it's a good idea? Sakura asked her friend, insecurity and doubts piercing through her voice. It was his opinion that mattered to her, not theirs. You said it yourself, if we want to know. At least this way, you'll be a little closer, you know. Closer than we are here. Tsunade was impressed at their awareness, at how seriously they took those issues, how thoughtful they were of each other. She didn't remember being that articulated when she was their age. But wasn't she, weren't they? Didn't they do their best, Jiraiya and she, to keep Orochimaru company and shield him from the derogatory opinions of the villagers, hyper-aware of his grief and feelings of inadequacy? Didn't she make sure to praise Jiraiya to counter the reproaches and disappointments of their teachers when he failed to keep up with the rest of them? And didn't they make it a point to treat her with as little deference as possible, countering all the others kissing her feet because she was the princess, the granddaughter of the Hokage, and they knew how much she hated it? Didn't they always take care of each other, as kids? When was that lost? When did they stop? I'll have to discuss it with my parents, she said eventually, looking stunned at her own words, but I would like to go. Well. Take the girl, Jiraiya, Tsunade said forcefully, in no mood for her friend's antics. It was high time he passed down his knowledge, and Sakura would make for a great student, Tsunade was sure of it. Fine, Jiraiya agreed with a sigh, sensing she wasn't to be trifled with at the moment. It was rude of him to look so annoyed by the idea, but Sakura didn't seem to care either way. Maybe she was used to this, to being disregarded, overlooked. She had determination though, didn't seem too attached to what others thought of her, as long as she had the approval of her friends. She would need to keep at it, with all the bullshit this world would throw at her. The atmosphere had eased, when she stepped out of the room. Their bond was strong, it would survive this, and the rest too surely. They know him well, Jiraiya said, pensive. Naruto, I mean. They're very close. He still left. He was thinking about them, she knew. About their own team, their own choices. Just like we did. Her, running away, Jiraiya, chasing his dream around, Orochimaru, turning his back on it all. Their friendship, their love, it was strong, but not strong enough to go against that. Who will you send out? Apart from me. She rolled with the change of subject, she wasn't up for any more introspection either. Not sure yet, but I'm on it. I'll let you know. She was on her way to deal with this right then, if her words had been heeded. They had, for Anko was waiting in her office when she went back to the Hokage Tower, spread out on the couch and ostensibly improper, ferocious scowl on her face. She had to be wondering what the hell she was doing here. Tsunade wondered too. But she had been turning it over in her head ever since the woman had walked out of her office with poorly disguised rage, and she needed to set this right. She didn't even know why. But out of the whole village, Anko was the only one who could understand, and Tsunade needed her to. Jiraiya didn't count, because Jiraiya didn't carry the guilt with it, shameless even in this. She walked to the couch and fell gracelessly at Anko's side. The woman quickly recovered from her surprise and subconsciously moved away, folding tighter around herself so that they wouldn't touch. I imagine you heard by now, that Naruto left. I heard. It's more than likely he ran to Orochimaru, wherever he is. Tsunade was looking at the ceiling, slumped backward on the couch. She could only see Anko from the corner of her eye, see her stiffen and straighten, angry facade fading to sharp concern. That at least hadn't made the round of the shinobi circles then. Tsunade trusted them to be careful with the information, but a little extra threatening wouldn't hurt, probably. She'd set Shizune on it. What? That's what he hinted at when I met him at the bathhouse. That's probably why he came, even. To tempt the boy away. Not that he had much work to do. From what Sakura had told them, Naruto had had the idea long in his mind. But Orochimaru had a knack for offering opportunity, for dangling promises of exactly what people wanted. And? Anko asked, aggression back, or defensiveness maybe. Why are you telling me that? Would you know how he could guide him? Lead the boy to him. She had been too direct. Anko recoiled. Why? Because you think I'm in contact with him. I visit every Sunday for lunch. We send each other postcards. Anko. Isn't that what you think? No, it's not. Then why? Tsunade sat up, only to rest her forehead on her hands this time, elbows digging into her laps. Do you think I was that out of line? You lied. You hid the truth, a truth that could have had this whole thing turn out much differently, had you disclosed it sooner. You disobeyed. And for what? Anko didn't answer. She had to know she was in the wrong, that's why she was so angry. It was easier than recognizing her fault, admitting she had made a mistake. Tsunade was familiar with the pattern. For what, Anko? She pressed. I have to be the one to kill him. It has to be me. Is that it? She knew it was sort of cruel, to try and make her say it. But she couldn't say it first. What did you think I would have done, Anko? Had you reported it to me? The woman bit her lips, looked away. She was digging her nails into her palm. Tsunade resisted the urge to reach out and smooth her fingers out, figuring it would be ill-received. It has to be me, she repeated. And he has to live if it's not. That's dash. Anko glared at her before spinning away again, frustrated at being so transparent. Why couldn't she understand? If Tsunade knew, if she could see through her, it was because they were the same. I wouldn't have done it. What you think I was going to? And what would that be? Anko sneered. I wouldn't have ordered his death. Not right away. Anko met her eyes again then, puzzled, searching. Tsunade submitted to the scan, wishing for the girl to understand, so that she wouldn't have to say more. But Anko wasn't one to trust easily, especially not words unspoken. Tsunade exhaled slowly, looking for strength. I don't, despite everything, despite. I don't wish for his death. I do. Anko exclaimed, jumping from the couch, agitated. He deserves to die. I know. That's not what I said. Anko stared down at her, fists tightly wounded, and Tsunade wondered if she would hit her. I know it's the only outcome. For all he's done, all the people he killed and hurt, and the pain he caused and the laws he broke, he will receive death or life in prison, should we ever manage to catch him. That's what has to be done, and I will see to it. She knew where her duty laid. And yet, she went on, calm only in appearance as she went for a confession she was deeply ashamed of, hoping Anko could receive it, hoping she would understand. That's not what I want. Anko dropped to her knees. She folded over as if all her strings had been cut, hitting the floor with a painful thud she probably didn't notice. Tsunade received her as she toppled over, rested a hand in her hair as Anko pressed her forehead into her lap, fisting at her Haori. I'm sorry, she said, sobbing. I'm sorry. It's okay, Tsunade countered, matching each and every one. It's okay. Tsunade didn't know much of Anko's childhood, but as far as she could tell, Orochimaru had been the very first person to show any interest in the girl. Had taken her under his wing and taught her, as he very well knew how to do. He was indubitably the best teacher out of the three of them, if he had students willing to learn from him in unconventional ways. She knew he enjoyed it, she knew he suffered from how few those students were. No wonder why Anko had latched onto the man, no wonder why she had been so devoted to him. No wonder why his betrayal had hurt her so much. No wonder why it hadn't been enough to sever the link completely. And she probably hated herself for it, for missing it still, despite everything, for being unable to let go of those feelings. Sadly, it wasn't so easy as to simply wish for it. Maybe it hadn't even been a conscious decision, but she had kept Orochimaru's intrusion to herself in fear that his fate would escape her, that she would come back to report and learn that he had been taken care of already, without being able to confront him, without being there. Without any form of closure. That wound hadn't healed at all. At most scabbed over, torn open again at the first jab. It would never disappear completely, but maybe it would stop hurting her so much, eventually. I need you to look for him, Anko. Not for revenge, not out of some misplaced sense of guilt. Look for him so that we know where to find him, so that we're not so helpless to the threat he represents. And to rescue Naruto, if he can't escape his clutches. I don't care about the boy, Anko mumbled. Tsunade chuckled. I know you don't. I'm not asking you to. She didn't care about Naruto, and she didn't care about the Jinchuriki either. She had to be of those who didn't even understand the point, who thought they could very well do without the tailed beasts. It was a good thing, in Tsunade's book. Look for him so that you can find peace, Anko. The girl looked up then, eyes and face red, looking doubtful. She was resigned to never get over this, but she didn't have to be. Don't go alone, Tsunade added after a while. Take someone you can trust. Someone who can help you. I will, Tsunade-hime. It felt like absolution. What are you going to do now? Tenzo wasn't one to shy away from the tough questions, to Kakashi's dismay. He was right to ask though, what would he do? His team was gone, spectacularly so. Sakura soon to be off with Jiraiya, Sasuke under Tsunade's tutelage, and Naruto. Well. I'm still in the roster of the Jounin instructors. Aren't some kids graduating soon? Tenzo didn't hide his surprise. Kakashi had made no secret of how little on board he was with the whole training his own team thing. Seeing how it had gone the last time, he could say his instincts had been spot on. And yet, it can only get better from here, he commented casually. Maybe it was his masochist tendencies acting up. But he wanted to give it another try. To do better. Those kids, they needed someone on their side. And Kakashi realized he was, much more than he had thought. Team 7 had blown up in his face, but somehow they had given him hope too. He would be on the right side this time. What about you? Working on it. Does that have to do with the reason why we've been lurking around the Hokage Tower for more than an hour? Tenzo ignored him and jumped from the bench they had been sprawled on, to walk toward the tower entrance. Anko was just getting out, Uchiha Izumi trailing behind them. Kakashi joined them, although he didn't know why he was even here. He suspected Tenzo only needed some form of moral support, as he addressed Anko unprompted for the first time in their life. I heard about your mission, he stated, a little too forceful. It wasn't anything official, but they all knew she was going after Orochimaru. So. I was hoping you would agree to me joining you. His face stayed impassive, but Anko was plenty expressive for them both, her whole face scrunching up in a complicated mix of incredulity and suspicion. Kakashi wasn't faring much better, but no one could see his face. Seriously? Yes. Why? Tenzo didn't answer, but Anko didn't look like she expected him to. She crossed her arms and looked him up and down, assessing. If it's okay with my girl Izumi. Izumi flushed and sputtered, surprised to be drawn into it, but managed to convey her agreement. Anko grinned at her, though it grew sharp when she turned back to Tenzo. We're not chasing retribution, she said, a little threatening. That's not what I'm after. What were they after, really? Maybe they didn't know themselves. Hopefully, they would find out. And found the rogue Sannin too. I'll think about it, Anko said. I'll let you know. They watched the girls go, Anko's casual voice too loud to be genuine, for she had to be as thrown off by this as Kakashi was. Are you sure about this, Tenzo? He asked, hoping his friend would hear his concern, not his reluctance to see him leave too, though there was a bit of both in his worried tone. Tenzo nodded firmly. We have to move forward. They could agree on that. The last time Sakura had packed a bag, they were heading to Wave Country for a mundane escort mission. She had packed with care, anxious to be prepared for anything that could happen. It had been in vain. Now she faced a much longer journey, and she couldn't think of a single thing she could put in her bag. She kept seeing Naruto, in this exact situation a few days ago, except it was much more straightforward for him. Since he wasn't coming back at all. What did he take? What was in his bag? Most of his clothes were gone, which wasn't much. His scrolls and calligraphy set. His team picture. She stared at hers, propped on her desk. But she wasn't running away like he was. Her home was still here. She would be back. She left it where it was. Is that all you're taking with you? Her mother worried when she saw her coming down from her bedroom with her backpack. I don't know how long I'll be gone. That had been a bitter argument. She didn't expect them to understand, but at least they had resolved to trust her with her own choices. That didn't mean they had to like it. Her mother was making an effort to be okay with it, but her father was still angry at her for leaving. The more she thought about it though, the more she felt it was the right thing to do. She couldn't stay idle, stay in the village to train and go on meaningless missions when Naruto was out there with who knew what threat after him. Sasuke was set on his path, she trusted him to keep to it, and she understood even where he was coming from and where he was going. But she didn't have the patience for it. She would leave the inner workings to him. And beyond this, beyond the need to get stronger and try, in whatever way she could, to close the distance between Naruto and them, she was just plain excited by the journey to come. The new towns and countries, new landscapes and people. She would see it all, learn it all. Well, I'm off then. It was a bad omen for family members to see Shinobi to the gates, so she hugged her mother in the middle of the kitchen and crossed the threshold with decisive steps. His father was tending to the garden. She almost thought he would ignore her, but he rose to hug her too, without a word and despite his disapproval. Her eyes welled a little, from relief mostly. She had feared he would be too angry to say goodbye. She left the house without looking back. Ino was waiting for her in the street. They fell into steps as they made their way to the western gate, so many words to be said that stayed stuck at the doors of her lips, clogging her throat. Just before they reached the main street, Ino tugged at her arm and crushed her in her embrace. Stay safe, Cherry Pie. Don't be too long. Sakura couldn't get a word out before Ino had disappeared down the street, leaving Sakura alone and little lost. Ino understood, but she was mad still. Sakura hoped she wouldn't be too cross with her. The old man Jiraiya was waiting at the gate already, looking like he was considering leaving without her but held off by Kakashi. The little she had seen of him didn't make her like him much, but it didn't matter. He was one of the Sannin, one of the most powerful shinobi of the village, and its best spy. She would learn all she could from him, no matter his faults. Sasuke was there too. It was another reason why it was a good thing that she was leaving. Things were awkward between them, and it wasn't something that would be easily resolved. She couldn't help but resent him, even if he had done his best, even if he had been right, probably, to make the choices he had. She couldn't forgive him so easily, but it was something she had to deal with on her own. To try to understand, to make peace with the things they couldn't change. She didn't want to be mad at him. And she only added to his own guilt. It would be better for them both, to be apart for a while, even if she dreaded it. It had been the three of them for years, and now? Now it would be only one, each at one corner of the world, apart, alone. Hey. Hey. She didn't want them to part on bad terms. I'll write to you. He looked surprised, and she berated herself. He thought she was angry with him, but she wasn't, not really. It wasn't him, or not just him anyway. She was angry with Naruto too, with herself, with her parents and Sasuke's parents and the others, with the Hokage and the Jounin, with the whole village really. How ironic, to start to get what Naruto was feeling only now. But the idea of walking the streets of Konoha, knowing they were so unbearable to him that he had gone despite the friends he had here, and knowing so little cared, that many were probably happy about it, that they had been waiting for it, knowing every single person in the village was to blame, in a way, for all this. She had to get away. I'll be waiting, he said, and something eased inside her chest, because they would be waiting for each other. No matter how far apart, no matter how long the time. She would think of her friends and they would think of her. She would never be alone. They hugged tight, a little too tight maybe, a little desperate. It was stupid to feel so sad, so torn, when this was her choice, this was what she wanted. Oi, girl. Let's go. She rolled her eyes and stepped away, glaring at the impatient man already past the gates. She kissed Sasuke's cheek, smiled even though his face was a little blurred. Take care. You too. I'll be here when you come back. That was a promise. She turned to Kakashi. She bowed to him, a little awkward. Thank you for everything, sensei. I leave you in good care, Sakura. I know you'll do great. He ruffled her hair with a gentle smile and she couldn't resist. She wrapped her arms around his middle, only for a moment, before turning on her heels. She took a deep breath. 1 step, 2. She left Konoha. So easily, when it had been such a huge deal for Naruto. Another thing to be angry about. Had it been that easy for him, he wouldn't have wanted it so badly. But that would change. Sasuke would see to it, and she would too. She caught up to Jiraiya, who was much taller and thus walked much faster than her. He rummaged around his pockets before handing her a seal tag without looking back. Here, take this. What is it? Tracking seal. In case we lose sight of each other. She had a presentiment that he would get lost a lot more than she did. She took the seal, couldn't help noticing how inelegant it was compared to Naruto's work, and went to put it in her weapon pouch. Her fingers brushed against an unfamiliar scroll. She only had one storage scroll, stashed at the bottom because she rarely used it, and this wasn't the one. It wasn't hers at all. It was Naruto's. She unrolled it with trembling fingers and recognized his storage seal. Chakra activated, his favorite, no one could open them but the ones they were designed for. Could it be? Open, she whispered, brushing chakra to the seal. It broke into a ray of light through which grew the handle of a sword. She grabbed it, pulled. Pulled, pulled, pulled. The tip was broken flat, but it was still as long as her. Still as deadly looking as when she had last seen it, laying next to Momokai Zabuza's corpse. There was no doubt. It was his sword. She stared at it dumbly. Jiraiya did too, before deciding that he didn't want to deal with it probably, as he shrugged and resumed walking. She looked back at the gate. Sasuke and Kakashi were far away already, but not so far that she couldn't make out their wide eyes and gaping mouth. She couldn't help but laugh. She touched the tip to the storing seal, and it went dutifully back to it, finding its place in her weapon pouch where Naruto had undoubtedly slipped it before taking off. The sword was terribly heavy, she would need a lot of extra muscle strength to wield it. She couldn't wait. Sakura's silhouette had just disappeared that another team arrived at the gates. Izumi was leaving on a long mission too, with Mitarashi Anko and that friend of Kakashi, Tenzo. Sasuke knew it had to be related to Naruto and where he had run off to, but since it was inevitable that they send someone after him, he figured it could have been worse. Izumi he trusted, at least. Good luck, Kakashi told them, solemn. Anko waved it off, dismissive. No time for the sap. We're off. Take care, Sasuke said to Izumi, low so that the scary woman wouldn't hear him. Izumi beamed at him and smacked a kiss to his forehead. Soon enough they were gone too. Aren't you wanted at the hospital, Sasuke? Kakashi said, smile firmer this time. Sasuke answered to it, grateful for the levity. With this, their team was officially done for, but the man didn't seem bitter about it. It's not like they wouldn't see each other again anyway. The two of them at least would remain in the village. You're right. There was no time to waste lamenting and longing, even if he missed his two friends already. He had a lot of work to do. It made sense to learn medical ninjutsu, if he wanted to get as close to the Hokage as possible, but beyond that, he could hardly think of a skill that mattered more, despite his father's opinion. He knew plenty of fighting already and would learn plenty more, but this was what could make the difference. Healing, keeping life going. So that they were a little less scared of death. He went to the Godame's office, mostly occupied by Shizune. He would learn, as her mentor was kept busy by her responsibilities as Hokage. Shizune wasn't in this time though, nor was the Godame. Instead there was a dark-skinned man in the Medicnin coat rearranging papers around the office, who jumped when Sasuke cleared his throat to make his presence known. Oh, hello. You must be Sasuke, right? Starting today on the Medicnin training. Sasuke nodded, a little shy suddenly in the face of the first life choice he was making on his own, the first step in this path of his own making. I'm Marco. Tsunade asked me to show you around today. Dumbly enough, Sasuke didn't get immediately that the Tsunade he was mentioning was the Go Dame. That man had to be important despite his young age, to refer to her so casually. We're just waiting for the other one. Other one? Yes. The other one starting today. Ah, that must be him. It was either a sixth sense or simply the results of years upon years of living under the same roof, but Sasuke knew who it was before turning around to see him. Itachi. Sage gave him strength. Itachi bowed lightly to the other man who blushed a little, embarrassed at the display. They were about the same age. Is there a problem? He asked, sensing the tension. Itachi turned to Sasuke, face open, questioning. Sasuke. The question was for him, he realized, and Itachi was seriously asking. Was there a problem? There shouldn't have been. If he was honest, it made sense for Itachi to turn to medical ninjutsu, he who didn't want to fight anymore, he who wanted to make amends for whatever it was he felt guilty about. It wasn't a problem. They could train in the same field. It didn't matter. Sasuke was past all this. Wasn't he? No. No problem. If he wasn't, he would have to be soon. All right, Marco said, not overly involved in the question anyway. Follow me then. The fox popped in quietly, in a secluded part of the garden invisible from the rest of the Hyuga estate. That's for you, it said, handing Neji a paper seal marked with an ink snake. Neji smeared a few drops of blood on it, just to make sure it would work. It did. Naruto will keep his word, the fox said fiercely, as if offended that Neji could think otherwise. But despite what common sense would dictate, Neji didn't. He knew next to nothing of Naruto, and the leverage granted by the seal in his hands was tenuous, yet he didn't doubt. When Naruto had offered that time, had talked about freedom during the Chunin exam, it wasn't to gain anything from it, it wasn't empty words either. He just needs some time. Neji nodded. He had waited years, all his life really. He could wait a little more. Even if it was much harder, now that he knew freedom was within reach. He ran for 2 more days before they came to meet him. I thought you would have come sooner, Kabuto said, same pleasant voice and same grating smile. I lost my bet. You're obnoxious, the red-haired girl shot back. Follow us, she urged next, turning around without caring if he did indeed. There was no doubt he would. They crossed a maze of canyons in a thick forest that explained why this place was so hard to find, until they reached a shrine, engraved with snakes and framing a flight of stairs sinking into the forest ground. Welcome to Otagakure, Naruto, Kabuto said with a smile, gesturing at the gates. Naruto followed them down. Check the description for the links to the author.